Chapter 1837. The guests took a deep breath after hearing the royal lord. His comment wasn't only aggressive but also refused to give any face to the Peng clan. Remember that this was their forefathers' celebration. But now, causing trouble due to past grievances was directly ruining the feast without giving any consideration for Star Stomper High God. The humans and the guests scowled in response. Star Stomper's contribution to the 100 races was too famous, so it didn't matter whether the Peng was in decline or not, the 100 races would always view him with reverence. But now, this royal lord wanted to ruin his celebration? It was also an attack towards the 100 races. So I should be testing your kingdom's imperial arts then? Peng Yu stood up without hesitation with lightning coursing through his eyes. Heavenly Phoenix was indeed powerful on top of having a mighty son-in-law. People should fear them, but the Peng clan would never swallow this indignation. Ancestor Peng, you need to rethink this. You might be stronger than me, but I'm not someone you can provoke. I came with sincerity to this celebration today, but when your high god ambushed my son-in-law back then, this was already a declaration of war against the monarch clan. If it wasn't for my son-in-law's magnanimity, your clan would already be flattened by now. Today, you dare to protect my son's murderer? This is an unforgivable sin. Hand him over now and apologize on top of accepting your punishment to my son-in-law, or my daughter will mobilize against your clan. She has millions under her banner with more than 10 high gods and the war monarch emperors behind her. You better think twice right now. The royal lord was oppressive in tone, no longer holding anything back. All the guests were stirred by his speech and felt a chill running down their spine. The royal lord actually wanted the Peng clan to submit to Jin Gu and compensate for his losses? This was no longer a slap to the face, more like a stomp. The cultivators from the 100 races were angered, but no one dared to step up and say anything. They needed to think about whether they could afford to do so. His daughter had a massive army with emperors as her backing. It meant that she was simply unstoppable. Who would dare to provoke her? Everyone understood that Jin Gu had gained enough allies after the ambush last time. He was determined to win in the next competition for the Heaven's Wills. In fact, no one here knew that the royal lord was only boasting, borrowing the prestige of a tiger. It was true that his daughter had a massive army with a few high gods listening to her. Moreover, Jin Gu had also won the support of some grand emperors. However, she didn't demand any reparation from the Peng clan. On the contrary, she wanted to keep a low profile in order to amass more strength. At the right moment, she would use all of her accumulated resources and forces for her husband's next attempt. She was worried about a second ambush from the 100 races. Thus, she did everything possible in order to have a smooth sailing. There was no way she would waste one good soldier on another cause. She even went as far as talking to certain sects from the 100 races such as the Jilin clan, Dragon Citadel, and Sunset Glow Valley. She wanted to please them and had thoughts of forming alliances. The royal lord didn't feel the same way. He believed that because of his daughter's current military potential, he was unstoppable. He tried to get her to agree to avenging her brother, but she refused and even persuaded him, asking him to calm down. Alas, her words fell upon deaf ears. He was hellbent on retribution. Recently, he heard of Li Qie staying at the Jilin clan. This further convinced him that his death had something to do with that clan. However, his power alone couldn't do anything if the clan wanted to protect him. This was why he secretly persuaded some friends and allies under the guise of his daughter's banner. He hoped that a strong alliance would be able to pressure the Jilin. He came to Outer Realm City precisely to talk to the clans out here in order to recruit more high gods. Meeting Li Qie here was unexpected. His murderous vengeance erupted with a touch of greed. He wanted both revenge and to swallow the Peng clan's wealth. Peng Yu's expression became ugly. No one would be able to stay calm after hearing this, demanding them to yield on their forefather's birthday celebration. Even if it wasn't for Li Qia's matter, Peng Yu wouldn't have backed down anyway. Royal Lord, you are out of line. Peng Yi was also furious. His face turned red as he glared at the royal lord. Some of the guests were naturally unhappy about the lord's unreasonable attitude. However, Jin Gu and the War Monarch clan were indeed untouchable in Pure. Brother Peng, you can't say that. The royal lord is sincerely giving your clan a good chance. If His Excellency Jin Gu were to come with his army, not even an inch would be left of this land. Changing war into peace by acquiescing is the best course of action. Dong Gongzheng smiled deviously and added. Shut your mouth. Peng Yi as the clan master was going to stay calm during this celebration. But now, this matter related to the prestige and honor of their clan. To acquiesce was to let all of this go. They might as well get the hell out of Outer Realm at that point. Peng Yi. I'll be frank. Zheng's expression also turned cold as he called Peng Yi by his given name. Don't think your clan is so amazing anymore. The respect from everyone else is no longer there. Your clan is a withered flower, a setting sun now. You're only backing, Star Stomper High God, is grievously wounded and can't come out. But even if he can, so what? Offending the War Monarch clan could only end in death. The moment His Excellency Jin Gu mobilizes, our clan will be the first to heed his call. No one will speak up for your clan. Zheng no longer tried to be amicable in appearance. Their clan specifically came to check on the Peng for this celebration. Peng Yi turned pale with his chest huffing and puffing while Peng Yu became even more livid. His eyes flashed with bloodthirst, but he couldn't kill Zheng because of his status as a senior. The War Monarch clan ain't shit. A leisure voice interrupted Dong Gongzheng's gloating moment. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Li Qia. He was still enjoying his meal and wine. After he made his statement, he elegantly picked up a tender piece of fierce bull's meat and carefully chewed before swallowing. Everyone forgot about him since the royal lord was going at it with the Peng clan. Now, they finally remembered that he was the main actor. Such a big tone. Zheng snorted and aggressively said, "Ignorant brat, do you know who the War Monarchs are? It is a clan with 5 emperors, the leader of Pure. If they want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant." Some among the crowd grimaced. Pure was the territory of the 100 races. Since when was the War Monarch clan its leader? Only 5 emperors, no big deal. Li Qia gracefully wiped his mouth and hands, still as nonchalant as before. A clan with 9 emperors and a heavenly scripture like the Qian might, just might, be able to utter some words before me. As for the War Monarch clan? Mere trash. From start to finish, Li Qia didn't bother to look at Zheng and the royal lord as if they were beneath him. Everyone was astounded after hearing this. The War Monarch clan's power was unquestionable, even in Pure. No one could touch their status in this land because if they could, this clan wouldn't still be here right now. Pure belonged to the 100 races, after all. Chapter 1838, Li Qia's remark about the War Monarch clan was simply too arrogant. No one would dare to repeat this sentence outside of top emperors with 12 wills. The more stunning part was how lightly he viewed the Qian clan. This made everyone shudder or even wanted to get away from him like the plague. The Qian was an existence striking fear into the hearts of all throughout the 13 continents. This was one of the most awe-inspiring lineages in the 3 races. Even though the Qian was located in the Far Essence continent, but any cultivator with a bit of knowledge had heard of it and its many legends before. This was the supreme symbol of authority within the 3 races. It had 9 emperors, with the 5th being World Emperor. He was also the 5th to have 12 wills in the 10th world. One could easily imagine how terrifying this clan capable of producing so many talents was. It didn't end there. 2 even more horrifying rumors existed about this clan. First, that it had one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, but no one knew which one exactly. Second, World Emperor might have a true immortal armament. Just these 2 things alone could let the Qian become invincible and look down on the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Qian was the leader of the 3 races. So many emperors wanted a heavenly scripture, but this was easier said than done. Alas, the clan had a complete version. Furthermore, there had only been 5 true immortal armaments in history, yet World Emperor had 1. 2 were missing among the 5. One belonged to immortal Emperor Min Ren, who went on an ultimate expedition. It was never seen again. The other one was with 6 Dao monarch, but after he fell to the heavenly execution, it disappeared as well. Thus, there were really only 3 left, and World Emperor had one of them. He was one of the most brilliant emperors in history, with 12 wills, supreme arts, and a true immortal armament. But now, a youth like Li Qia looking down on the War Monarch clan was one thing, but to go as far as looking down on the Qian clan? The War Monarch would only be a child compared to the Qian. Even Peng Yi and Peng Yu were shivering with a pained, pale expression. Peng Yi was praying for this little ancestor to speak a little less. Offending the War Monarch was one thing, but offending the Qian can scare someone to death. Their clan could face the consequence of offending the War Monarch, but the Qian was a whole different story. Everyone knew that offending the Qian was the same as offending the 3 races. To put it bluntly, the Qian just need to say the words and the billion and billion members of the 3 races could drown someone to death with just their spit. This was the reason why the guests stood far away from Li Qia in order to avoid being implicated. Shameless fool, someone like you isn't qualified to comment on the Qian clan. Just a hair from that clan alone could crush you to death. Dong Gongzheng smiled deviously. Is that so? Li Qia tore up another piece of beef and said, not to mention talking, I've killed many people and I'm still fine and well right now. Little animal, you won't make it past today. The royal lord shouted, I will chop off your head and dig out your heart and offer them to my dear son. With that, 2 9-section whips exuding imperial light appeared in his hands and looked just like 2 divine dragons. These strands of light could easily pierce the heart of everyone in the room. 9 dragons whip. Someone blurted out after seeing the whips. This was an imperial Dao weapon created by his kingdom's progenitor and left behind for the descendants. It was of the heaven bestowment rank. The royal lord became magnificent with this Dao weapon. His vitality surged as if he had become several times stronger. If you want to fight, I'll take you on. Peng Yu said coldly. The 2 sides have let go of all pretension, so he had no qualm of fighting against Heavenly Phoenix. At the same time, he felt that Li Qia was too young and was afraid of him being bullied. Clank. He took out a giant sword of immense weight, akin to a mountain. Peng Yu, this is you and your clan courting death for opposing us. The royal lord had quite an oppressive aura. Peng Yu snorted without replying. Suddenly, Li Qia waved his sleeve and told Peng Yu, for every grievance someone is responsible, for every debt there is a debtor. If he wants revenge for his son, I shall indulge him and reunite the 2 of them together so that his son won't be lonely in the Yellow River. Little animal, die. Dual dragons aiming for the pearl. The royal lord's face twisted with ferocity after his son was brought up. Whoosh! The 2 whips went straight for Li Qia with surging imperial aura. In the blink of an eye, the whips were replaced by 2 huge dragons dancing and mercilessly made their way forward. The claws on these dragons were incomparably sharp, just like swords, capable of destroying all in their path. This was an imperial technique from Heavenly Phoenix, meant to subdue the enemy instantly, leaving no room to run. At the same time, it had enough destructive power to tear the enemy into pieces as well. This was a domineering technique. Those who weren't strong enough to face it would go down instantly. Many guests were alarmed to see this technique. Not too many could handle this imperial aura, so their legs went weak. They felt as if they were the victims of the two dragons. Scram! Li Qiye didn't even spare a glance. He simply had a thought. Boom! An invisible fist slammed down with the annihilative force of a planet. Bang! The two dragons howled pitifully with sparks flying everywhere before they got crushed. The two whips were blown away and pinned on the wall by this invisible attack. The royal lord was slammed down into the ground and cracks emanated from the point of impact. Pluff! He vomited blood as his bones broke. Blood stained both his clothes and the surrounding area. Cease your assault. An old voice sounded along with a sword hymn. An old man with gray hair appeared out of nowhere. His 70 million chaos units erupted and gathered on his star-cutting sword. The slash came down like a waterfall straight at Li Qiye, who was still sitting in front of the table. High Ancestor Lin. Peng Yu snorted at this ambush and wanted to fight against this heavenly phoenix High Ancestor. The royal lord didn't come alone. His guard was this Dao Celestial with 70 million chaos units. Boom! Another invisible hand took action before Peng Yu. It blew away the old man's sword before slapping him to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. Bang! 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 Before everyone could regain their wits, a flurry of punches descended and created a symphony of bone-breaking noises. This high ancestor didn't even have the chance to scream. His body was flattened into a thin, fleshy patch. The remaining bloody paste painted the soil red. Chapter 1839. At this particular juncture, all the guests were stunned and couldn't regain their composure at all. Their legs trembled from this horrifying sight. Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord was a Dao Celestial, albeit a weak one. More importantly, he had a heaven bestowment level Imperial Dao weapon. This made up for his lack of chaos energy to a large extent. Alas, he still couldn't handle a single blow, same with the High Ancestor with 70 million chaos units. The latter was smashed into smithereens. It was a sad death for the ancestor who was supposed to be the bodyguard. He died with his eyes wide open from confusion about the swift nature of his demise. Even Peng Yu shuddered from this scene since he didn't know how this ancestor got smashed into a meat paste. Remember that this ancestor had a similar cultivation to him, so he naturally couldn't withstand that attack either. The royal lord was struggling to break free, but the invisible hand easily subdued him and robbed him of any movement. I wished to avoid blood on this birthday celebration, but unfortunately, you chose to be blind. The gods and devils praise their fortune when I don't cause trouble, yet you dare to provoke me? Tell me now, do you wish to die? Li Qiye finished the wine in his goblet and signaled for more. The servant's hands were trembling as he filled Li Qiye's goblet with the best of wine so that he could keep his life. Little animal, if you dare to touch me, you will die without a grave. The royal lord was scared out of his mind since death was in front of him. Is that so? Li Qiye chuckled and finished another cup. The royal lord screamed, of course. My daughter is the future imperial queen with millions under her, thousands of high gods ready to contribute and emperors as Dao protectors. Touch a hair of mine and my daughter will bury you. My son-in-law, Jin Gu, is the future grand emperor, untouchable in this generation. He became emboldened when bringing up his daughter and son-in-law, since this always worked in the past. Boom! The invisible palm slightly increased the pressure and blood gushed everywhere. The royal lord became meat paste without the chance to scream. No idea who they are. After crushing the royal lord, Li Qiye cut another piece of beef and savored it. The crushed royal lord was also perplexed. He wanted to avenge his son, but he didn't expect to throw his life away in the process. The scene was silent, no one dared to open their mouth or even breathe loudly. The only sound left in the entire hall was Li Qiye's careful chewing noise. At this moment, Peng Yu was visibly trembling. This Wuxia only had several hundred chaos units, yet he easily took care of 2 Dao Celestials without lifting a single finger. In the end, he finally finished his steak and elegantly wiped his mouth before slowly standing up. He stared at the 2 meat pastes on the ground and shook his head. The auspicious hour is ruined. If I don't kill a few thousands today, my fury won't subside. With that, he walked towards Donggong Zheng, who was paralyzed on the ground. His pants were visibly wet with a foul stench coming out. He was trembling as Wuxia walked over and used his elbows to push himself away. Wuxia smiled while looking at him. So I've heard that your clan and Heavenly Phoenix want to divide the Peng clan's businesses? My, Zheng's teeth were chattering loudly and he failed to form a coherent sentence. My ancestor, Divine Palace High God, has returned. The unclear rambling continued. Peng Yu slightly raised his brow after hearing this and didn't believe Donggong Zheng because this high god had been missing for a long time now. He was presumed dead by everyone. Maybe Zheng was scared out of his mind and making up things. Wuxia smiled and said, "One high god? Come on now, no one can stop me if I want to kill, not even a grand emperor. My hand is a little itchy, wanting to kill a little. Very well, I'll give you a chance. Run as far as you can. If you can escape from my sight, I'll spare your life for now." Why should I run? Zheng's brain stopped working from fear. Now. Wuxia's expression darkened to the horror of everyone present. In this split second, Zheng was stirred and found strength out of nowhere. He rolled and escaped outside while lamenting the fact that his mother didn't give him 4 legs. He mustered all of his strength and ran for the Donggong clan. Time to wash my hands with blood. Wuxia leisurely said and went outside while Zheng was running for his life. His nonchalant attitude made everyone shudder as if the nightmare-inducing words came from a devil. The guests glanced at each other before quickly following outside. They wanted to see what Wuxia was going to do. In the blink of an eye, only members of the Peng clan were left. Peng Yi and Peng Yu also exchanged glances. Peng Yu calmed down first and gave instructions before chasing after the group. They could smell a bloody stench already, not from the 2 meat pastes earlier. It was from afar when they envisioned the scene of Wuxia massacring everything. Donggong Zheng's hair became disheveled as he ran towards his clan. He didn't care to maintain the graceful appearance he had earlier in Outer Realm. Running towards the safest spot was the only thing on his mind. Alas, he didn't know he was leading a death god towards his own home, a clan-extinguishing disaster. He made it back to the clan in the shortest time and didn't realize he could run this fast before. The guy was crazily ecstatic after seeing his clan in the distance. Quick! Close the gate and ring the alarms, let the ancestors know that an enemy is coming. Zheng shouted after jumping inside. His shrill scream echoed across the clan. Clang, 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 alarms resounded through the clan at a large scale. This clan was majestic and vast with walls reaching the clouds. The entire place turned into a fortress under vigilance. No one could take half a step forward. Though their emperor had died to the execution, they still had plenty of resources. Of course, they have fallen just like the Peng, but not too many lineages in Outer Realm would dare to look down on them. Wuxia leisurely walked up to their gate with a horde of spectators far behind him, ready to watch the fun. In fact, the crowd got bigger with random people joining in. They didn't know what was going on. Wuxia took a look and chuckled, "Kneel and surrender, or must I kill my way in? Brat! Don't be arrogant." Zheng appeared on top of the fortress. He was much calmer now and his clothes were tidy. After returning to his clan, Zheng felt much safer, so he shouted down at Wuxia, "Brat, leave right now if you are smart, and I won't pursue this any further. I'm a benevolent person, so I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you'll have to face our entire clan." His tone was one of weak uncertainty despite its loud volume. Nevertheless, his clan was ready to meet the enemy with its disciples standing in the right positions. Chapter 1840. In a short time, people stared at Wuxia and didn't know the feud between this ordinary human and the Donggong. Despite being unaware of the details, they could see that Zheng had suffered in the hands of Wuxia after seeing his sorry state. Wuxia smiled and said while standing outside of the gate, "You won't pursue this any further? How funny. Unfortunately, it is too late. You can open the gate, surrender, and hand over everything, or I will make rivers run of blood here." The spectators watching for fun took a deep breath after hearing this. The Donggong was in decline, but it was still an imperial lineage with great resources. Their ancestral ground had been blessed by an emperor and high gods. Not to mention a youth, even top Dao celestials from the last generation wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. Thus, this youth's claim was quite something. "Who is this brat? Why is he so bold?" someone asked right away. "Fiercest, Wuxia." A guest from the Peng's party said. He said earlier that he wanted to massacre the Donggong's 180,000 disciples. Of course, this was an exaggeration from the guest. The entire clan didn't have this number of disciples. That's the guy who killed Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince? Some spectators became startled. This guy is too ferocious then, doing all of this before everyone? Will he cause trouble wherever he goes? No, that's a thing of the past now. Earlier, he turned the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord and a high ancestor from that country into meat pastes. The Royal Lord tried to avenge his son, but he only lost his life in the process. The party guest revealed. What? The unaware cultivators here were shocked. One of them said, that's too much. Is he not afraid of implicating his sect after killing Jin Ji's father-in-law? No, he didn't give a damn about Jin Gu since he even declared war against the war monarch earlier and looked down on the Qian clan. The guest embellished. Is the crazy brat tired of living? The spectators were astounded again and retreated from Wuxia. Offending the Qian was a terrifying matter. What is his backing then to not be afraid of a war with the monarch clan? Is he also from an imperial lineage? Only heaven-searching sect and dragon citadel are strong enough to go against the war monarch, but I've never heard of a disciple like him from those two clans. Even top Dao celestials couldn't see through Wuxia. This was only a junior with several hundred chaos units, yet he was able to kill the royal lord. Quite an unbelievable matter. Amidst the hushed discussions, Zheng standing on a high wall was both scared and furious at the same time. He was truly spooked this time, so his tone was a lot more subdued than normal. You shouldn't push us too far. Our clan isn't that easily bullied, not by you. If our high god comes out, your death is certain. Be smart and leave now, then we can mind our own business. Zheng shouted. Since when is the Donggong so nice? Cultivators from Outer Realm found this perplexing. This clan wasn't so nice in this region, but it felt rather weak today. Only the party guests understood why Zheng was so scared after being chased like a dog back to his clan. No, the right way to put it is that I am merciful in giving your clan a choice. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing up there right now. Surrender or don't blame me for being ruthless. Wuxia smiled and said. Zheng loudly retorted, Li, don't have no sense of propriety. Take half a step inside the clan and our high god will take care of you. Everyone could hear the weakness in his retort. They didn't believe him either, since the clan no longer had someone of that level. Their final high god was already killed by Star Stomper. So now, people thought that he was only boasting in order to scare Wuxia. Wuxia chuckled in response, I'm actually missing an appetizer to go with my wine. If your clan still has a high god, he'll make a good dish. People glanced at each other again and thought that this brat was too outrageous. He acted as if these powerful beings were nothing but drifting clouds in the sky. Such words were too arrogant and overbearing. Fire! Zheng ordered. He was buying time earlier for his disciples to prepare the divine crossbows meant for defending the clan. Whoosh! The sky turned dark due to the massive amount of arrows raining down. These arrows were actually made out of refined laws. They locked onto the coordinates and left no room for anyone to escape. These countless arrows could break through any thick defensive line. This was something personally prepared by a high god with a terrifying destructive power. A Tao celestial wouldn't be able to withstand this unless they had a divine or imperial armament. Wuxia slightly looked up and casually threw out a treasure. Crank, crack. This treasure crazily assembled into a majestic wall blocking in front of him. This treasure was a three-colored sphere, looked like gold but wasn't made out of gold, looked like wood but not wood. It seemed that this sphere was created from numerous tiny pieces latching together. It only took the blink of an eye for this tiny sphere to turn into a divine wall. Though the arrows made out of sharp laws were quite fierce, the wall managed to repel their onslaught. This casual treasure thrown out by him was mightier than these arrows. Its name was Ancestral 18 Transformations, made from the 3 ancestral trees of the ancestral Terra and refined by the laws of the world. It was as if it had the power of 3 ancestral trees. More wind-cutting sounds came from the arrows pouring down. The disciples from the clan unleashed one arrow barrage after another like a swarm of locusts in the sky. They made an arc in the sky before fixating on Wuxia with extreme velocity, intending to make a sieve out of him. The treasure instantly turned into a shield before covering Wuxia entirely like an upside-down pot. Boom! 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 All the arrows were stopped again. The relentless onslaught of the clan's high god weapon couldn't break through this strange defensive artifact. Remember, this was a treasure shaped by the true bodies of 3 ancestral trees. These were existences that could handle an imperial attack. Thus, these arrows had no way of breaking through the treasure's defense. In other words, this Ancestral 18 Transformations was much better than an imperial weapon because it contained the pure power of an ancestral tree. Thus, Wuxia didn't need any merit law or power to control it. He had already imprinted his seal on the artifact. It essentially became a part of his body, allowing him to control it on a whim. Chapter 1841, A break finally happened for the arrow barrages. Wuxia smiled and said, "My turn." Crack. The gigantic shield instantly disappeared. Whoosh! 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 The sky turned dark with a torrent of sharp pins raining down. Ah! Screaming was all that could be heard in the clan during this period. Many experts were taken down, especially the ones on the walls. They were the first to die after having many holes added to their body. This scene was too horrifying. The artifact turned into numerous needles and rained down. In fact, calling it a rain wasn't enough. This was an ocean breaking through a dam with billions of needles shooting for the Donggong clan. The buildings weren't spared either. Pavilions and temples were completely pierced. Whoosh! The needles crazily returned from the clan like a river flowing backward due to a reverse of time. They flew back into Wuxia's palm and became a tiny, 3-colored sphere again. Go! Wuxia once again threw the sphere out. Crank! Crack! The sphere transformed with an amazing speed beyond the naked eye's perception. Boom! It turned into a rolling ball that was 100 feet tall. Rumble! As it continued, it rolled even faster and became bigger. Boom! The walls blessed by many generations couldn't withstand this force. The main gate got annihilated as well. The ball continued its unstoppable trajectory through the clan. At this moment, it was already the size of a mountain and nearly blotted out the sky. People looked up and watched in awe. It wasn't only increasing in speed and size, its weight was also being amplified. Everything was flattened completely under its roll. In just a short time, the buildings in the clan became nothingness, resulting in a magnificent scene of destruction. Shit, run! The Donggong disciples turned pale from horror and lost the will to fight. They forgot about holding their position and kept on running before being made into meat pastes. They scattered like wild animals. Some escaped the clan completely while others ran for their ancestral ground. Rumble. This huge ball wasn't in a rush to chase the fleeing disciples. It rolled back to the beginning and made circular runs in order to crush everything in the vicinity. The only left after this disaster was broken debris. The large clan with majestic walls had half of it destroyed in a short time to the astonishment of the crowd. Such a method was too ferocious and dominating. The buildings built with sweat and blood and have housed numerous people were destroyed completely. The effort of the clan members for generations was now gone with the wind. Is this the strongest offensive artifact in the world? One cultivator said in astonishment. I want a weapon like it too. A top Dao celestial swallowed his saliva after seeing the ancestral 18 transformations. It was more magical than normal imperial weapons. This artifact had the power of 3 ancestral trees on top of 18 explosive variations. Each was different from each other but still incredible all the same. It could be used for offense and defense or even items with unique purposes. There seemed to be no end to its versatility. Of course, it wasn't easy for Wuxia to create it. It wasn't the most powerful or magical artifact in his arsenal. However, it was absolutely the easiest yet most destructive one to use. Wuxia didn't need to use any power, vitality, or grand Dao to control it. He just needed to use his mind and it would obey all orders, morphing to the right transformation for the task at hand. The escaped disciples could only watch the destruction of their clan and home. They cried and cried until tears couldn't come out any longer. Some spectators were quietly celebrating. If this was the end of the Donggong, then their other businesses in Outer Realm were up for grab. After finishing its last round, the ball has successfully flattened the entire clan into ruins. Only the central area with their ancestral ground was left. There were mountains and peaks surrounding it with palaces on top. The lack of buildings was made up for the exuberant chaos energies spewing from this place. It was the most heavily guarded area in the clan. Only their ancestors were allowed to stay. For this clan, as long as this central area remained, their clan would still remain strong. The other buildings could be rebuilt since they had resources and treasures still. But in case of destruction, then it would really be over for their clan. There was no way to rise up again in the future. Rumble. The ball was rolling towards the border of the clan, far from the central area. It began to vibrate. It wants to attack the central area. Someone murmured after noticing the ball's intent. Everyone became excited and wanted to know if this strange ball could actually take down the Donggong's ancestral ground or not. It wasn't that easy destroying an imperial-level defensive barrier. The disciples from Donggong were praying before this scene, "Ancestors, please protect our clan." Losing the central area would be akin to losing all resources to the enemy. The clan would be truly finished. Even if its disciples were to survive, they would only be dogs without a master. Start the defensive barrier. Donggong Zheng was lucky enough to return to the ancestral ground and shouted. Buzz. Defensive layers of scintillating light were erected from the ancestral ground. Chapter 1842, Rumble. The ball became larger and heavier after each vibration. Go. Once it reached a particular level, Wuxia smiled and gave the order. In a flash, the huge ball crazily spun with an insane speed towards the central area. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the clan poured out a monstrous amount of chaos and primordial energy into the defensive barriers, causing them to shine even more. Powerful supreme runes appeared on the layers, these belonged to the blessing of their ancestors for generations. Time did not diminish its power. Rumble. The ball left behind a deep trail on the ruins. After its velocity reached a certain point, it left the ground and accelerated even more before flying towards the ancestral ground like a meteor. The Donggong disciples felt their heart hanging on a string. Some covered their mouth to avoid screaming. Boom! The world quaked with an explosion nearly rupturing everyone's eardrums. They felt as if the world was sinking down. They saw the gigantic ball slamming into the defensive barriers. These barriers became unreasonably caved in till the limit. It was only a bit before the ball could touch the mountains in the central area. Nevertheless, under the boost of the ancestors, the runes on the barriers exerted the brightest of light. This eternal power resembling an ocean stopped the ball. Bang! The ball was bounced back all the way out of Outer Realm City and disappeared into the vast sky. Yes! The disciples couldn't help but cheer loudly. Their final defense finally stopped the might of this ball. They heaved a sigh of relief and could finally breathe easy. This meant that their clan was still able to fight against this disaster. The ball that had easily destroyed their clan earlier robbed them of their confidence. But now, they have regained some of it back. It's still an imperial lineage with a certain level of prowess. The older cultivators had to admit. Wuxia, our clan isn't so easily bullied. Our high god wants me to tell you that it is not too late to give up. Zheng appeared again and shouted. The crowd was skeptical after hearing this and felt that Zheng was only posturing. Everyone knew that their last high god had already been killed by Star Stomper. This message was only a way to scare Wuxia using the prestige of a high god. The fun has only just begun, why end now? The ball is coming, prepare your defense. Wuxia was unperturbed before answering with a smirk. Zheng was shocked after hearing this. He immediately looked up at the sky and bellowed, "Barrier, get the biggest barrier going." The sky turned dark to the astonishment of the spectators. A huge planet was descending down. No, it was the repelled ball earlier. It was of an unimaginable size right now. An attack of this magnitude seemed to be wanting to put an end to the entire city. Remember, this city itself was made of a gigantic star. Oh mother! Many felt their legs giving in and began to flee lest they would be dragged in as well. Rumble. When the ball was about to hit the ancestral ground, the explosive noises finally came from the horizon. This was indicative of its immense speed. Boom! The entire city was blown away as if another sky was slamming into the existing one. Some dropped to the ground in the fetal position. The cultivators hear that a world-ending calamity was coming. That ball was going to annihilate this entire star. Rumble. The shockwaves from the impact traveled freely towards all directions. The ruins collapsed completely. The end of days was near. The defensive barrier instantly shattered, unable to stop this calamitous power. The mountains in the central area collapsed in a slow-motion scene in the eyes of the crowd. These mountains were large enough but they seemed so insignificant before the attacking star. Pebbles scattered everywhere, resulting in an unforgettable scene. The ball continued to aim for the depth of the ancestral ground, wishing to deliver the fatal blow before stopping. Buzz. The place where Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor used to stay became resplendent. The benevolent mark of an emperor instantly appeared in the form of a peerless figure. It was quite faint now but its aura still emanated across this world like the coming of an emperor. Its palm spreaded, one that could blot out the world, and managed to halt the rolling star. Under the full effort of the figure, the ball's rolling speed decreased but didn't stop completely. More deafening blasts echoed. Progenitor. The escaped disciples from the clan applauded. Grand Emperor. They kneeled on the ground with tears streaming down their cheeks. At this juncture of life and death, their progenitor's spirit had returned. His prestige filled the mind of his descendants. The spirit of an emperor. People commented with respect. This was a power belonging to imperial lineage. As long as they had emperors, their clan would have auspicious landmarks and places left behind that stored the wills of the emperors. These wills would come out to protect their descendants at critical moments. Unfortunately, Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor had died to the heavenly execution. If he was still alive, then the power of this auspicious mark would be even greater, no different from if the emperor was here in person. Of course, people normally wouldn't dare to attack an imperial lineage with surviving emperors, unless they were on the same level. Otherwise, they would risk facing an emperor in their sect-extinguishing effort. The disciples from the clan were moved after seeing the spirit of their progenitor. A glimmer of hope flashed in the abyss of despair. Rumble. The ball still didn't stop. The rolling speed crazily increased again. It was actually contending against a grand emperor. No, it was even pushing the majestic figure back, leaving an ever-growing chasm on the ground. Chapter 1843. The crowd gasped as the figure of the Grand Emperor was being continuously pushed back. They wondered in dread about the power of this ball. Just a four-wheel Grand Emperor. Wuxia shook his head and said after seeing this. Rumble. The numerous explosions signaled the increase in potency of the ball's speed and power at a rapid pace. This was the terrifying aspect of this artifact being made from 3 ancestral trees. As long as it continued to erupt in this manner, who knows of its actual limit? The imperial figure was also slowly losing its radiance. The auspicious mark of the Grand Emperor will be destroyed at this rate. A top Tao Celestial became startled. This rolling ball is too outrageous. I can't believe something like this exists in the world. How unbelievable. This is worth some rumination. Someone else commented with emotions. This was shocking indeed, the massive ball destroying a remnant left behind by an emperor. The disciples from the clan that had just gained some hope turned pale at this development as if they have fallen into a pit of ice. The destruction of the auspicious mark would also spell the demise of their clan. It's almost over. People murmured at this time and could see that the imperial figure was about to go down. Buzz. Right before the complete demise of the auspicious mark, strands of divine light oozed out from the deepest location of the Donggong clan. They pierced into the sky like swords, wishing to tear it apart. Boom! A tempestuous power ravaged the entire city like a primordial flood with its waves capable of drowning countless stars. Clang, clank, clank. Divine chains instantly rushed upward like waterfalls. A magnificent figure came out from within the divine light. Each step was accompanied by a galaxy. Stars hovered around the sun, which was his right eye, and moon, which was his left. Outer Realm City seemed to be having a hard time accommodating his presence. The sudden eruption of a divine power scared everyone in Outer Realm. A high god had arrived. An invincible high god. Someone shouted before dropping to the ground. Many experts couldn't handle the pressure, so they fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. This left them with a blanched countenance. A high god with a set of 10 totems. Top Tao Celestials stared at this high god with reverence. Divine Palace High God. A celestial with 60 million chaos units turned pale and prostrated on the ground, for he had recognized this high god. Many experts were horrified to hear this title that was true to his presence in terms of divinity. Forefather. We're saved. The kneeling disciples from the Donggong were stirred and applauded. Peng Yu became alarmed as well. He couldn't stand still before this divinity despite having 80 million chaos units. The more shocking thing was the suddenness of this person's appearance, not just his divinity. Their Peng clan wasn't mentally prepared for this. This was the Donggong's strongest high god. However, for some unknown reasons, he disappeared completely without any news within exploration grounds. Later on, many ancestors from the clan tried to communicate with him, even some high gods. There was no response. The later generations lost all hope and felt that something must have happened to their high god, that he was dead and no longer in this world. This was a great blow to the clan since Divine Palace had the power of anima from his set of 10 totems. Some people even thought that Divine Palace High God was more powerful than Eastern Palace Heaven Emperor because this emperor only had 4 wills. The death of such a high god would be a massive blow even to an imperial lineage. This was why his sudden appearance truly scared all of the spectators here. Donggongzheng did send a message from his high god earlier, but everyone thought that it was mere posturing in order to scare Wuxia. Who would have thought that it was indeed the truth? Their missing high god had returned. After regaining their sanity, the disciples from Donggong became jubilated. There was still a chance for their clan to survive. No, they could even rise to prosperity and power again. Peng Yu and Peng Yi lost colors on their face. This high god was still alive while there was no news of their star stomper high god. This sent a chill down their spine. It made them think about the worst-case scenario, that their high god was already dead. One of the reasons for this birthday celebration was to show those who have been watching their clan that their high god was still alive. But now, Peng Yu wasn't confident at all. The Peng and the Donggong had a mortal feud right now. If Wuxia were to die to Divine Palace, their clan would be next. He saw a vision of the destruction of his clan after thinking that Wuxia wouldn't be able to stop Divine Palace. There are 10 totems. Everyone was suppressed as this high god walked over. None could get back up on their feet. Though he wasn't actively pushing them down, just his mighty divinity alone was too much to take. Just imagine, could one stand up straight when an emperor with 4 wills like Eastern Palace was in front of them? This high god was even more powerful than the emperor. Even a real expert with 300 million chaos units wouldn't be able to withstand this power and drop to the ground. Boom! Divine Palace raised his palm with a sky-shouldering force in order to repel the rolling ball. Rumble. The ball rolled slower and weakening explosions before finally stopping. Yes! The kneeling Donggong disciples roared in a frenzy. Their forefather had finally put an end to this terrible nightmare. Crank. Crack. The ball disassembled into countless pieces and flew back into Wuxia's palm. It was as if time had reversed, since all people could see was a gigantic ball shrinking back into a 3-colored sphere the size of a thumb. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that this tiny sphere had destroyed the Donggong clan. Its power was quite awe-inspiring. They stared at this artifact while salivating. This supreme item was definitely not weaker than any Imperial Dao weapon. If one could have it, they would be able to rampage through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one would dare to provoke them. Chapter 1844. The strongest god of the Donggong clan stood there and calmed the universe. He was the supreme ruler of Outer Realm City, no, this entire spatial domain. There was no wasteful movement, but everyone felt as if his touch was pulling the whole sky, that it was rotating around him. No one doubted the fact that one palm from him could shatter this place. The experts here got a cold chill. Many were already prostrating on the streets under this oppressive aura. The city became very quiet. Everything paused, including the Celestials. All were waiting to listen to the High God. Junior, you have gone too far. He finally spoke with a thunderous voice that echoed in the sky. Each of his resounding words turned into laws and mantras capable of suppressing the myriad realms. His demeanor was still calm, but this didn't stop people from trembling due to his prestige that command respect. There are countless feuds in the world. Destroying my clan should be enough, yet you wish to end us? Flowers descended from the sky with his voice filled with divinity. They pinned into the ground and left no room for change. While everyone was prostrating, Wuxia stood there nonchalantly and said, there had been countless lineages turning into specks of dust and disappearing among the river of time. It is a kill or be killed world. If I don't extinguish your clan today, your clan will annihilate the Peng tomorrow. This is only a change of order with me seizing the initiative. People didn't dare for Li Qiya's background anymore. To be able to articulate so clearly in front of a 10-totem high god with such calmness and resolution already impressed them. The big shots from the last generation kneeling on the ground felt that his courage was peerless and worthy of respect. So you wish to intervene for the sake of the Peng? The high god responded. Not quite. Li Qiya smiled freely. I am a human, this type of battle is inevitable. This is only a warm-up. The experts from the 100 races shuddered after hearing this. After Emperor Hunt, the racial tension had lessened and few large-scale battles have happened. However, after the recent ambush of Jin Gu, both sides had high gods interfering. Only the emperors haven't joined yet. Perhaps the situation wasn't as optimistic as they thought and another great war could break out. If that's the case, broaden my horizon with your supreme techniques. Divine Palace didn't waste words and tried to grab Li Qiya. Boom! As this huge palm was coming, space and time shattered with black holes appearing. Everything would be destroyed before this terrible and unblockable attack. Dao Celestials with 300 million chaos units were still scared out of their mind because this attack could instantly annihilate them. Anything below the realm of High God were less than insects. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this strike could kill every single person here. Bang! The resulting blast wasn't as loud as expected. It was just like a palm attack of a mortal, yet everyone could hear it. When the dust settled, this attack was actually stopped by someone. No destructive shockwaves could be found. The crowd was astounded. A palm attack from a 10-totem high god was stopped so easily? In the beginning, people thought that it was Li Qiya stopping this attack. However, they found that it was an old man. He was tall and sturdy like a majestic mountain. His hair was gray and face filled with wrinkles. However, his features seemed to be carved by a knife. Each line was full of power, especially his unyielding pair of eyes. Nothing in this world could touch them. There were no divinity or supreme laws accompanying him. He stood there calmly yet was able to stop the shocking attack from Divine Palace. The old man revealed a bright smile after seeing Li Qiya, one that was as comfortable and sunny like the sun. Li Qiya also leisurely smiled back without being surprised. Fellow Daoist Star Stomper, you're still choosing to come out. Divine Palace moved his hand back and said without any hint of fear. These old bones couldn't handle it before, so I needed to rest for a bit. But resting too much will make me moldy, so I'm here to exercise. After several 100,000 years since our last meeting, fellow Daoist Divine Palace is still as vigorous as before. Quite enviable. The old man replied in a friendly manner. Star Stomper High God. The reveal of this old man's identity shocked everyone. 2 top high gods have appeared in just one day. They were both prestigious, especially Star Stomper, who had experienced many battles, including Emperor Hunt that had been eternalized in the historical annals. He was essentially a living fossil that had experienced the change of 100 races. Star Stomper High God. People from the 100 races voluntarily kowtowed with reverence. It wasn't due to his divinity, only his contribution to the 100 races. The 100 races wouldn't have their status and prosperity today without Emperor Hunt. Star Stomper's effort in the war was worthy of respect. Forefather. Peng Yu was trembling from excitement. This was a pleasant surprise. Their clan was willing to pay any price as long as their forefather was around. They found his presence to be a panacea for the mind, putting them at ease. The prostrating Peng Yi lifted his head to look at his forefather. He grew up listening to the forefathers' tales and knew them like the back of his hand. To be able to see his hero in person was the most exciting thing possible. Today was destined to be extraordinary in outer realm due to the appearances of these high gods. In a short time, all eyes were on them. One was a 10-totem high god while the other had 9 totems on top of the 9 cauldrons bloodline. People became curious about the stronger one of the two. The victor didn't matter since the crowd was eager to see the fight between the two gods. In terms of battle record, Star Stomper was the more decorated one due to Emperor Hunt and his successful ambush of Jingu. He even killed a high god from the Donggong clan during that battle. Thus, everyone thought he had the upper hand with regards to battle experience. However, Divine Palace had his own advantages, the clearest one being his 10 totems. Moreover, there were rumors of him saving his strength and resting all this time, so his vitality was even more plentiful than younger high gods. He maintained his peak state just like his youth, so if he were to take action, it would always be a decisive blow. The experts from the 100 races were naturally on Star Stomper's side. However, they were worried about his injuries from the previous battle. If he had yet to recover, this would be quite detrimental. The two gods showed no sign of relenting, so the crowd held their breath, ready to see an inevitable battle between the gods. Chapter 1845. During this confrontation, Divine Palace fully activated his divinity with sharp rays tearing apart the sky. He looked like the ruler of the world, each of his gestures could destroy everything, a single thought could dry up the ocean. On the other hand, Star Stomper was very ordinary, looking like a neighborly old man. There was no oppressive aura, but he presided in the world like a mountain. Just this casual stance alone was unshakable and impenetrable. It looks like a fight is inevitable today, fellow Taoist Star Stomper. Divine Palace slowly spewed out mantras. Each word was powerful and resounding. I agree. Star Stomper smiled and said, fellow Taoist Divine Palace, don't you want to experiment your new techniques on this old man anyway? Looks like you have heard quite a bit, fellow Taoist Star Stomper. Divine Palace thunderously said, such quick information meant that you have eyes and ears everywhere. It's no secret. Star Stomper said flatly, you entered an ancient ground back then, went back to your lair without any news from then on. Your appearance today certainly symbolized a fortuitous harvest, one that is enough for you to concoct a grand plan. Many people glanced at each other after hearing the conversation. So it turned out that Divine Palace's disappearance was due to gaining something amazing. Remember, this was a god with a set of 10 totems. His merit laws and refined treasures were not necessarily inferior to an emperor's. Thus, just imagine how wondrous this fortune must have been and made it worth it for a high god to go into seclusive cultivation. Ordinary things couldn't get into his sight, so everyone became curious. Very well. It's time to settle the feud between our clans. Divine Palace said slowly, this city is a bit small, and as the adage goes, one mountain cannot have two tigers. Today, let the winner takes everything. This will be the end of our feuds. So be it, we shall have our conclusion today. If I lose, my clan's businesses shall be yours. Star Stomper smiled. Everyone was slightly shaken after hearing this. The two sides were betting their clans several 100,000-year businesses. Of course, these resources were nothing to high gods. The two simply wanted to settle the score, so this shouldn't be too surprising. It was only a matter of time. Both the Peng and the Donggong were in decline. In order to rise again, they must swallow the other. With the appearance of their high gods now, one would surely rise again on the ashes of the other. Moreover, the Peng was part of the human race and the Donggong was part of the heaven race. The tension was naturally inevitable. It certainly didn't help when Star Stomper killed the Donggong's high god. The Donggong would never forget this feud, one that was both personal and racial. There was no chance of them sitting down for a peaceful resolution. Members of both clans were shaken with no words to describe their current emotion. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. This battle was going to determine their fate. If their ancestor were to win, then a golden era was about to come. They would be the sole tyrant of Outer Realm. But in case of defeat, they would lose everything, including their home in this place. The disciples held their breath and quietly prayed for their ancestor to return triumphantly. They palpitated from the anticipation. "Fellow Taoist, let us fight up there," Divine Palace suggested and stepped into the sky. "Very well, hurting the sceneries of this tranquil land is a scene." Star Stomper smiled and also stepped into the upper sphere. The two high gods still maintained an air of courtesy despite their fight to the death. Both were still as amicable like old friends, no trace of anger in any of them. Just their graceful attitude towards the enemy was admirable enough. This was the style of high gods, a manner worthy of their position and status. "Come, let's watch." The capable big shots all rushed to the sky and opened their heavenly gaze to watch from afar. They didn't dare to enter the upper sphere because remnant shockwaves could render them to ashes. "Go back now, tell the ancestors to activate the heavenly mirrors." Some juniors immediately ran back home in order to watch with the mirrors. In the depth of space, two high gods calmly stood there and were surrounded by many large stars and floating meteorites. All of this was a part of the galaxy system here. A fight between them would have a devastating effect on the surrounding, thus they needed to fight in space. Outer Realm City wouldn't be able to handle the impact. Even ordinary ancient battlefields wouldn't be able to contain them either, it needed to be a high-level one. In a short time, big shots everywhere and clans used heavenly gazes and mirrors in order to watch this incredible battle. The Nine Cauldrons bloodline of the human race is full of legends. This fight will be worth it because I will get to see it. Divine Palace spoke. His left eye was the moon and his right the sun. An endless light poured out and turned into a yin-yang symbol. The lucky spectators became even more excited. The Nine Cauldrons was one of the 8 grand ancient bloodlines. Not just anyone could see it, just an ancestral blood was already amazing enough, let alone an ancient one. More importantly, this was part of the human monarch bloodline. The first time it appeared was on the 6th Tao monarch, a human. This meant that the particular immortal bloodline originated from the human race. Though there was a chance for all members of the 100 races to have it, it was still the strongest when the host was a human. This was similar to the eternal bloodline of the deities, authority bloodline of the heaveners, and bestowment bloodline of the devils. Bloodlines could be mixed together through interracial marriages. For example, humans can have the devil's bestowment bloodline, or someone from the divine race could have the human monarch bloodline. However, the true power of these bloodlines still came out with the corresponding race, meaning that a Nine Cauldrons bloodline would be much stronger in a human. You will have the opportunity to see it. Star Stomper smiled and casually attacked. Boom! Multiple meteors flew towards Divine Palace with a ferocious momentum. This annihilative force was quite horrifying right outside of Outer Realm spatial border. Boom! 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 The entire space was quaking by the impact of these meteors. Buzz! Divine Palace's eyes turned ablaze and spewed out a light that could instantly refine the yin and yang. This yin-yang ray swept forward and could cut this space into 2 halves. Rumble! The meteors exploded one by one after being touched by the ray. Just imagine, numerous stars instantly exploded. This was such a magnificent scene with engulfing smoke and fire illuminating the entire area. Everything else paled in comparison. This might have been the most incredible scene of fire the spectators had ever seen. After the yin-yang ray destroyed all the meteors, the black and white portions came together to form a pulsing ray with the radius of 1,000 miles. This new beam shot straight at Star Stomper. 1. Ancestral-Ancient-Immortal. Chapter 1846, The New Beam Could Sever the Reincarnation Cycle. Even a high god would go down after touched by this light. The spectators found the attack dreadful. Only a high god would have this type of ability to instantly pierce through the earth and annihilate a great power. It was simply catastrophic. Activate. Star Stomper didn't try to hide at all. He shouted and took out a galaxy disc that turned into a huge shield. A galaxy spanning for innumerable miles turning into a shield was a terrifying scene. Rumble. The beam pulsed on the shield with rampant explosions. The shockwaves could shatter all the meteorites nearby. This was a world-destroying force. Crumbs of stars went flying after the galaxy shield shattered. The stars couldn't handle the power of the yin and yang. This magnificent scene looked like a universe spewing out debris into the sky. Each little piece could shatter an entire continent. Star Stomper let out a battle roar after the collapse of his artifact and threw out what was left of the shield. It shattered the void, resulting in a black hole. Next, it pierced through it and instantly appeared in front of Divine Palace. This gigantic shield was flying straight for his head. Tao Celestials simply couldn't stop such an attack. This was the difference between a high god and a Tao Celestial. The gap between the two realms was unsurpassable. No one could make up for the difference in cultivation. Rumble. Divine Palace was not shaken before this shield. His eyes became even brighter like the explosion of 1,000 suns. Another yin-yang beam shot out and turned the shield to ashes. Eat this. Star Stomper roared and created 7 stars with floating runes. These runes locked the entire area and soared straight at Divine Palace. Come. Divine Palace formed a dragon Madra with his hands. Rar. Dragons roared continuously with 10 true dragons leaving their nests to attack Star Stomper's 7 stars. Bang! 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 7 dragons aimed for the 7 stars while the 3 remaining ones raised their fangs to claw Star Stomper. Just one slash was enough to tear a galaxy apart. Scram! Star Stomper yelled at the 3 dragons. He was finally going all out with 9 totems appearing in the sky. 9 morning stars represented 9 supreme grand Tao and were connected with each other. 9 totems forming a set, this was Star Stomper's true power. He instantly destroyed the 10 dragons and attacked Divine Palace with his 9 totems. This power was incredible and immediately shattered all laws and space. It gathered around Divine Palace with a force capable of destroying a world. Break. Divine Palace was not afraid at all. Boom. 10 different totems emerged with the shape of a serpent dragon, ancient tree, sun and moons. The ancient tree blotted out the sky, the serpent dragon coiled around the branches, the sun and moon were illuminating the place. This was a set of 10 totems, harmonizing and supporting each other just like an independent world. In a split second, the 2 high gods have exchanged several hundred blows with an indiscernible speed even for top Tao Celestials. Boom! After another devastating blow, everything was annihilated. The entire spatial realm became nothingness. Time and space were completely crushed. After this exchange, Star Stomper staggered several steps back while Divine Palace's shoulder slightly trembled. There was no doubt that Star Stomper was at a disadvantage. It was 10 versus 9 totems. Star Stomper was inferior in the anima, power of the origin, and chaos energy. That's 10 totems for you. Big shots from the last generation murmured. The disciples and ancestor from the Donggong clan heaved a sigh of relief. Their high god had the upper hand for now. Meanwhile, the ones from the Peng felt their heart jumping out of their throat. If their forefather were to lose, then it was over for their clan. Again. Star Stomper shouted and took one step crossing through 10 million miles to appear again in front of Divine Palace. I'm not afraid of you. Divine Palace was also fierce enough. This was usually the case for characters at this level. They were never afraid of anyone on the battlefield. Rumble. It was a contest between a dragon and tiger. The two were as fast as lightning with world-destroying techniques. There was no way for top Dao Celestials to understand the profundity of each move. Only other high gods could understand the complexity behind the attacks. Dao Celestials were there only to watch the visual spectacles. Several thousand moves have been exchanged. Star Stomper was decisive and only used fatal techniques due to his battle-hardened experience. On the other hand, Divine Palace used raw strength to make up for his deficiencies. There was no clear winner, but Star Stomper was at a disadvantage. Boom! The two sides separated again after another blast. Star Stomper staggered just like before while Divine Palace could stand still. The two faced each other and were in no hurry to attack again. Fellow Daoist Divine Palace had meditated for several 100,000 years. Your understanding of the Grand Tao is incredible. On top of possessing such pure and lasting power, I'm no match for you in this regards. Even another 100,000 moves won't be able to do anything. Star Stomper commented with a tinge of emotion while looking at Divine Palace. His words came from the heart and not superficial. There was no need to lie at their level, especially during a fight to the death. Fellow Daoist, your power is inferior to mine, but your battle techniques and experience make me look clumsy in comparison. I'm no match for you in controlling the Tao. Divine Palace said straightforwardly. During his previous battles, Star Stomper saw fights between emperors with 12 wills with his own eyes. This broadened his horizon and solidified his battle experience. At their level, they were able to view emotions and hatred with a nonchalant outlook. This allowed them to speak with each other like old friends. Star Stomper smiled and shook his head. A broadsword has no edge. Techniques can't make up for the power disparity of having one less totem. Star Stomper freely admitted his lacking compared to Divine Palace. He was unconvinced in the beginning and wanted to rely on his experience and peerless battle techniques to bridge the one totem gap. However, after several attempts, he found this exceedingly difficult. The two of them didn't use external items and power, only relying on their own to fight. Thus, the difference of one totem had determined everything. Battle experiences weren't enough in this scenario. Just one totem meant having one less Grand Tao, Fate Palace, and a large amount of chaos energy. After several thousand moves, Star Stomper realized that he couldn't defeat Divine Palace with his own strength. No one could refute the fact that 10 was greater than 9. This painted a clear picture for everyone about the importance of having more totems. 1. This is a line from Return of the Condor Heroes, referencing Yongguo's heavy broadsword. A literal translation won't make sense unless you understand the reference from having read/watched Condor Heroes. The meaning is that true sword skill doesn't only rely on the sharpness of the sword but on one's cultivation. In essence, after reaching a particular level, even a blade of grass or a feeble branch can be the deadliest weapon. To elaborate further, this is the opposite belief of the Taiji belief of using soft to defeat hard. The mantras of this sword technique are, simplicity into complexity, heavy to defeat light, Taiji, clumsiness to defeat skillfulness, big to overcome small. Also, Return of the Condor Heroes is what got me into Wuxia. I devoured so many Wuxias during that period. Chapter 1847, The entire outer realm fell into a hush. Many big shots from Pure were shaken by today's battle as they watched on. The fight between a 9 and 10 totem high god was magical and brilliant. The two sides were nearly even as well, resulting in a rare spectacle. For many people, an imperial battle was too unreachable. After all, the emperors would bring about heavenly execution, so they would easily come out to fight. However, the battles between high gods made up for this. An imperial fight might happen once in every 10,000 years, but a divine fight commonly occurred. Because of this, experts were able to witness true invincibility and broaden their own horizon. The memories would become a foundation for their future path towards godhood. A fight between low-level high gods wasn't that exceptional, but this one was different. They were nearly at the apex of this branch and weren't weaker than some emperors. Their style, grand Tao, and profundity truly benefited the spectators. The low-level high gods were shaken. Some even came out in person just to watch this amazing battle. Warm-up time is over, time to fight for real now. Star Stomper stretched and laughed. Very well, to the death. Divine Palace was not afraid at all and let out a roar. It was only an appetizer earlier between the two with physical techniques. They haven't used their weapons just yet. It was an assessing attempt, so neither used external powers. The crowd was startled. Just their warm-up was already frightening enough. If the two were to use their real murderous attack, even low-level high gods wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. Kill. Star Stomper made the distance of several planets with a single jump and appeared inside Divine Palace's sphere. Clank. His armament instantly appeared. He was riding a celestial steed with a cosmic bow. This particular set emitted an orange glow of the stars. Pluff. Light particles turned into an arrow that was already next to Divine Palace's chest in the blink of an eye. This speed was virtually peerless. Even Divine Palace felt that way. Boom. He was one thought away from death, but he chose the right course of action. A shield of the Heaven Bestowment rank blocked his chest. This was a Divine Tao weapon of the Heaven Bestowment level, one that wasn't inferior to any Imperial weapon. Boom. Even this shield couldn't stop the arrow and was penetrated. Meanwhile, Divine Palace was blown away by the force. Rumble. Divine Palace took out multiple powerful weapons and built an unsurpassable wall. Buzz. In the same time frame, Star Stomper gathered the force of Endless Star to shoot another arrow. This wall was pierced again and Divine Palace was blown away by the impact of this arrow. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood this time around. Star Stomper had seized the upper hand after using two fatal moves instantly. Star Stomping Stallion Armament. Divine Palace praised after being pushed back by several spheres. Star Stomper was wearing a postnatal orange martial armament with 6 Tao fetuses. It had a bow and arrow, a heavenly stallion, an armor, and 2 more weapons. Such an armament wasn't considered rare in this world. However, this was Star Stomper's main armament of choice. His Tao and merit laws were created around it, hence their great harmonization. It was an amazing fit. Moreover, this armament worked so well with the anima of his totems. This was the reason why he chose to use it all this time. It had experienced years of refinement and battles with him. From start to finish, he had many weapons and saw countless treasures. Only this armament stuck with him all along. To a certain sense, this reinforced the notion that there wasn't a strongest weapon, only a most suitable one. After reaching a certain level, cultivators needed to make the right choice about their Tao weapons. People were shaken to see this incredible set adorned by the High God. He looked quite majestic and awe-inspiring. In fact, his god title came from this armament. When people heard his name, they would automatically imagine him in this particular form. This armament was well-rounded since it had speed, destructiveness, offense, and defense. There was no doubt that without an armament, one would be at a disadvantage even if they had a powerful Tao weapon. This was the reason why Divine Palace still couldn't stop Star Stomper's offense despite using many powerful weapons. This was why so many experts would try to obtain an armament for an entire lifetime. It was the Donggong disciples' turn to be nervous. Earlier, they felt quite good because their god had the advantage, but the situation had reversed so quickly. Their god was wounded now. It is time for you to use your move, earned after several 100,000 years of rumination, fellow Taoist. Star Stomper didn't give chase. He stopped and calmly said. He clearly had the upper hand, but instead of pushing for victory, he became quite vigilant and careful. The Grand Tao isn't easy, the power of an individual isn't enough to gaze into the heavenly way. Divine Palace sighed sentimentally and uttered a confusing response. Clank. He slowly unsheathed a crescent saber completely shrouded in a cold aura. The blade wasn't as white as snow, there were only faint pulsing lights of a gray shade. People got the illusion that this grayness was death itself. This saber wasn't complete since a side of the blade was broken. However, it seemed to be born in this manner, that it was already a broken blade upon inception. Despite lacking an invincible glint and oppressive aura, people still lost control of their mind after gazing at it. This blade seemed capable of reaping their lives without any problem. A high heaven war scroll. A low-level high god was astounded and blurted out. However, there were young cultivators who had no idea what it was. No wonder why you have been so reclusive for so long, it is all because of this saber, a war scroll. I suppose it is worth it. Star Stomper's eyes became serious after seeing this weapon and said. It's only a broken half-scroll. Divine Palace said, 100,000 years to break the sail, another to incubate the blade, then the same period to comprehend the text, all of this was required to have today's result. An individual is too weak, it's not easy to gaze at the claw of the high heaven at all. Star Stomper looked at the saber and said, it's enough already. This is a primordial form of this scroll and you are its first master, grasping the oldest primal force, it's the same as wielding the high heaven's trusted tool. This saber will allow you to do whatever you want, no wonder why you came into being today. If it was me, I would also want to test this saber against a high god of the same level. Maybe I'll be the one sacrificed to the saber. Divine Palace didn't become complacent, this ferocious blade will either kill the enemy or its user. Its first slash must taste divine blood. Who knows if it will be your blood or mine? The crowd was creeped out after hearing this. Even those who didn't know about a high heaven war scroll still gazed at the crescent blade. Chapter 1848, the spectating low-level high gods shuddered at the sight of the blade as well despite its incomplete form. Intuition told them that it still could easily harvest anyone's life. What is a high heaven war scroll? A junior asked their senior. Your master isn't so sure because our sect never had one before. Rumor has it that they are items that fell down from the ultimate expeditions, not all have to be weapons. Normally, its first master would determine its final form. What you comprehend is what it shall be. The senior mused before answering. Why is it called a broken half-scroll? The inquisitive junior inquired again. Items falling down from the ultimate expeditions come in all shapes and forms. But at the most fundamental level, they aren't only simple treasures, they themselves contain the composition of the heaven and earth. A complete item will have a complete composition. Later on, some supreme emperors separated the compositional laws from the items, wishing to turn these laws into amazing hereditary techniques. However, the majority of the items falling down are usually flawed or incomplete, this makes the compositions inside flawed as well. Thus, people usually call this a broken half-scroll. The senior patiently explained. Is this half-scroll very powerful? The junior asked after seeing his master's austere expression. Not just powerful, this is a ferocious weapon. Normally, no one wants to separate the item and the laws. Only the fusion of the two would result in a real murderous tool. It can be said that they are capable of killing gods and devils, there's no sheathing them before they taste blood. The senior said. The spectators who understood these weapons were quite solemn, Star Stomper included. His eyes were flashing while staring at the blade. Fellow Taoist, if I were to lose, please treat this weapon well. Divine Palace said slowly. Perhaps I will be the loser and my blood shall be the sacrifice. Star Stomper replied. Both sides showed humility at this moment because they were evenly matched. There was no point in boasting in this death match. An opponent was too rare at their level and should be treated with respect. Its name is Limit Severer. Divine Palace gently tapped the blade with such meticulous tenderness and unwillingness to let go as if he was caressing a lover. It's a good name, I will remember it. Star Stomper seriously nodded. Divine Palace closed his eyes while holding the blade, come, to the death. There was no point in using his eyes, the blade in his hand was all-seeing. All of his divinity and oppressive lights disappeared, leaving only his fluttering robe in the wind. Divine Palace seemed to be no more. Star Stomper's foe was this incomplete blade. It had no murderous intent or unstoppable momentum, only a faint glimmer that could make the soul jump. Star Stomper stopped focusing on Divine Palace as well because that high god no longer mattered. Boom! Star Stomper erupted with a blinding light after exerting his 9 totems to their limit. They circled above him with countless stars. His star-stomping stallion armament also exuded an orange glow, just like a god spreading their 2 wings. The runes on the armament became extremely clear. The Tao profundity of this armament had been completely understood by Star Stomper, so its majestic power engulfed the entire area. Buzz! He pulled back the bowstring and readied the arrow. The starry lights nearby all gathered on this arrow. People began to feel as if this arrow could penetrate 3,000 worlds. Pluff! The sound came after the release of the arrow. There was a glorious and blinding trail illuminating the entire spatial sphere. It was even more dazzling than the explosion of 10,000 suns. Many couldn't look straight at all, their vision had been temporarily compromised from the flash. Low-level high gods were astounded. One of them said, "This arrow isn't comparable to the one released by immortal Emperor Dai Jian back then, but it can definitely slaughter a 4-totem high god." Boom! The arrow crossed the countless distance and made it to Divine Palace's throat. Despite containing the power of endless stars, it was only the size of a finger. Nevertheless, its sharpness could pierce through all things. In this split second, Divine Palace finally slashed his blade forward in a direct and simple manner. There was no decoration in this slash, but it was enough to split the invincible arrow into 2 halves. The trail of light disappeared and the arrow lost its power. Whoosh! Star Stomper's 2 weapons to his left and right immediately raided in a crisscross manner. It looked like a golden dragon scissor, capable of severing the yin and yang, the reincarnation cycle, and the 3,000 worlds. Nothing could be connected after its cut. This scissor also aimed for Divine Palace's head, wishing to decapitate him with unbelievable speed. There was no chance for people to retaliate. The scissor was fast, but Divine Palace's saber was even faster. No one could see it clearly, but he had knocked away the 2 ambushing weapons. Next, this saber was coming for Star Stomper's chest through endless space. Distance seemed to be meaningless before its offense. This all happened in the blink of an eye, from the first slash stopping the arrow to the second stopping the scissor to this third attack. It was as if Divine Palace had slashed 3 times instantly. The slashes were flawlessly connected. There was no technique or variation to this third place, it was only a simple cut without the profundity of the Tao. Just the beautiful slash itself was enough, no need for garish spectacles. Star Stomper was very fast due to his stallion armament. However, he couldn't evade this slash either. Even low-level high gods couldn't see it at all. Bang! The slash finally connected and blood stained the blade. One could hear the pattering noises of blood dripping down the blade, the crimson blood of a high god. Each drop was full of divinity. Star Stomper's armor had been cleaved open by the slash. There was a shocking wound on his chest since one could see the ribcage. The slash had almost split Star Stomper into 2 halves. The thing that saved Star Stomper's life was a short halberd. Alas, a scar had been left behind on the weapon. This halberd looked ugly and seemed to be a rushed job, but it was taking in and out a frightening aura. It could break the heaven above and punish hell below. Nothing could ever stop this halberd from achieving victory. It looked as if it was made for killing. This was too apparent due to its destructive aura. It also had an imperial presence and the supreme will of a grand emperor. This will could slaughter everything in the world. Chapter 1849. After seeing his forefather bleeding, even an ancestor like Peng Yu was scared out of his mind and shuddered. He didn't calm down until the forefather had successfully stopped the saber. On the other hand, the disciples and ancestors from the Donggong were ecstatic and found it regrettable that it wasn't the end of the battle. Nevertheless, this gave them hope that their forefather would be the victorious one. What weapon is that, capable of stopping a broken half-scroll? Top Dao Celestials were stirred and took a deep breath. Remember that Star Stomper's armament was incredible and capable of stopping Imperial Dao weapons, yet it was cut open so easily by the slash. One could imagine just how sharp and terrifying this saber was. However, the short halberd was able to stop it. There was no doubt that this particular weapon was superior to his stallion armament. This is, a low-level high god recalled a rumor to his horror. A heaven-punishing imperial weapon. Divine Palace raised his brows after seeing this weapon with an emotional stir in his voice. Keen you are, fellow Daoist. Star Stomper didn't bother to look at the wound on his chest and let blood continue to stain his armor. An injury caused by a high heaven war scroll was hard to close, so he wasn't in a rush. Moreover, he was already used to having injuries. I didn't expect you to have a heaven-punishing weapon. This is quite surprising indeed. Normally, emperors wouldn't pass down these weapons to the world, so yours is very precious. Divine Palace spoke with austerity. People glanced at each other. Someone who has never heard of the item asked, "What is a heaven-punishing weapon?" Even a few disciples from imperial lineages had never seen them before. These are weapons prepared by emperors specifically for the ultimate expedition. They have magnificent power, far above regular imperial weapons. An imperial ancestor elaborated. Benevolent halberd. Li Qie gently sighed after seeing the weapon. The emperors still needed to be careful when facing the ultimate expedition. Choosing to go wasn't a hasty decision, it required preparation and planning. Thus, they would create specific weapons called heaven-punishing. It is thanks to the generosity of immortal Emperor Min Run. Star Stomper didn't gloat. He slowly said, the emperor had always wanted to go on the expedition, so he experienced creating man-weapons. Unfortunately, some failed and couldn't compare with his true immortal armament. During Emperor Hunt, he personally bestowed this weapon to me for protection. The crowd was shocked since they didn't expect this weapon to have such an amazing origin. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was a title that could be heard anywhere in the 13 continents. Even though he was a quiet emperor was from the 9 worlds, he was simply unstoppable during Emperor Hunt. His cultivation was strong enough on top of possessing a true immortal armament. This gave him the ability to fight against the peak emperors from the 3 races. Some considered him to be on the same level as Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Fei, and World Emperor. Thus, he was absolutely part of the highest echelon of the imperial order. The 5th expedition was started by him. This and his achievements in Emperor Hunt gave him an everlasting fame throughout history. Immortal Emperor Min Ren is a hero. It is an honor to witness the emperor's heaven-punishing weapon. Fellow Daoist, let us finish this. Having said that, he aimed his limit severer at Star Stomper. Buzz. His saber emitted strings of light that weren't overly bright, yet as they were spreading out, they looked like remnants of light from the beginning of the heaven and earth. They pierced straight to the soul. Not to mention ordinary experts, even top Dao celestials felt their soul being peeled off. Their neck uncontrollably presented itself for a decapitation without a chance to resist. The low-level high gods shuddered as well. Their true fate was untouchable, but it still trembled all the same. "Very well, let's go again." Star Stomper loudly responded with a voice as crisp as a bell. Boom! His vitality crazily surged into the sky like an apocalyptic tsunami. This energy condensed together to form an ancient cauldron. With another loud explosion, the cauldron illuminated everything before fusing with the high god's body. Runes appeared everywhere on his body as if each of his muscles had been polished by them. In the blink of an eye, faint bronze rays exuded from him. It wasn't blinding, but there was an ancient power within. At this moment, it looked like his body was created by this ancient cauldron. The Nine Cauldrons bloodline lives up to its fame. Divine Palace was slightly moved at this sight. Even a god found this bloodline astonishing. One of our two human ancestral bloodlines. So many people became envious. All races would love to have this bloodline since there were only 8 in the world. To see one in person was a stirring event. The members of the Peng clan were even more shaken. This bloodline has been their pride all this time because even imperial lineages couldn't have one. Some of these imperial lineages even wanted a marriage alliance with them just to have the chance for this bloodline. Thus, for the descendants to see this bloodline was an exciting matter. Unfortunately, it also reminded them that no one else in their clan had it outside of Star Stomper. Time to end this. Star Stomper took one step forward in this new cauldron state. It could shoulder the world or cover the 13 continents, even calming the myriad ages. Boom! Star Stomper instantly closed the distance and thrust his halberd forward. The weapon pierced through the void and aimed straight for Divine Palace's chest. Boundless Severer. Divine Palace's expression turned dark and answered back with a reverse slash from the ground up. Clank. The saber dragged a trail of long, faint image. Its faintness could still sever the myriad ages. The 6 Tao and time itself were instantly cut off. This image of a saber crossed through the halberd thrust but also managed to stop it entirely. Pluff. This long saber image instantly made contact with Star Stomper, wanting to annihilate him. It wasn't only fast but also destructive enough to grasp the entire universe. No one could escape. Star Stomper had no choice but to face it directly. The spectators gasped as the blade was going to hit Star Stomper. Chapter 1850, Pluff. The slash was still going to hit Star Stomper. In this interim, the high god's body suddenly emitted an ancient light as the runes on his skin floated around. It looked as if he had an old armor on. Bang! The saber image struck the armor with sparks flying everywhere. The armor managed to stop the initial slash, but the blade's shadow continued for Star Stomper's body. A terrible blade wound appeared on his body. However, with buzzing noises, this wound quickly came together and disappeared. The first wound earlier was gone as well. The 9 Cauldrons bloodline was incredible due to its unshakable property. It resembled 9 cauldrons calming 9 continents or locking the myriad ages. It was capable of withstanding many attacks. Divine Palace was surprised to see the failed attack and quickly retreated through 10 spatial spheres. Wow, this is too heaven-defying, capable of stopping a high heaven war scroll. Even the emperors might not necessarily be able to do so. A low-level high god saw through the fight and took a deep breath. That's an ancestral blood for you. Wuxia commented as well. There's a reason why people say that bloodlines determine everything in the 13 continents. Even a grand completion indestructible diamond physique might need 1,000 years of recuperation in bed after that strike. Physiques weren't a thing in the 13 continents, only bloodlines. This was because bloodlines have exceeded the physiques. For example, Nine Cauldrons' bloodline was different from the diamond physique, but their effect was similar. However, this bloodline was even better than the diamond physique. It didn't only protect one's body, it also boosted the user's vitality, talents, and true fate. In the 9 worlds, the physiques only boosted one's body while the bloodlines at the 13 continents were all-encompassing. The low-level high gods couldn't believe it. A physical body was able to stop a high god with 10 palaces using a broken half-scroll. Divine Palace was very confident in his saber. Not to mention a 9-totem high god, he thought he could even take down one with 11 totems. The 9 Cauldrons bloodline is unbelievable. Divine Palace was caught off guard by the power of this bloodline. He was certainly stronger than Star Stomper, but he lost all of his advantages the moment Star Stomper used his bloodline. Let's settle this with one move. Star Stomper laughed and exuded endless light from his body. He looked just like an ancient bronze statue now. Heaven-breaking thrust. Star Stomper roared. All of his bronze light gathered on the halberd before piercing through the sky. The galaxy itself seemed insignificant before this heavenly halberd's powered-up form. Boom! The halberd swept by with an annihilative momentum. All laws collapsed, they were so fragile before this attack. This was a heaven-punishing technique created by immortal Emperor Minrun. He didn't use it and passed it down to Star Stomper instead. Low-level high gods thought that this attack could instantly render them to ashes. Activate. Divine Palace crazily howled and did another reverse slash with his saber. Limit Sever was accompanied with boundless primordial chaos and the power of the high heaven. The sharpness of this slash could cut through everything in this world. Clank. The two weapons collided with a force shaking 3,000 worlds. The ensuing fiery sparks could destroy many galaxies and pierce through the void. However, the slash was stopped and didn't leave a mark behind on the halberd. The first slash left a scar behind, not this time around. This wasn't only because of the heaven-breaking thrust, because the peerless bloodline played a big part as well. It made Star Stomper virtually invincible, and when he channeled this energy into his weapon, it became untouchable as well. Boom! Limit Sever went flying after Divine Palace lost his grip. The halberd slammed down on Divine Palace. Many could hear a horrifying sound of bone breaking. The high god screamed before collapsing. His vitality dissipated as he left one last comment, still one step below. Having said that, he closed his eyes and embarked for the Yellow River. This was the end of a 10-totem high god. The entire place became quiet. The only audible noises were the ragged breathing of the excited crowd. The curtain had finally fallen for this battle. Divine Palace High God had lost his life. No one mocked him at this moment since none was qualified to do so. If it was another high god, the outcome might have been even worse. Not to mention low-level high gods, even an ordinary emperor might need to think carefully before challenging Star Stomper. No. After coming back from their stupor, the disciples and ancestors from the Donggong clan miserably bellowed. They all fell into an abyss of despair. Their forefather had died in battle. This also meant the end of their clan. They must leave Outer Realm in the future or even the cultivation world. They had a hard time accepting this but were also powerless to do anything. Star Stomper brought Divine Palace's corpse back to the Donggong clan. He handed it to a disciple from that clan and said flatly, "Find a treasure land and bury your forefather." Despite being enemies, all grievances and animosities have ended with Divine Palace's death. Someone of Star Stomper's level wouldn't bother dealing with these Donggong juniors now. These young ones didn't dare to say anything and accepted their forefather's corpse with teary eyes. From today on, your Donggong clan is disbanded. Your businesses shall be taken by our Peng clan. I allow you all to pack up your treasures and leave. Star Stomper declared. There was no resistance to this demand. It would only be throwing eggs at a rock for the Donggong disciples. They might as well just try their best to stay alive in order to keep the clan going. The ancestors and disciples quietly packed up despite any unwillingness. They didn't wish to leave the land and home that had fed them, but there was no other choice. There was no place for them in Outer Realm any longer. The Peng clan was already merciful enough for not kicking a dog while it's down. Yes. 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 Even an ancestor like Peng Yu couldn't help but applaud 3 times. The rest of the Peng disciples cheered as well. They could finally breathe easy now since this battle had solidified their position in Outer Realm once more. Their high god had returned triumphantly. Nothing could be better than this for them. Wuxia simply chuckled at this outcome since it was within his expectation. Star Stomper was once his follower, so he was confident in the guy's abilities. After the end of the battle, he returned to the Peng clan with the same calmness as always. In just one day, the situation at Outer Realm had changed completely. The declining Peng clan was shining again. Perhaps they would be able to herald a new golden age. As for the Donggong, this name was no more in Outer Realm. Their disciples wouldn't be seen in this city in the future. This news created quite a stir after it got to Pure. Even though high gods weren't too rare, one at Star Stomper's level who had also participated in Emperor Hunt wasn't common at all. This victory stopped anyone from having doubts about his past exploits and prestige. Chapter 1851. The news of Star Stomper High God coming into being and killing Divine Palace High God spread across Pure in a short time. It shocked many great powers and even imperial lineages. This was especially noteworthy because Star Stomper was prestigious and had an ancestral bloodline. Thus, the great powers were more attentive to the event. This news overshadowed something else, the death of the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. People didn't care about this particular casualty during the ordeal because they were only focusing on news about Star Stomper. However, one person didn't forget about him, his daughter, the Heavenly Phoenix Princess. She instantly heard about his death and became horrified. What? Father was killed? She stood up and shouted after hearing the message. The princess was a very calm and steady person even in face of many great responsibilities and troubles. Alas, she still became flustered and trembled, needing to push down on the table in order to stand straight since her legs were giving up. Yes, Your Highness, please mobilize and avenge His Majesty. The messenger was an old minister under the royal lord. He was also part of the royal family. He was prostrating before the princess at this moment. This news was too much for the princess. Her brother was just killed a while ago and now, it was her father's turn to die. It definitely shook her to the core. Who is the murderer? The princess chillingly inquired. The old minister hurriedly responded, it's that Wuxia who calls himself fiercest. He killed His Majesty and a high ancestor. Looks like he won't stop before killing all of Heavenly Phoenix. Wuxia. The princess' expression turned cold. There was an old adage, nothing is thicker than blood. So now, it was a tough period for the princess with the death of 2 family members. Tell me everything, carefully. The princess took a deep breath and quelled her emotional pain before asking the minister. Your Highness, His Majesty only wanted to offer his respect during Star Stomper High God's birthday. Who would have thought that the Feng clan would conspire with Wuxia to humiliate him? He couldn't stand comments besmirching our kingdom's glory and honor, so he fought against Wuxia. The old minister embellished the story. Of course, this was the opposite of what had actually happened. He made it sound as if Wuxia was a heinous villain who humiliated their kingdom and the War Monarch clan. On the other hand, Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord was the humble gentleman who kept it cool until the line was crossed. In the end, he died to Wuxia. The princess sat down in silence after hearing this. Despite the embellishment and lies, the princess was clear on one thing, that she must at least avenge her father. She was full of regrets because she did try to convince him against vengeance before he left. It wouldn't have been late to do so after the bigger picture was finished. Alas, her father went against it and rushed for revenge, his last undoing. Your Highness, please mobilize. This fiercest first killed the prince and now also the royal lord. He truly wants to destroy our kingdom. Kill him and flatten the Peng clan to show the world your might. The minister slammed his forehead on the ground and beseeched. The princess gently waved her sleeve and said, I'll make a decision about this. They will not die in vain, but the time is not now. Your Highness, please mobilize now. For His Majesty and the Crown Prince. All of Heavenly Phoenix are willing to die at the vanguard. The old minister cried and continued to kowtow. Elder Sure, you are stricken with grief, please go rest. Take your leave. The princess spoke, leaving no room for objection. Your Highness, you must avenge His Majesty. The old minister didn't want to leave, but her attendants dragged him out. He continued to shout outside the door. She sat there and ignored him, then closed her eyes. Her fists were tightly clenched as she shuddered and tears inadvertently dripped from her eyes. Your Highness, will you mobilize? After a long while, an old woman resembling a specter appeared next to the princess and softly asked. The princess sat with a mournful expression without replying. Despite being an amazing woman, the pain of losing a father was still overwhelming. With your current status, if you personally go and ask the high gods of the War Monarch clan, capturing this Wuxia might not be difficult. The woman suggested after seeing a lack of response. The princess composed herself after a while and gently shook her head. I knew this day was a possibility when father didn't listen to my advice. In fact, she knew that her father would go looking for revenge, but she couldn't stop him. Thus, it would only be a matter of time, but she still felt terrible about it. It's too late for words now because His Majesty is dead. The only thing we can do is avenge him. The old woman said. The old woman followed the princess to the War Monarch clan, so she was emotionally attached to Heavenly Phoenix, hence her support for vengeance. No. The princess refused. My position isn't to scheme for Heavenly Phoenix nor personal vendetta. The only reason I'm sitting here is because the Grand Emperors believe in me and my ability to act within the realm of my authority. The princess was still an outsider. Just imagine, how many talents did a clan with 5 emperors have? Why did they pick a daughter-in-law and give her authority over their armies? Even the clan's ancestors and a few high gods listened to her orders? Was this all because she was Jin Ji's fiancée? That alone wasn't enough, regardless of how much Jin Gu adored her. An outsider like the princess wasn't qualified to have so much authority on this basis alone. Her power was predicated on the trust that the Grand Emperors of the clan have in her. The other ancestors couldn't be in charge of this decision, putting an outsider in charge of administrative duties. Well, do we just act as if nothing has happened then? The old woman understood the gravity of the situation and the right choice. Nevertheless, she was still unwilling because she was born in Heavenly Phoenix, a citizen from there. No one could swallow the anger of their lord being killed. I understand, everyone in Heavenly Phoenix wants revenge for father, but not now. The princess said with a serious tone, I will not mobilize a single soldier to have retribution for my own family. Nothing is more important than my husband becoming a Grand Emperor. Why is it that I am in this position? It is all because my husband can become a Grand Emperor. Everyone holds him in high regards. That's why the resources of the War Monarchs are poured into him. The gods in the 13 continents all give him some face, and this is why Heavenly Phoenix is respected today. If husband was only an ordinary in the clan, would I be sitting here today? Would Heavenly Phoenix be enjoying all of the current perks and glory? Our side's prosperity is predicated on husband becoming an emperor. Here, the princess became solemn and continued, if he can't become an emperor, then it is tantamount to being a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. Thus, if he can't become an emperor, then nothing else will exist. This was why I didn't mobilize when father came to ask me for help. It wasn't because I'm cold-hearted, that I'm untouched after brother and father were murdered. I will be a sinner if I waste military power for vengeance, causing my husband to fail during his ascension. I would be letting both the War Monarch and Heavenly Phoenix down. Without the War Monarchs, how much stronger can our kingdom grow? Without the protection of a son-in-law Grand Emperor, can we become stronger than we are currently? The princess said sternly. 1. Can't touch a flower in the mirror or the moon's reflection in the water, meaning ephemeral or a lack of true sustenance, I suppose. Chapter 1852, The old woman shuddered and was drenched in cold sweat. She kneeled and asked for forgiveness. Your Highness, please forgive my short-sightedness. I simply wanted revenge for His Majesty. The princess sighed while looking at the old woman. Rise, you have followed me for so long, it is understandable that you want revenge for father. She stared at the horizon and said helplessly, I also hate the fact that I can't avenge them right now. As long as Groom can become a Grand Emperor, all of this will be easily dealt with. The old woman said. That's all we can do. If husband can't become a Grand Emperor, then all will be for naught. Power and fame will turn into smoke. At that point, our kingdom will be ridden with trouble too. The princess stared austerely at the old woman. Earlier, the old woman was blinded with hatred, but now, she could see the sun hiding behind the receding clouds. After the marriage alliance with the War Monarch, their kingdom's status soared. However, they only had one emperor and couldn't compare to the stronger lineages. However, this new power and status weren't won by them personally. It was all because of Jin Gu. If he couldn't become a Grand Emperor, then they would be assaulted on all sides, maybe even by the War Monarchs. Groom must become a Grand Emperor. The old woman muttered after understanding the implications. Revenge was not important, for all will end if Jin Gu were to fail. Yes. The princess replied, there can't be any mistake during this ascension. I won't allow it, and neither will the War Monarchs. My military power won't be used for anything outside of this event. She was very determined and considered this task to be her #1 priority, even over avenging her father. I will fully support you. The old woman said. The princess nodded. Mama, you are an influential person in the royal clan, so I need you to return to Heavenly Phoenix and take charge. The clan will want revenge after the death of the Lord, so you need to stop this camp. I don't want them to cause more trouble before the ascension. I understand and will take care of this for you, princess. The old woman said. Go tell those dukes and princes to not mobilize themselves. No one will provoke Wuxia and especially the Peng clan without my permission. She added, Wuxia did whatever he wanted back at Jilin, this shows that he has plenty of strength. Those who provoke him will be ruining my important business. As for the Peng, their star stomper high god is out now, provoking him is suicidal. Plus, this high god is very influential among the 100 races. We are still a part of the 100 races. Even if we are close to the Heaveners now, it doesn't mean we are opposing the 100 races. Provoking Star Stomper is the same as opposing our own kind. Thus, if any royal member messes with the Peng, do not blame me for being merciless. No need for Star Stomper to do anything, I'll kill them myself. It was a direct order from the princess, not just a casual comment. I'll make sure to give the order. If any of the brats dares to do anything, I'll take off their head myself. The old woman had followed the princess enough to know how serious these direct orders are. She wouldn't show mercy to any violators, regardless of who they are. Go, I hope Heavenly Phoenix can be fine and stop causing trouble. Tell the royal members to stop thinking that they can do whatever they want just because the War Monarchs are backing us up right now. Kill the violators. She coldly uttered. In fact, she was aware of what her father and brother were up to, using the prestige of the War Monarch clan to bully others. However, one was a brother that she loved since youth while the other was her father. She couldn't exactly punish them. But this was no longer the case. There was no longer anything holding her back from carrying out this iron order. The Peng clan was very lively right now. A feast would be putting it mildly. This was a grand celebration. One could hear laughter everywhere with everyone dressing up in jubilation. The birthday celebration should have ended, but the Peng was opening its gate to everyone right now. In the past, they kept a low profile on this day, but now, it was an open entry to all. The 100 races sent disciples to this celebration, but they were only ordinary members. It was only to show respect toward Star Stomper. This was no longer the case. Big shots from even imperial lineages came with great gifts. Even low-level high gods personally arrived. The mansion was engulfed in a festive mood. Not only did their high god return, but they have also taken over the businesses of the Donggong. These were two happy events on the same day. Meanwhile, Star Stomper ignored the rowdiness of the juniors and didn't care about the celebration. Inside the main hall, there were only Wuxia, Star Stomper, Peng Yi, and Peng Yu. Peng Yu was the strongest ancestor, so he naturally could see their forefather. On the other hand, Peng Yi was the current clan master, the future hope of the clan. Thus, he was also eligible to be here. The two of them were extremely excited. Peng Yu was sentimental. Their clan has been in decline for so long. They have finally waited until this day. As for Peng Yi, he was still giddy. He grew up listening to the tales of his forefather and was the biggest fan. Now, he could actually see his forefather in person. This happiness came too suddenly. Keep in mind that the previous clan masters couldn't see the forefather at all. Even Peng Yu couldn't do so unless the forefather called for him. Peng Yi felt that he was too lucky to be standing here right now. Wuxia was sitting on the main seat, symbolizing the greatest status. Both Peng Yu and Peng Yi felt that Wuxia was too arrogant since their forefather was right here. But they were preoccupied with glee and came forward to meet their forefather. However, Star Stomper ignored his descendants and stepped closer to bow at Wuxia. "Your general greets you, Your Excellency. I'm embarrassed for not personally welcoming you even though you are here with your real body." Wuxia smiled and helped him up. "No need for this type of formality between us. Sit, this is your birthday, don't be so polite." The high god couldn't help but smile. "How can I be at ease now after hearing this, Your Excellency? The fact that you are here to celebrate will make me lose a few years." This was a reasonable take. In the eyes of others, Star Stomper was much older than Wuxia. The truth was that he was only a junior before Wuxia. The guy even taught him when he was still a hot-headed youth. Wuxia smiled after hearing this. Peng Yi and Peng Yu became slack-jawed and couldn't calm down at all. They stood there, petrified. For their clan, Star Stomper was a supreme existence who was looked up by all the descendants. In fact, due to his bloodline and power, he was a pivotal character in all of Pure. Otherwise, Ren Sheng wouldn't have personally come to ask for Star Stomper's help for the ambush against Jin Gu. It wasn't only because Star Stomper was powerful. It was more that Star Stomper was very influential among the 100 races. Many people would answer his call. 1. The word groom here is one with respect. There isn't an equivalent in English. Servants would call the groom by this title. I thought about replacing it with sir since this is usually my go-to for certain honorifics with no direct translation, but it doesn't fit entirely here too. Mama is what they call their wet nurse or female caretaker. This is a literal translation. This is one of the reasons why I'm afraid of translating court/political novels. There are so many terms that don't have a direct translation. Chapter 1853. At this moment, their forefather, Star Stomper High God, actually performed such a grand gesture towards Li Qie and even considered himself a junior. This scared the soul out of Peng Yu and Peng Yi. Remember that he was a prestigious high god, even on the same level as certain emperors. Just who the hell was this Li Qie? This made the two shudder with cold sweat. He might be a supreme overlord walking in the mundane world, quite a rare and horrifying occurrence. Peng Yi was even more affected. In the last 2 days, he had been calling Li Qie, brother. If his forefather was assuming the role of Li Qie's junior, it meant that he was overstepping his bounds. This thought made his legs tremble even though he was no coward. It was already impressive that he didn't drop to the ground. Star Stomper also sat down with a happy expression. Even though they weren't master-disciple in status, Li Qie had indeed taught him before. His current achievement was due to Li Qie. Back in Emperor Hunt, he followed Li Qie everywhere and rampaged the battlefield on command. Star Stomper was one of the longest followers of Li Qie among the high gods, but he stopped seeing Li Qie after the guy went back to the 9 worlds. Thus, it was understandable for him to rejoice after seeing Li Qie's real body. The two of you, come over here. Quickly greet His Excellency. This is your fortune. Star Stomper gestured at the 2 kneeling men. The 2 regained their wits after hearing their forefather. They quickly came over and prostrated with fear. We lowly ones greet you, Your Excellency. They didn't know who he was, but it couldn't be wrong to kneel right now. Peng Yi didn't dare to look up and eventually said, I was too blind to know about your presence, please forgive me. His words were trembling from having been too casual with an overlord. Rise, you didn't know. Li Qie looked at him and smiled. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and prayed their fortune that this person was benevolent enough. Star Stomper couldn't help shaking his head while looking at the 2, that's my unworthy descendants. Looks like the clan's decline is inevitable, just like the setting sun. This god might be powerful, but he couldn't stay in the mundane world. He needed to hide in exploration grounds. Thus, even if he wanted to help, he didn't have the time or the energy to put in the effort. The 2 lowered their head in shame. Their clan had enough resources and ordinary lineages didn't dare to provoke them when their forefather is still alive. However, they couldn't produce any talent recently. The older generation was withering while the young had no accomplishments. This resulted in the clan not being as prosperous as before. Li Qie chuckled in response after hearing the negative evaluation. Peng Yi is still cultivable. His talents are a bit lacking with an unpolished Dao heart, but he is reasonable and understands propriety. Even if he won't have any achievements on the Dao path, he'll be just fine being in charge of the clan. There is still hope for a resurgence. Peng Yi was indeed mediocre in terms of cultivation. However, he was capable of reading situations and act accordingly. His biggest flaw was his lack of experience. If Your Excellency thinks so, then he is worthy of grooming. Star Stomper nodded and told Peng Yi, stay with me in the next month, then I'll personally train you. Do not disappoint us, the responsibility of the clan falls on your shoulder. Star Stomper was aware of His Excellency's ability to see through everything. Peng Yi's evaluation showed his potential. Because of this, he decided to keep the boy around for training. The Peng clan required talents in the future. Peng Yi was stunned to hear this and couldn't calm down. It took a while before he kneeled down and said, I will do my best, forefather. This happiness came too sudden. He didn't expect to be able to spend time with his forefather just because of a single comment from Li Qie. Peng Yu was excited for him too. It was very difficult to hang around the forefather, only the most talented of disciples. Peng Yi was an exception to the rule now. This was an amazing opportunity for him. Leave. The high god gently waved his sleeve. The 2 kneeled and bowed again before leaving quietly. After they left, the high god had to ask, Your Excellency, you're here now with your real body, are you about to go all out and declare war against the three races? Going all out is for certain, but whether I'll be declaring war or not on the three races is dependent on their own awareness. If they still think they're the only ones qualified to be the masters of this world, then it is time for a rude awakening. But if they are willing to live in peace with the 100 races, I don't think I'm a war-loving fanatic. Wuxia smiled and said. That's hard. Even if World Emperor and his group can change their stance, the other lineages from the three races like Celestial Palace might not accept our status. World Emperor is a visionary, but he alone can't decide everything for the three races. He needs support from top players like Profound Emperor. Otherwise, it's hard for the other lineages to not be influenced by Celestial Palace. Star Stomper shook his head after this reflection. Despite hiding in exploration grounds, he had lived long enough to have an insightful outlook on the current political climate of the 13 continents. That's fine, it'll just be another war at worst. It won't just be Emperor Hunt anymore, it'll be named Emperor Massacre instead. In short, I don't want to see any thorn before I embark on the final battle. I'll take care of everything first. Wuxia leisurely said. I am willing to follow you again for the second time, to the final battle. Star Stomper said with excitement. Wuxia replied, there will be a chance. But for now, you need to cultivate in peace back in your abode. According to my calculation, you haven't caused a visual phenomenon for a while now. The heavenly execution might come soon. Yes, I do feel that one is coming. Star Stomper said, I wouldn't have left so early during the previous ambush, but I was afraid of one. Even top emperors with 12 wills couldn't do anything, let alone a high god like him. Staying in the mundane realm was certain death. His only choice was to go back and hide in exploration grounds. You have done enough, always thinking about the 100 races' well-being. Even if you don't come into being again, no one is qualified to criticize you. Wuxia said slowly. Star Stomper had participated in enough battles. It could be said that he had joined everything without hesitation if it had something to do with the 100 races. This was the reason why he enjoyed such great prestige despite not being a peak high god. I never dared to forget about your guidance. I look at you as my role model and believe that it is my responsibility to protect the human race. That's why I have always tried my best when any contribution was possible. The high god replied. The human race has their own path. The emperors have helped enough, but they need to grow themselves instead of always relying on the protection of the former sages. Wuxia smiled and said. Indeed. Star Stomper nodded. The human race did have a few geniuses in recent generations. For example, Arrogance's Ren Sheng is capable. Unfortunately, he had also lost his chance to seize the heaven's wills, having met the retribution of the three races. Ren Sheng was the supreme genius from Arrogance, on the same level as Jin Gu. The ambush against Jin Gu was started by him. Jin Gu failed his ascension and the same thing happened to Ren Sheng. The three races also ambushed him for revenge, so he lost his chance as well. This wasn't surprising at all. The Heaveners lost a Grand Emperor because of him, so they couldn't take it sitting down. Nevertheless, Ren Sheng was still strong enough to survive the ambush. Everlastingness requires polishing. Wuxia said, Grand Emperors, Immortal Monarchs, and Immortal Emperors all have a long future ahead of them. Shouldering the heavens will is only the beginning and require a firm Tao heart. Otherwise, having amazing talents alone might not be a good thing. Fortunes and disasters are always intertwined. Chapter 1854, True indeed, Your Excellency. Shouldering the will is only the beginning, not the end. Star Stomper High God emotionally commented. Someone of his level knew quite a bit about the mysteries of this realm. He continued, that brat, Ren Sheng, had lost one chance, but he still has potential. More importantly, he has the unstoppable bloodline. If you are interested, you can go have a look. No wonder why Star Stomper was recommending a human junior. This person's unstoppable bloodline was one of the 2 human ancestral bloodlines right below the human monarch bloodline. It was on the same level as the 9 cauldrons. If such a youth could become an immortal monarch, his future was indeed promising. Leave that up to fate. The opportunity will be there if it's meant to be. Wuxia chuckled and said. Star Stomper nodded after hearing this. Rensheng might be incredible, but His Excellency had met too many geniuses, some with an immortal bloodline. Just an ancestral bloodline might not necessarily interest him. Your Excellency, where are you going this time? To exploration grounds and see some emperors? Star Stomper asked. Many emperors and gods were hiding in the boundless exploration grounds. A being eligible for a meeting of this level would need to go there to see them. Yes. Wuxia nodded, but I haven't decided whether I want to see the emperors. I'm planning on visiting remote Wildland. That place is connected to me as well. Remote Wildland, Star Stomper slightly frowned, that's not an easy place to be. I heard World Emperor took a trip there and came back empty-handed. This was a place even emperors didn't carelessly visit. It's fine. Wuxia leisurely said, a few things can't be forced. It is only an attempt, it's fine to fail because this is too old to retrace and understand. I know you can do it, Your Excellency. If you can't, others won't have a chance. Star Stomper smiled. Wuxia smiled and agreed with a nod. Whose idea is it to close off the 13 continents this time? I didn't participate in the conference, but I heard that it had something to do with the Heaveners and Celestial Palace. World Emperor has nothing to do with this. During the few generations of your absence, there had been visual phenomenons, resulting in all kinds of speculation. This generation has even more than before. Because of this, the emperors discussed the sealing of the 13 continents and sever the passageways between them, so that they won't be caught entirely off guard when a disaster descends. It's a reasonable take. Wuxia chuckled, who knows what will happen after the ultimate expedition? They still haven't forgotten about the lesson of the ancient Ming setting a precedence. It's better to be careful and prepared. In my opinion, they're selling dog meat disguised as deer. The 6th expedition happened so long ago and they're doing this now? There are some ulterior motives. The High God smiled. I believe they are afraid of you coming to the 10th world again, so they took the initiative to seal the continents and hide all divination in order to ambush you. That's inconsequential. Even without the seal and any reinforcement, I've already talked to the others about it before leaving. World Emperor had opposed me long enough. He is aware of many things but chose against divulging them. Wuxia said. I'm sure they will try to settle the score. Star Stomper said, the 3 races still haven't forgotten about Emperor Hunt. They won't let it go so easily. Wuxia gently shook his head, who knows the real assailants at that point? The future is impossible to grasp. We might not be the only prey then. Even the 3 races might not be able to escape this fate. Your Excellency, you mean? Star Stomper was aghast. Wuxia's comment meant that the situation wasn't optimistic at all. Wuxia replied, it's only a possibility. Enough time had passed, this level of accumulation can be considered a golden age. There are laws and order to everything in this world, such as a decline after the apex. It's not surprising. Star Stomper became dejected and said, will I have to see that day? Wuxia shook his head, hard to say. Well, let us stop talking about this since it will only bring about needless anxiety. Let it go. Very well. Star Stomper smiled back. The 2 haven't met for a long time, so they decided to catch up instead of focusing on bigger problems. The Peng clan was jubilated because of their forefather's return. Many wanted to meet him but he didn't care at all. Li Qie stays at the mansion as a guest for a few days and talked about recent events in the 13 continents with Star Stomper. He was gone even before the 6th expedition, so these conversations gave him a better understanding of the last few generations. Jilin Princess came as per their agreement. She first came to see the High God, and Li Qie was there as well. The bearing of an immortal monarch's descendant. Star Stomper nodded approvingly after seeing the princess. The Jilin has a successor. You're too kind, High God. The princess was very respectful towards the High God due to his power and contribution to the 100 races. If you see immortal monarch Jilin later, give him my regards. Star Stomper said. These words might be improper coming from someone else, but it sounded natural and not arrogant in this case. Immortal monarch Jilin had 10 palaces and 8 wills, an above average being among the emperors. In terms of power, Star Stomper was weaker, but when it came to status and prestige, they were on the same level. Moreover, he had met the monarch in the past. If I could see the progenitor later, I'll certainly pass it on. The princess replied. Her talents were good and the clan was bullish about her future. Nevertheless, she wasn't qualified to see Jilin immortal monarch in exploration grounds right now. You will have the chance. Star Stomper nodded. It's too bad Nightfall immortal monarch isn't here with us at Pure. If she was, she would never allow for those old men from War Monarch to be so arrogant. He emotionally added. Nightfall was immensely influential in Pure as well. Her power was enough to threaten the other emperors. Unfortunately, she and immortal Emperor Qizhen had embarked on the ultimate expedition with the other female emperors. The princess listened with her head lowered. A junior like her couldn't ask about the business of emperors. Li Qie chuckled and told the princess, go find a ship, we're going to remote wildland, the sooner the better. To remote wildland? She was surprised. In the beginning, she thought Li Qie was only going to take her to other places in exploration ground. She had heard of many terrorizing legends about remote wildland. Even emperors steered clear of it. Yes. Li Qie confirmed. While the princess was still in a daze, Star Stomper kindly reminded her, this is a fortune others could only dream about. Treasure it, if you can grasp it, it will grant you a lifetime of benefits. I understand, Senior. The princess bowed towards the High God and told Li Qie, I will go prepare. After she left, Star Stomper asked Li Qie, Your Excellency, will you need my service during this long trip? No. Li Qie softly spoke, you are busy right now. This might be the chance for your clan to rise, no need to waste your precious time on me. Thank you, Your Excellency. Star Stomper took a deep breath and said sentimentally, this might be my last time exerting some efforts for the little descendants. The future of the clan will be left to them since I'm old now, my end will come soon. Even a high god like him couldn't reach the state of foregoing all emotions and attachments. The clan was still made up of his descendants and he couldn't truly forget about them. How many can let go in this world? Li Qie said, just different aspects, that's all. Some can't forget about their descendants, others can't forget about their race. But being able to let go can be salvation. The world is a prison with shackles forcing you to stop. Yes, that's why the emperors who embarked on the expeditions are extraordinarily brave. Despite lingering sentiments and ties, they still decisively walked forward knowing that there was no going back. These soldiers and sages are necessary in order to preserve the brilliance of the 3,000 worlds. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 1855, Jilin Princess found a ship heading to remote wildland for Li Qie within one short day. It wasn't so easy reaching this area since it required crossing many dangerous areas in exploration grounds. Moreover, the journey was long. The slightest mistake en route could result in death without a burial. Even though many ships circled between exploration grounds and outer realm, very few actually traveled to remote wildland. Exploration grounds was the hiding place for many emperors and gods. However, its immense size made traveling very difficult. In order to enter, one required a special ship. This ship was powerful on top of possessing an extreme speed to cross through vast space. More importantly, it needed to be sturdy enough. These ships were normally built with precious divine metals that have been empowered by powerful high gods or even emperors. Only such a ship could actually enter exploration grounds. Ordinary ships could collapse even before entering the place. Furthermore, only emperors and high gods could travel alone in this place. Top Tao celestials found it impossible unless it was only a stroll at the boundary. Traveling to remote wildland was even more prohibitive. Thus, external help was necessary. For example, Star Stomper High God would need provisions and resting areas in order to make it to remote wildland. Fatigue would set in if he wanted to get there in one go. After the princess found a ship, Wuxia said goodbye to the high god and left with her. Outer Realm acted as a port for exploration ground. Right outside of this city's sky was a large port for ships. It was very lively here with people coming and going. Many ships were anchored in this place. These ships had all shapes and forms. Some were only staying here temporarily before setting off for the unknown again. It was very easy to recognize ships meant for exploration grounds. They were gigantic in size. Soaring Dragon is traveling to Hope Corner. Today is the last day, come buy tickets already. Soaring Dragon is totally worth the price. The engines are made from the finest chaos stones. It will travel with lightning speed across exploration grounds. Many workers were hawking for customers. To Imperial Change City, stay at Echo Corner for 5 days. Imperial Mulberry is worth a ride, refined by 86 high gods with 1 billion units of chaos energy as the engine, as fast as a high god the entire way through. Don't miss it. The workers continued to find passengers for these great ships. Of course, the boarding fee was expensive as well, not something ordinary cultivator could handle. Moreover, the deeper regions commanded a higher price. As for some places like remote wildland, even masters couldn't handle the price. The princes brought Wuxia to this area and were greeted by workers even before they made it to the boarding area. More workers continued to wave and shouted at the port. Eternal, the Lord of Exploration Grounds, spanning for 1,000,000 miles and accommodating 1,000,000 passengers. The ship was refined by emperors and ancient gods, using imperial chaos stones only. It is as fast as an emperor and can handle attacks of this level as well. This is the only ship that can make it to remote wildland, explore the timeless mysteries in this place. This is a regal luxury, the price is worth it. One guy, in particular, was especially loud. People could hear him from far away. Wuxia's chosen ship was actually eternal. The word, gigantic, was not enough to describe it. It was anchored at the very end of this port. Every other ship next to it seemed tiny in comparison. It was more accurate to call it a flying continent since its size was unbelievable. It wasn't an exaggeration when people say that it could accommodate 1 million. In fact, even more than 10 millions wasn't a problem. It looked just as big as Outer Realm City, so it could also be considered a flying world. While standing in front of it, people would find that the ship was actually made from a huge star. The makers added divine metals to this star and used an awesome technique to create it. Because it was made from a star, this behemoth actually had rolling hills and rivers on top since it was more than just a ship. It was a magnificent spectacle. Jilin Princess. Many cultivators recognized the princess at the port. In Pure, the princess was famous for both her cultivation and beauty. Many young cultivators wanted to chase her. Who is that? To be able to walk with the princess like that, are they a couple? Many talked about them walking together. Li Qia looked ordinary, so it became a strange scene when he was together with the princess. This attracted a lot of stares. Normally, only an imperial prince or successors of big sects could walk together with her. Thus, many people became curious when she was with such an unattractive man. Humph, a couple? More like an errand boy. A young fan of the princess became unhappy after hearing the previous statement. Doesn't look like an errand boy to me. Look at their intimate appearance, he could be her fiancé. Another quietly murmured. Stop spouting crap, how could an ugly junior like that become the princess fiancé? Stop dreaming. Her fans naturally didn't like hearing this. The two of them boarded Eternal. Because the princess bought a VIP ticket, they had a peak all to themselves. There were beautiful landscapes everywhere on this ship. Li Qia's group actually had the tallest peak. While on top of this peak, one could see everything nearby. There was no way to describe this beautiful nature. People would be mistaken that they were still in Pure, not on a ship. After getting in the mansion here, Li Qia told the princess, "Rest well and meditate, a fierce battle might be coming." The princess nodded, but she also became curious. "Young noble, I heard remote wildland is unbelievably dangerous, even a grand emperor with 11 wills had died there, is this true?" She had only heard of legends about remote wildland. The thing that shocked her the most when she was a kid was the death of this grand emperor. She thought that emperors were invincible, and this one even had 11 wills. Their Nightfall immortal monarch had 11 wills and could threaten the 13 continents. Thus, one could see the looming danger if a similar existence had fallen here. It's true. Li Qia smiled. Emperors might be stronger, but there are even stronger beings. Dying in exploration grounds shouldn't be surprising, especially in remote wildland. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to say that they could enter and leave unscathed. Even stronger beings? The princess couldn't imagine this level of power. Everything is possible in exploration grounds. Even the high heaven doesn't have jurisdiction over this place, so no heavenly execution. Li Qia replied, "These are remnants of epochs, the things left behind after monumental changes and events, the only place that can shield the emperors from executions. There are no other places like it in this world." The princess pondered in silence after hearing this. Juniors like her couldn't quite understand the profundity behind the elusive nature of exploration grounds. Chapter 1856, Eternal embarked right on schedule with more than 10,000 experts on board. Because this was the only ship heading to remote wildland, its journey would span across all the known space of exploration grounds. It would also stop at places like Hope Corner and Imperial Change City. These are the top locations for adventurers, so many qualified cultivators wanted to ride this ship. Outside of its route, this ship was also the safest of them all. The earlier advertisement wasn't a lie. It was indeed created by emperors and ancient gods, so it could withstand a similar level of assault. Moreover, no one dared to have any ideas about Eternal. There were professional robbers in exploration grounds, but they were smart enough to not mess with this ship. Rumor has it that several emperors and ancient gods were joint owners of the ship. This was their transportation method in the area. The captain of the ship declared to the guests that as long as they were on the ship, it would safely let them travel through exploration grounds and bring them back without a single injury. This safety made many cultivators treat it as a spectating vessel. They didn't venture outside and only stay on the ship to check out the sceneries here. See you. As the ship was leaving, the passengers waved goodbye to their friends and family members. The people back at port continued to wave towards Eternal's departing figure for a long time. Because no one knew the result of adventuring in exploration grounds. This was a place where emperors have died. This might be the last time they could see their friends. Some of the passengers didn't want to leave, but the temptation of the adventure was too much to take. This flying continent had a frightening speed despite its size. This was indeed the velocity at the imperial level. Of course, in a stricter sense, it was still slower than Emperor's. Nevertheless, it was the fastest one in this space zone. In just half a day, it had entered exploration grounds. We have arrived at exploration grounds. Esteemed guests, please get ready. Without the right conditions, please don't cultivate on the ship and absorb chaos energy. These chaos energies have been refined after entering the ship, but we can't guarantee that they are the same as our chaos energy. If anyone forces the issue, chi deviation might occur. We do not take responsibility for this. The workers quickly reminded the guests. Look, exploration grounds. The first-timers were especially excited and rushed to the front of the deck. There was a thick fog ahead, lowering all visibility. Even the stars became dimmed in the sky. There were many strange scenes inside the fog. One could see something resembling clouds up above. It looked both tangible and illusory at the same time. There were black lands ahead as well. It gave the feeling of an abyss, as if the moment one stepped on it, they would fall down towards eternal damnation. Hidden nebulas were around too. They looked so far away as if they were not part of this epoch. They were shining to this place from an older epoch, real yet so distant. These scenes gave the spectators a strange feeling. This looked to be a mix of reality and illusion. There was no way to tell real from fake. This resulted in a very creepy feeling. There could be fierce beasts and devils slumbering in exploration grounds. Approach closer and be devoured by them. The entire place was filled with chaos energy. Primordial chaos was everywhere, as if this was a world that has yet to be open and expanded. However, experienced cultivators would find that the chaos energy here was different from the one outside. It had a black mist to it. Perhaps the energy here had changed after the long passage of time. Such thick energy, wouldn't training here have an amazing effect? A youth excitedly said after seeing the thick layers of chaos energy. It was even denser than the ancestral grounds of imperial lineages. Silly boy, you can't train with the chaos energy here. His junior shook his head. Even the chaos energy that had been purified by the ship won't do either. It's not suitable for cultivation. Anyone who does it for a long time would be affected. The speed might be fast, but some problems remain. A light case would be chi deviation, a serious case would be death. Why? The junior didn't understand. No one knows the exact reason. Rumor has it that this chaos energy doesn't belong to our epoch. It was abandoned and ruined by destruction and corrosion, not full of life like ours. The senior slowly explained. Splash. Loud splashes resounded as Eternal moved forward and slammed into these large waves. The first-timers were curious and wanted to see what was going on. They saw that Eternal was flying on an ocean. Of course, this was not a regular ocean since it consisted of broken stardusts. It looked like these stars have been crushed numerous times, even more broken than sands. These broken pieces were actually flowing like just sea water. Thus, they came together to form an ocean of glimmering stardusts. Alas, this was in appearance only. The specks were indeed shining like starry lights, but they also had an ancient golden glow. It resembled the passage of time, the afterglow of yesterday. When a person continued to look at these flashing glimmers, they would eventually see illusions. Before one knows it, they would find themselves in a different world. Look, an immortal beast was right there. Glance over a different direction and one would see several incredible scenes of war. These illusions inside the ocean looked like the flipping of pages in a historical scroll. Stop looking at the water or you won't be able to get out. A junior was immersed in these scenes, but his senior dragged him away immediately. He warned, "This is a broken river of time, you'll never finish staring. After a long while, your soul will be lost in there and never return." The junior felt cold sweat all over his body after hearing the warning and understand the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Li Qiye has been meditating and absorbing chaos energy after the ship left the port. Chaos energy flowed into him like rivers from all directions. They were absorbed into his palaces as if he was an insatiable whale devouring all the energy. He had more than 1,000 units of chaos energy, allowing him to jump from Dao insect to Dao serpent. As chaos energy gathered in his palaces, all 13 lit up with a buzzing sound. In the 13 continents, a Dao serpent was nothing. There were too many to count. However, this was also a very important realm since it was the first palace opening, a crucial beginning for cultivation. Everyone was born with one fate palace. At Dao Serpent, they would be able to open more palaces. The cultivation system of the 9 worlds was similar to the 10th. As long as cultivators could reach Dao Sovereign, they would have 3 chances of opening fate palaces. The number of palaces opened during Dao Serpent was predicated on one's talents, power, and Dao Heart, ranging from 1 to 4. The strong could open 3 to 4 while the weak was limited with 1. The latter case meant that their talents were simply insufficient. Of course, if one couldn't open any palace, it showed a natural deficiency. This type of cultivator would have limited success in the future. Chapter 1857. At this time, Li Qiye already had 13 palaces, so this was already the extreme. Opening one more was no longer possible. At the very least, no one had gone as far as him, so if he wanted to break his own record, the difficulty would be prohibitive. Though there was no way to open a new 14th palace, Li Qiye's dimmed palaces have begun to recover. The mysteries of the palaces began to derive themselves again. The number of palaces was very beneficial for him since it allowed for a large-scale absorption of chaos energy. The chaos energies in exploration ground weren't suitable for cultivation. Eternal was a mighty ship with a magnificent purifying formation, capable of refining the chaos energies in exploration ground. However, the resulting strands still weren't right for the majority of cultivators. Taking in a little amount was fine, but too much intake could result in many problems, even chi deviation. Li Qiye was absorbing energy like a whale but remained untouched. This was partly due to the mortal reversion art's powerful refinement process, but more importantly, the 13 palaces. They could jump out of all restraints since they had the ultimate profundities. They were strong enough to purify these energies without any effort. The energy was not different from the one outside at all. At the same time, he didn't need to crazily absorb the energy here as part of a special and sped-up training regiment. He simply wanted to test the power of his palaces, to see if they could escape all shackles within exploration grounds. After multiple attempts, he was very pleased with the palace's magical properties. They were truly freed from any restraining laws. Thus, outside of his Dao heart, the 13 palaces were more precious than any treasure or merit law. It allowed him to have unlimited possibilities. In the end, he recalled his palaces and stopped absorbing chaos energy. He slowly opened his eyes that were like 2 windows connected to the highest location in the world. It was as if they could illuminate and peer into all crevices of the world. In this blink of an eye, he was no longer Li Qiye. The high heaven he was, the ruler of all. No secrets and profundities could elude his gaze. Heaven Seer, the name given by Li Qiye to this particular technique. When he used his eyes, he could see all things just like the high heaven. Immortal Emperor Muzhua gave Li Qiye a yellow piece of paper. It contained the emperor's knowledge and epiphany on the high heaven. Li Qiye, with the help of his wisdom and experience, derived the emperor's knowledge into this amazing technique. The scene in his eyes changed continuously, from a majestic divine mountain to a stately clan, then another mysterious location. It was as if he could see any location in the 13 continents as long as his eyes were open. After more change of sceneries, he finally recalled his gaze and his eyes assumed their original appearance. He smiled and said, "I want to test its power eventually." Next, he took out an item and placed it on a table. This thing was completely black as if it had been burned before. It was the item from the upper sphere belonging to the Jilin clan. His heart became heavy while looking at it. Others weren't aware of its origin, but he was clear. It came from the place of the ultimate expedition, so, in a certain sense, it didn't belong to this world. Items would always fall down after each expedition. After all, there were so many emperors fighting together, so that level of power was extraordinary. Plus, they came fully prepared as well. Even if it was an unsuccessful attempt, they would still be able to do some damage. Thus, items would certainly fall down at that world's end. Wuxia took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes again while placing both hands on the item. Buzz, his 13 palaces appeared and exuded a vibrant light. They crazily derived all the mysteries of the world, including boundless laws and orders. In the end, numerous symbols were formed that became laws as large as the ocean with incredible speed. Strands of chaos energies hovered around Wuxia's palms as if they had their own consciousness before drilling into the item from the outer sphere. There was nothing out of the ordinary after they came in. It took a long time before a crackle came about. Next, the scorched item was opened with a scene resembling petals opening from a black lotus. A gentle breeze came by and the outer layer of the item instantly dried up and scattered away, leaving one thing left with radiating brilliance. These items from the outer sphere were also called items of the high heaven. For example, Divine Palace High God's Limit Severer. He spent 100,000 years just to obtain the weapon and another 100,000 years to open it. The same period of time was required for research and comprehension. Ultimately, a high god with 10 palaces required 300,000 years before completing a broken half-scroll. Of course, he was no match for Wuxia. It wasn't only due to the latter possessing matchless experience. More importantly, he had the peerless 13 palaces that were above all shackles. Thus, it was able to open this outer layer in the shortest time. Wuxia's eyes narrowed while staring at this bright item. It wasn't overly dazzling, but it was difficult to look through the light. Wuxia's gaze became profound with an extraordinary calmness. The focus of this gaze could tear apart the primordial chaos. It took a lot of effort before he could see the item inside. It resembled a pebble but certainly wasn't one. There were faint markings on the surface, even older than time and the heaven and earth. It came upon inception, not from external causes. Wuxia's eyes ached from a long exposure, so he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. He began to touch and feel its rhythm. In the end, he gently sighed and said, "It makes sense why this item flew back to the Jilin clan." Items that fell down from the high heaven didn't have special appearances. Its eventual form was decided by its first master, the person that understood it the most. Just like Limit Severer, it wasn't a crescent saber at first. However, during the researching process, the high god decided that it would become an ultimate saber. The old man's Limit Severer is only a broken piece compared to the item from the war god temple, but that item is only scrap compared to this. Wuxia tapped the thing and said with forlorn. During this type of military campaign, more than just one or two items were dropped down. The majority was incomplete and broken. However, this particular one was perfect and essential. Thus, its value was shocking. It wasn't a coincidence that it flew back to the Jilin. This was part of a plan. The items that fell down scattered all over the place. They were rare enough and fewer people actually managed to find them. Like immortal monarch Jilin had said, it was waiting for the fateful who turned out to be Wuxia. He put it away and gently sighed, "I hope this came from the war. If not, then maybe the epic will change from now on." During the final battle, something strange and unknown might even escape into the 13 continents. That would bring about a disaster to the land. This was the home to the 100 races as well. If something were to attack the place, the 100 races would suffer just like the 3 races. For example, the ancient Ming brought the flame of war to the entire place. Even one lineage with 9 emperors turned to ashes back then. If something like that were to happen in this generation, mournful wails would be everywhere. This was much more terrorizing than any war. Thus, it made sense for World Emperor and the others to seal the place. It wasn't only to scheme against Wuxia. They did saw signs of strange phenomena, so all the emperors, including the ones from the 9 worlds, made this decision. Of course, they weren't aware that these strange phenomena appearing in this generation were caused by Wuxia himself. Chapter 1858, Eternal continued forward while Wuxia had gotten bored of staying at this peak for too long. He decided to go for a walk with the Jilin princess. There were spectating platforms on the ship. One could drink fine wine and taste delicious dishes while watching the waves hit the ship. It was a fun event basking in the special breeze from the oceans in exploration grounds. The two of them were sitting in the VIP section to look at the sceneries. They ate the finest meals from the ship and enjoyed the breeze. Wuxia was very familiar with this sea breeze. Time continued to flow and the world kept on changing. However, exploration grounds remained the same. The princess was a supreme beauty and should be in the top 3 of pure. Thus, many people recognized her due to her fame. Having someone like her as company was an enviable matter. Because of this, Wuxia attracted a lot of attention. People didn't know why someone so ordinary could earn the favor of the princess. She even listened and catered to all of his whims. This incited a flame of jealousy in all the men nearby. The gazes became unfriendlier by the moment. Numerous people wanted to tear Wuxia to pieces. Boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning suddenly crossed through the sky, issuing loud explosions. To your position. We're crossing a lightning field. The ship's captain shouted. Rumble. The ship was now crossing through an ocean of lightning instead of time. It was still as bright before with flashing glimmers. Below the ocean were erratic, thick lightning bolts that could be mistaken for dragons. When Eternal got deeper into this region, a gigantic tsunami of weaving lightning bolts rushed for the ship. It looked just like fireworks spreading on the night sky. Buzz. Steel walls were erected all around the ships. They were part of a powerful formation. The bolts were led around through the formation and became an electrical network that eventually entered a translucent bottle. This bottle was refined by an incredible person. After all the lightning came inside, they were instantly refined and turned into a liquid drop of the thunder affinity. Boom! Boom! Eternal soared through this area without any trepidation. The tsunamis of lightning were all refined into liquid drops inside the bottle. The first-timers on deck were astonished and became lost in the scene. Everyone felt at ease after seeing the powerful ship. It was able to run through this lightning field without a problem. There was no need to worry about any potential problems ahead. Enjoying wine under the sea breeze while watching the flashing lightning in the night sky was actually very romantic. Wuxia nodded approvingly and said, "It's really a good ship. Only emperors can create something like this." The captain is quite discerning as well to purposely pick this route and collect some thunder liquid. That's just more profit. I heard this ship has an amazing origin. The emperors created it, they're the real owners. Jilin princess added, "I wonder which ones they are." Wuxia only chuckled. He could tell who the creator was after seeing the particular methods and craftsmanship. Eternal was indeed stirring. His roaring conch was strong and large enough, but it still had a way to go compared to this ship. While the two of them were enjoying their time, a gallant youth came over. He had a proud stature with an oppressive momentum. Chaos energy erupted from his body while his every gesture were domineering. This was clearly an expert at the Tao celestial level. In fact, This youth had been eyeing Li Qie for a long time now. He finally came over after being provoked by the two's intimacy. He bowed towards the princess in a respectful manner. "Your Highness, long time no see." The princess slightly nodded. "Young noble Feng Yi, long time no see." "Oh no, Your Highness, you are too kind, but this puts me in a difficult position. Please just call me, Little Feng." The youth hurriedly replied. The princess only nodded again without any change of expression. The youth continued, "Your Highness, my master is also on board, but he is cultivating right now. May I ask when you are free? My master wishes to talk about the Tao with you. Qin Bailey is also here." Some experts nearby took a deep breath after hearing this. "I'll meet Brother Qin when there's an opportunity," the princess calmly said. The youth was a bit lost after seeing her expression. His eyes fell on Li Qie and still spoke with a respectful attitude. "My name is Feng Yi of Heaven Searching. May I ask for your name?" "Only a no-name junior, not worth mentioning." Li Qie leisurely smiled and said. "Qin Bailey's disciple, Feng Yi." Those who have heard of Feng Yi's name before were startled. Qin Bailey was very famous in Pure. He was on the same level as Jin Gu despite being defeated eventually. This didn't deter his prestige. He came from Heaven Searching, a sect with 4 immortal monarchs and immense resources. Moreover, their progenitor, Heaven Searching Immortal Monarch, was the first monarch of the 100 races. Therefore, one could easily imagine how powerful this sect was. Qin Bailey is amazing indeed. Even his disciple has more than 60 million chaos units. Just how strong is he then? An expert from the last generation could gauge Feng Yi's power and murmur in shock. Feng Yi slightly raised his brow after seeing Li Qie's nonchalant answer. Very few in Pure could stay calm after hearing the name of his sect. "Sir, you are surely an amazing man. I am always looking to learn, regardless of the sources. I wish to talk with you so we can study the Grand Tao further," Feng Yi said. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the youth's demeanor. He looked at him and asked, "Your master likes Menjiang?" The princess became a bit awkward and wanted to speak. However, he gently waved his sleeve so she stayed quiet. "My master and Her Highness is a perfect match created by the heaven and earth," Feng Yi confidently said without hiding. So it turned out that Feng Yi wanted to step up for his master. In the past, Heaven Searching wanted to be in-laws with the Jilin clan. Both powers were from the 100 races. Qin Bailey was a supreme genius while the princess also possessed an extraordinary gift, a perfect match indeed. However, the Jilin wanted the princess to inherit their Tao legacy, so this proposal was unsuccessful. Nevertheless, Feng Yi believed that only someone like his master was worthy of the princess. Alas, his master focused on cultivation without caring about romance. This made him very restless. He naturally hoped that his master could win her hand in marriage one day or at least try to court her. Now, the two met again on Eternal, but his master didn't try to pursue her again, and this Li Qie was with her. Moreover, their relationship wasn't simple, judging by their actions. Because of this, Feng Yi wanted to separate the pair for the sake of his master. The princess frowned after hearing this, but because of Li Qie's gesture earlier, she didn't bother to correct him. This marriage thing was only a proposal from Heaven Searching. "You're a good disciple, thinking for your master." Li Qie didn't become angry at all. "Sir, my master has a love for talents and always want to learn from the heroes of the world. Alas, he is cultivating right now. I might be a worthless disciple, but I still want to talk about the Tao with you in my master's stead. What say you?" Feng Yi slowly asked. He wanted to defeat Li Qie so that the guy would give up after realizing that only his master was worthy of a girl like the princess. Chapter 1859, Challenging Me? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. looks like this is beyond my control. You won't give up even if I don't accept the challenge. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this challenge. This was Feng Yi not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth, thinking that Li Qie was easily bullied. Messing with an overlord trekking through the world was suicidal. At this moment, even their clan's strongest high god wouldn't dare to challenge Li Qie. Moreover, he had even sent an order to all cultivators under Jilin, forbidding them from talking about Li Qie. He was afraid of the disciples not keeping their mouths shut and talk about a taboo subject. It could bring about a disaster to their clan. So now, the princess didn't want to say anything to stop the challenge. Only after witnessing Li Qie's terror would these ignorant juniors realize the monster they are facing. Feng Yi stood proudly and spoke with a dignified demeanor. I won't force you if you don't want to. Perhaps my Dao is too weak and can't get into your sight. However, I'm sure you are better than that, looking down on people and all. No one ordinary can walk side by side with Her Highness. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled in response. If I'm not someone ordinary, why do you still dare to challenge me? Or you not afraid of being annihilated? Cultivators challenge the impossible. Feng Yi said with a great momentum, plus, one must try before giving up. My master taught me that those who fear adversity won't accomplish anything. I have cultivated for several decades, so I'm a little confident. Thus, I'm willing to try regardless of how powerful you may be, sir. Feng Yi was indeed trying to make it difficult for Li Qie, but his words were straightforward and reasonable. Humph, cease your holier-than-thou attitude, think you're so good because you're from an imperial lineage? A snort of derision came about. Others have to accept your challenges? I guess that's how the people from the great powers act, thinking that they're superior and others must listen to them. Another youth came over, dressed in a yellow outfit with a tall crest. He was very handsome with a fair complexion, just like a pretty boy. The cultivators on the spectating platform quietly agreed, especially the vagrant cultivators who were his acquaintances. One of them supported, Brother Zongshui, you're so right. Tame dragon child, don't interfere with my business. Feng Yi glared at him and said. People took a deep breath after hearing this title. Tame dragon child, Zhu Zongshui, was another excellent young genius. He was relatively famous and pure, just like Feng Yi. Despite being called child, he was no longer young and was much older than Feng Yi and even Feng Yi's master, Qin Bailey. So what if I interfere? Tame dragon child came over and sneered, Feng Yi, you think I am afraid of you? I hate disciples from imperial lineages like you the most, thinking that you're the best and relying on your background to bully others. If you want to fight, let's go. Some vagrant cultivators subtly gave Tame Dragon a thumbs up after hearing this. The two of them are both Dao Celestials with 60 million chaos units. No wonder why Tame Dragon Child isn't afraid of Feng Yi. An older expert glanced at the newcomer and speculated. An inexperienced, young cultivator couldn't help but ask his senior, Feng Yi comes from heaven searching on top of being Bailey's disciple, but this Tame Dragon Child still dares to provoke him? Isn't that insane? It's because Tame Dragon Child's master is Tame Dragon High God, a being with 11 totems. This High God might be a vagrant cultivator, but he is very mighty on top of being quite merciless. He did many brutal things when he was young, especially murders. The senior didn't wish to dwell on this taboo topic. A confrontation was heating up. Despite Tame Dragon Child's aggressiveness, Feng Yi was not afraid of him. He smiled coldly in response, I'm ready to fight if you want to. Just pick the place and time later, but right now, stand to the side and stop interfering my conversation with this gentleman. Feng Yi had no need to be polite since Tame Dragon Child wasn't holding back. He wasn't easily bullied either. I love opposing with arrogant people from big sects like you the most. Tame Dragon Child retorted before cupping his fist at Li Qie, brother, my name is Zhu Zongshui while people refer to me as Tame Dragon Child. You can come and find me whenever you have a problem, especially if some jerks from a big sect want to mess with you. I'll take care of them. The guy looked quite valorous and righteous with this statement. Brother Zongshui, you're our role model. His friends and weaker cultivators couldn't help but praise. Even if some didn't dare to say it out loud, they still gave him a discreet thumbs up. Thanks. Li Qiye simply smiled back. He had seen all types of people before, so this development didn't surprise him in the slightest. Take note, we are entering the center of the lightning field. Passengers, please do not leave the ship right now. The captain shouted. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts frantically oozed out of the ocean just like dancing serpents. They rushed for the ship as if wanting to tear it to pieces. This torrential wave of lightning scared everyone. Fortunately, the defense of Eternal led the crazy bolts into the formation and turned them into liquid form. Eternal had proven itself as the safest ship again to the relief of the passengers. I hope to have a discussion with you in the future. Feng Yi knew that this was over because of Tame Dragon Child's involvement. Your Highness, please forgive me for bothering you. He remained polite and gave off a righteous air. Right when Feng Yi wanted to leave, Li Qiye smiled and said, Wait a minute now, no need to leave since you're already here. Didn't you say that you want to have a discussion with me? Very well, I'm in the mood today, how do you want to do this? Li Qiye had experienced countless provocations, but someone standing up for his master was quite rare. Moreover, Feng Yi's manner in doing so was interesting as well. Feng Yi was surprised to hear this. He assumed that Li Qiye didn't want to accept the challenge earlier, so now, he became excited with glimmers in his eyes and stood up straight like a pole withstanding the powerful gales. So you are interested then? The excited youth said, What kind of match do you want to have? A Dao discussion, a chess match, or a duel? The princess was feeling quite bad after seeing the youth's bright spirit. He didn't know that a beast was opening its bloody jaw, waiting for him to jump inside. Both literary and military challenges are fine. I'm an easygoing person, you pick and I'll indulge it. Li Qiye smiled freely. Very well, you are quite decisive, sir. Just the way I like it. Feng Yi looked up and saw the lightning ocean. He smiled and said, Are you interested in following me into this ocean and take a stroll through the lightning currents? This made the spectators look over at the ocean. They saw lightning bolts crazily rampaging the place, wanting to tear apart the world. They took a deep breath and thought that jumping into this ocean right now was courting death. Li Qiye glanced at the ocean and chuckled. If you don't think that it's a good idea, we can try something else. Feng Yi said after seeing a lack of response. Li Qiye smiled and said, Looks like you are completely confident. You think you can make it through this lightning field? Not quite, around 60%. Feng Yi said with a natural demeanor, Nothing is certain in this world. Anyone who wants such a safety net will never be able to start anything. 60% is enough for me. His voice became fierce at this moment. Only 60? You might die in there then. Li Qiye gently shook his head. He was speaking the truth. Then I can only blame my lack of skills. Feng Yi laughed and said, Your cultivation is clearly lower than mine. Thus, I have a great advantage in this particular challenge. If I don't dare to take this risk, how can I have the face to be representing my master? Feng Yi sounded arrogant and fierce, but which youth wasn't? Someone young like him should attempt crazy things like this. Just one of those words in titles like Dao Child. Doesn't make a lot of sense in the translation. Chapter 1860, Li Qiye saw the aggressiveness in Feng Yi and smiled, Looks like you really love your master and will do anything for him. Feng Yi replied, I was an orphan. Master gave me everything I have today, so I ought to help him. Fine, if you are interested in doing this, I'll join you. Just a trip there is no problem. Li Qie was unperturbed by the challenge. How decisive. Feng Yi said with excitement, looks like there's something special about you that I can't compare to. Li Qie glanced at Tame Dragon Child and leisurely asked, you want to go too? The more, the merrier. Tame Dragon Child was startled and instinctively looked at the dancing lightning bolts in the ocean. Feng Yi took this opportunity and challenged Tame Dragon Child with a cold smile as well. Tame Dragon, we'll do a bet too if you want, the three of us. Whoever can last longest in this lighting field will be the winner. Tame Dragon Child withdrew his gaze and said, Feng Yi, no need to try this, I'm not afraid of you. However, I don't want to steal this gentleman's thunder, so I won't involve myself with your bet so that you won't lose too badly. If you can survive after your match, then we can pick another time to fight. Tame Dragon Child turned to Li Qie and cupped his fist. You are indeed exceptional with such decisiveness. First, I hope that you will be victorious to suppress Heaven Searching's arrogance. Humph, let them know that they can't act so imperious just because they have a strong background. Yes. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head. Very well, I won't force you either. We'll settle our score in the future. Feng Yi didn't bother messing with Tame Dragon Child. I'll be waiting. Tame Dragon Child snorted, we'll see just how much you have learned from your sect's imperial arts. Feng Yi ignored him and gestured at Li Qie, sir, this way. Li Qie stood up and went to the edge of the ship while Feng Yi bowed at the princess, Your Highness, excuse me now. He then followed Li Qie to the side. Tame Dragon Child began cheering, let's do it, down with Heaven Searching. I will wait and cheer until you return triumphantly. Li Qie smiled and looked at the lightning field, let's get started. Before they could begin, the captain loudly stated, the ship is not responsible for the lives of those who leave. Of course, these two didn't ask for Eternal to take responsibility. Feng Yi cupped his fist towards Li Qie, sir, I do not know my own limits and will be going first. Let us meet over there. With that, he rushed out with the momentum of a dragon and might of a tiger towards the lightning field with an amazing speed. Eternal was quite fast and was praised for having an imperial level of speed. It slowed down in this lightning field but still maintained a frightening speed. However, Feng Yi soared through the sky at a faster pace than the ship. It couldn't catch up to him. Damn. Even those who didn't like him couldn't help giving him some respect. Everyone saw the power of this lightning field, but he dared to rush before the ship into the field. Just his courage alone was commendable enough. A big shot recognized the movement technique Feng Yi used and said, Dragon Path. This is an amazing art created by Heaven-searching immortal monarch. Rumor has it that the monarch could have a speed above a true dragon with this art. Feng Yi must have grasped its fundamentals to have this speed. Even those who weren't aware of this art could appreciate the high-level movement technique Feng Yi was using because he was able to go faster than Eternal. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts as large as mountains assaulted him. Each bolt could destroy an entire zone or turn many experts to ashes. Activate! Feng Yi was not afraid at all and crazily roared. All of his chaos energies erupted with divine laws in the form of chains coming out. They weaved together to form a golden armor on his body. Golden, feathery wings spreaded from the armor. They looked like the protection of an immortal monarch, glowing with a world-creating light. Boom! The wings and the imperial glow stopped the lightning onslaught. After his brilliant wings stopped the bolts, he increased his speed even more to get deeper into the lightning field. Golden winged armor, a formidable defensive art. That's an imperial lineage for you, he's only using imperial techniques. A big shot from the last generation became envious. Heaven Searching had 4 immortal monarchs. This was a top lineage in pure, it had many imperial arts. Of course, Feng Yi's talents played a big part since heaven searching wouldn't carelessly pass these arts down to just anyone. After seeing Feng Yi leaving without looking back, people shifted their attention toward Wuxia. They were curious about his method of entry. They felt that with his cultivation, jumping into the lightning field might end with him being turned to ashes. Wuxia only smiled at the stares. He took one step to leave Eternal and disappeared completely. In the next second, he was within the lighting field. With another step, he was even farther away. Each step was very casual, almost like a stroll. However, he made great distance with each one, resulting in a speed even faster than Feng Yi. Boom! 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 The bolts didn't hesitate on attacking this second intruder. Wuxia didn't bother to look at them and open one palace. This palace was full of chaos energy as if it wanted to open a new world. Buzz! All the bolts were stopped by the palace and disappeared inside. What the hell is that movement technique? The shocked crowd murmured after seeing that Wuxia was even faster than Feng Yi's dragon path. That's not a movement technique. An older character saw the clues and shook his head. This is spatial manipulation, he can freely cross through space. It's not an exaggeration to say that distance is meaningless to him. This fellow was discerning enough. Even though he couldn't see that it was manipulation via the space scripture, he could still see the nature of Wuxia's movement. That's unreal, a palace that can stop these bolts? Just how tough is it? A different expert was startled by this sight. Everyone knew that cultivators were scared of things resembling the heavenly execution the most. Though these lightning bolts were not part of one, they were still power belonging to the heaven and earth. Once they did damage, recovery was quite difficult. But now, Wuxia used his Fate Palace to stop the bolt. It was simply unimaginable in the mind of the spectators. For cultivators, the palaces were too precious. They would rather block the bolts with their own body before exposing their palaces. A destroyed body can be rebuilt again, but it was game over if the palaces were destroyed. Who the hell is this brat, daring to enter the lightning field to challenge Feng Yi with only a Dao serpent cultivation? That's too much. Someone who didn't know Wuxia commented. Looks like you're behind on current events. A guy who knew him said, that's fiercest. Of course he'll be ferocious and lawless to a devilish level. He's the one who flattened the Donggong clan and smashed Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord into meat paste. What, he did all of that? The guy is really out of control then, so fierce. The people who have just heard about him gasped. That's nothing. He killed Jilin disciples inside the clan but nothing happened. The clan still treated him like a VIP. Look, didn't you see earlier too? Jilin Princess does whatever he wants, maybe he'll even become the Jilin's son-in-law. He's not ferocious for no reasons, his skills can back it up. The guy continued. Chapter 1861. The cultivators who were seeing Wuxia for the first time were shocked with disbelief. How can he only be a Dao serpent when he's so fierce? Is he hiding his true power? Who knows? If he dares to call himself fiercest, it's easy to imagine how tough he is. It's not easy being the number one in any category. But anyway, he's an aberration who isn't afraid of anyone, no, isn't afraid of killing anyone. No one knows his identity either. Someone else said, a storm will brew across the 13 continents because of this guy. Meanwhile, Wuxia was strolling through the lightning field. Each step was another world, so he quickly caught up to Feng Yi. Feng Yi was unconvinced and exerted his vitality to the limit. In the blink of an eye, an immortal light erupted around his body. The rays shot to the sky and the space around him suddenly trembled. His speed crazily increased just like a meteor. A sizable gap was created between the two. Wuxia simply smiled and continued walking across this perilous region. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts frantically tried to interrupt his stroll. Even the word torrential wasn't enough to describe it. They seemed to have an unspeakable hatred towards him, unceasing until his death. But despite their crazy onslaught, his palace managed to stop everything. His position became the gathering place for lightning, much more than Feng Yi. He was entering a more concentrated area where the bolts coiled around him like vines, wishing to drown him. Something's not right. No, his palace isn't stopping the palace, it's actually devouring the power in this field, turning it into his own. A big shot from the last generation was startled. The other knowledgeable big shots began to get some clues. From the beginning, they thought that the palace acted as a shield, but this didn't seem to be the case any longer. I see, so the lightning field has lost control, he's devouring everything. Another expert murmured in a daze. Looks like fewer bolts are hitting us. Others began to notice the strange phenomenon as well. Eternal was still flying, but the waves clearly had fewer bolts than before. The majority was being taken by Wuxia. Damn, this brat is bizarre, to actively steal the bolts in exploration grounds. The ones here are so much more terrorizing than the lightning outside. One cultivator took a deep breath. In a short time, many people became scared. The flesh couldn't handle these bolts. But now, Wuxia was actually absorbing them to the crowd's horror. Of course, they didn't know that Wuxia had a supreme item inside the 4 images of his palace, the ancient void rune. It could even withstand a heavenly tribulation and absorb it, let alone these trivial lightning bolts. It was an easy meal. He didn't require energy since he was able to manipulate space. This wasn't the case for Feng Yi. After utilizing his movement technique to the extreme to rush forward, he was burning vitality and chaos energy at a rapid rate. Despite increasing the distance between him and Wuxia, this wouldn't last much longer. Boom! 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 The bolts around Wuxia only increased. He had become a lightning rod, taking everything in nearby. Oh God, is he insane? The experts on Eternal were amazed. Looking from afar, Wuxia was completely engulfed in bolts as if he was made out of them. Lightning was coursing and flashing through his body. Jilin Princess shook her head and smiled wryly. This was only child's play for an overlord like Wuxia. This whole competition was a whimsical desire. Someone of Feng Yi's level couldn't get into his sight. Boom! The bolts hitting him started to change. Now they carried a purple glow, they didn't look as blinding as before. In fact, this looked much more beautiful. Not good, the field is angry because he's stealing from its source, this will be a lightning tribulation now. A big shot from the last generation changed his expression. At this moment, the strolling Wuxia had caught up to Feng Yi and was walking side by side with him. He looked at the youth drenched in sweat and chuckled, a tribulation is coming, it's not too late to give up and escape or you'll lose the chance to later. Feng Yi was shocked to see Wuxia still strolling leisurely. He felt that the guy was too unreal, capable of doing this with a meager amount of chaos energy. It looked just like black magic. I won't give up so easily without reaching the end. Despite his depleting vitality, Feng Yi still wouldn't yield. If you choose to be stubborn, I can't help you then. Run now, as fast as possible. The tribulation is coming, whether you make it out alive is up to your own fortune. Wuxia smiled and said. Let's go. Feng Yi roared as his vitality and chaos energy crazily rolled out like a broken dam. Despite knowing that he had lost, he didn't want to surrender. He would rather go all out in reckless abandon, so he released all of his energy. This was a potentially fatal move. Even if he could reach the end of the field, it would leave behind lasting damages. It wasn't just about depleting chaos energy any longer. Boom! The new surge in speed created a new separation between the two. Bang! In this exact moment, all the lightning bolts exploded with rumbling blasts. An immense wave of bolts rose from the ocean, full of a purple shade. This torrential force could destroy everything in this world without slowing down. Not good. Everyone on Eternal was scared out of their mind. The new flood of purple lightning rushed for Wuxia with an unstoppable momentum. Damn! Feng Yi was aghast and took out multiple treasures. Even though there was a sizable distance between him and Wuxia, all of the lightning below the field was forced out, so even his area wasn't safe. There was no dodging for him since he was within the radius. Activate. All of his treasures became resplendent in order to build the strongest defense. Rumble. This was a disastrous flood of power, resulting in deafening detonations. Feng Yi's layers of defense were useless, they broke down like dried branches. He utilized his imperial arts instead, but they were not enough either. The lightning flood shattered his laws instantly. The bolts made contact with his body, causing smoke to come out. He could be rendered to ashes at any moment. No! Feng Yi panicked since there was nothing else he could do but watch the flood come for him. He was certain of his demise, it would be a death without a body left behind. It's over. The experts on Eternal were sure that he was done for as well. Chapter 1862, Activate. A roar shocked the myriad realm with the might of a god and an impetus that could break the firmaments. While Feng Yi was waiting for death, a roaring figure with a purple shade appeared next to him and spread out his palm. Boom! It created 3,000 worlds and stopped the attacking flood. Come! In this split second, the purple figure carried Feng Yi and crossed through space to escape the cataclysmic radius. Boom! The flood broke through the 3,000 worlds and crazily rushed for Wuxia. Rumble! At this moment, all channels gathered into one, the most terrorizing flood of lightning in the world. It looked like an all-destroying calamity was descending down on Wuxia. The entire lightning field trembled before the coming of the flood and was on the verge of destruction. Even Eternal stopped, not daring to come forward in order to avoid the lightning. It didn't matter how strong its defensive barrier was, the consequence was unimaginable once caught in the flood. Come. Wuxia was unperturbed and smiled. Buzz. His palace was ready to face the incoming disaster. Rumble. Loud explosions echoed in the sky. The flood was devoured by the palace and forced inside. The ancient void rune on the Pillar of Life had started working. It had turned into a boundless world to receive and refine the bolts. As time passed, there were less lightning bolts in the ocean. Eventually, only tiny strands were left in the lightning field. In the end, all the bolts were devoured. One couldn't find a trace of lightning in this so-called lightning field. There were only the occasional flashes of thunder left. The devouring process happened in a short period. The torrential lightning field turned into a frightening serenity like a dead zone. Everyone was aghast at this sight. He made lightning bolts into a meal. Surely, some people thought that he was actually a lightning eater. That's, when people regained their sanity, they found Feng Yi had been brought back to Eternal by someone. His savior was a man that wasn't that much older than Feng Yi. He wore a purple robe and had a haze around him. He was ancient in appearance. Ancient was a strange word to describe someone, but there was no other way to envision him outside of this word. It was as if he came from an ancient era, carrying its time-worn atmosphere. The surrounding haze made him look like an old immortal. He was as majestic as a mountain. Being beaten by the long years didn't bend his proud stature. Nothing could wear down his appearance. Qin Bailey. Someone recognized him and shouted in astonishment. Even those who didn't recognize him knew of his name and gasped in response. It's sect master Qin. Members of the crowd quietly reminded. Qin Bailey was a resounding name in Pure. He was even more famous than Jin Gu in the past. He was once the ultimate genius of this generation. He came from heaven searching and rose to prominence with an unprecedented speed. People thought that he was the most likely to become an emperor from the 100 races. Unfortunately, Jin Gu was even more exceptional. A fight between the two was inevitable and Qin Bailey lost despite debuting earlier. In just one night, Jin Gu became famous and took Qin Bailey's spotlight. Bailey rarely appeared from then on. Some believed that he was mentally shaken by the loss, others said that he was cultivating in seclusion. Nevertheless, his prestige was still strong despite losing. After all, he had experienced many battles and his power was recognized by people. Is he a god now? Even top experts with 80 million chaos units couldn't see through Qin Bailey. He was unfathomable, like an abyss, as if he had jumped out of the Tao's celestial realm. He didn't shoulder a heaven's will to become an emperor, so godhood was the only explanation. In the present, he was extremely strong and acting as the sect master of heaven, searching with full authority. If the elders gave him full authority at his age, it meant that they valued and trusted him. The guy was capable enough to take on this responsibility. Keep in mind that heaven searching had 4 emperors. This place was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, yet he was still the chosen one. The ancestors surely had great confidence in him. Qin Bailey has come into being again, does he want to challenge Jin Gu? Someone murmured. He rarely showed up after the defeat, so it made minds wander. Master. I was useless and have harmed your reputation. Feng Yi bowed in shame after seeing his master. Qin Bailey frowned and shouted, your reckless action has harmed the prestige of the sect. My reputation is trivial in comparison. I understand. Feng Yi didn't dare to retort. Feng Yi was a big shot in Pure, but he looked like a child before Qin Bailey. My disciple was thoughtless and acted without permission. Please forgive us for bothering you, Your Highness. Bailey apologized to Jilin Princess. Dao brother, you are too polite. It is only a trivial problem, no need to worry. The princess slightly shook her head. Bailey continued, my lousing teaching is quite embarrassing. Please don't laugh. At this time, Wuxia had returned. Bailey cupped his fist and said, fellow Taoist, you must be the famous Wuxia. Indeed. Wuxia looked at him and nodded. Bailey gently sighed and turned towards Feng Yi, you took unauthorized action, I shall take away 10 years of your cultivation. Apologize to fellow Taoist Li as well in order to regain our sect's prestige. Having said that, he pointed at the youth and took away 10 years' worth of training. I wholeheartedly accept. Feng Yi accepted the punishment without resisting. My disciple's arrogance conduct had offended you. I have punished him as an apology to you and Her Highness. Bailey cupped his fist again at the other two and lamented. People shuddered after seeing this. He was both severe and just, quite a convincing fella. If it was any other imperial sect master, they would have chosen the side of their disciples with no regards for right or wrong. Even if the troublemakers were their disciples, they would try to win face back first. Justice didn't exactly matter. Dao brother, you are being too serious. The princess sighed but didn't interfere. Wuxia smiled and looked at Feng Yi, this person has a promising future. You can be considered lucky to have a disciple like him. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Bailey maintained his cordial tone, goodbye for now, I will certainly discuss the Grand Tao with you over a nice tea in the future. Many became disappointed after Bailey left with his disciple. When he appeared, everyone thought that he would stand up for his disciple and fight Wuxia. Who would have thought that the guy was so magnanimous and took away Feng Yi's cultivation as an apology? This was quite admirable. After Bailey's appearance, the stalwart tame dragon child was nowhere to be found. Earlier, he was gallant with a stately temperament while looking down on imperial lineages. Of course, the guy ran so fast after Bailey came along. Actually decent in cultivation. Wuxia smiled and commented after Bailey left. Qin Bailey had an extraordinary attitude as well. Other imperial lineages wouldn't be able to accept such embarrassment. In their eyes, apologizing to an unknown junior was impossible, even more unbearable than chopping their head off. They would rather fight to the death than acknowledging their mistake. After all, they have never been afraid of anyone. Those who dared to oppose them would have miserable ends. They were always the last ones smiling. Feng Yi was Qin Bailey's favorite disciple, but Bailey didn't try to even the score. He even took away 10 years of cultivation from Bailey. This wasn't easy to do at all. 1. A beast that eats lightning. Chapter 1863, Jilin Princess agreed with Wuxia. Dao brother Qin was indeed the best genius in Pure. Despite losing to Jin Gu, he had been quietly training so his cultivation soared. Rumor has it he had taken the path of the gods. His Dao heart is firm. Wuxia evaluated, as long as he keeps trying, his future will not necessarily be weaker than ordinary emperors as a god. Yes. He lost to Jin Gu when his fame was at the apex, but he didn't wallow in misery and give up. He continued to take one step at a time in cultivating. Even if he stops competing with Jin Gu for the heavens will, he'll still become an amazing high god. The princess said. Heaven Searching and the Jilin clan were both sects of the 100 races, so they had a good relationship. The princess was knowledgeable about the sect. Defeat is commonplace for cultivators. Losing once doesn't mean losing for a lifetime. Few were unbeaten, but the trick is getting up after losing. This applies to the emperors as well. Of course, some couldn't rise again. In this case, even geniuses would turn into useless men. Wuxia calmly said. The princess quietly nodded while carefully taking it in. The Dao heart was truly important for cultivators. Some geniuses were done for after one defeat and disappeared in the river of time due to their unstable Dao heart. Like Qin Bailey, he was peerlessly famous with great potential in Pure. However, people considered his defeat to Jin Gu to be the lowest point of his life. Others would most likely hate themselves after losing. But Bailey continued to train just like before. His Dao heart was even better now. It meant that even if he wasn't going to be an emperor, his future was still bright. Let's go back. Wuxia glanced outside and smiled. Eternal was continuing forward with full speed because all the lightning bolts had been absorbed by Wuxia. When Wuxia and the princess wanted to return, a woman stopped them. She had an aura to her. It wasn't overly aggressive, just stately like a true dragon. She wore a draconic armor with a flashing golden glow. The armors had dragon runes with immense power. It didn't look like it was cast from divine metal but rather the scales of a true dragon. Because of this, people could faintly hear the roar of a dragon soaring to the 9 firmament. The armor couldn't hide her curvaceous lines and plump peaks. Her long and thin legs accentuated her overall figure, tempting people at first sight. Nevertheless, people would only steal a glance at her, never a full look. This was because of her oppressive and noble temperament, resembling both a dragon and a king. Her phoenix eyes were bright and sharp just like a snow-white saber. It could instantly illuminate someone's mind. Just a glance from her could instill a shuddering chill. When people saw her, they would instantly think of this: it's a shame that she's not a man, or she would become a king with such a lofty temperament. Wu Fengying. Someone shouted in astonishment. Shu, call her Dragon Citadel Lord, don't say her name or she'll beat you up. A friend reminded him. People shuddered after hearing her name. Many people glanced at her but no one dared to utter a single word. This was due to her notorious foul temper. She would resort to violence after a minor disagreement. Many have been beaten by her till they cried for their parents. Lord Wu, long time no see. 6 years flashed by after our last meeting at the Citadel. The princess was secretly lamenting this meeting. A fight might be coming. Young sis, long time no see, we'll talk later on but I have business with him right now. The princess smiled wryly after hearing this. A fight was coming indeed. Wu Fengyin was the current lord of Dragon Citadel, in charge of its future direction. This was a lineage with 4 emperors, so it was above the Jilin clan in Pure. It was started by immortal Emperor Qianlong of the 9 worlds. He took in cultivators from all over the worlds without limitation. Even the members of the 3 races could join. Because of this, outside of him and the 3rd immortal monarch, the other 2 were grand emperors. This was a unique sect in Pure since the races lived together in harmony. It was one of the few imperial lineages that had this aspect. Amazing talents, powerful cultivation, beauty, and authority weren't the reason why Fengyin was so famous. Her fame was due to her brutish and fiery nature. Many in Pure knew that she had a penchant for fighting. It didn't matter whether they were an ancestor or an imperial successor. She would mercilessly beat them until they are unrecognizable. An imperial lineage of the Citadel's level should have a staid and magnanimous lord. One was prudent and wouldn't threaten violence at the first slight. Alas, Wu Fengyin was the opposite of that. Even after becoming the Citadel Lord, her temperament and fierce nature remained the same. Just imagine, a beautiful lord beating people down to the ground with a ferocious demeanor. At that point, her features and charming figure wouldn't matter as much. That's why some said that it would have been better for her to be a man since her God-given good looks were wasted like this. Jilin princess knew that trouble was brewing the moment Wu Lingfeng got here. Hey, what's inside your palace? Lingfeng blocked in front of Li Qia and asked. Could you imagine a supreme beauty blocking another man in such a rough manner? Li Qia only smiled and ignored her. Hey, you listening? I'm talking to you. Fengyin immediately glared her pretty eyes at him. He finally gave her the time of day and leisurely said, first of all, my name is not, hey, it's Li Qia. Secondly, if you have a question for me, you need to be gentler and polite. You may call me young noble, or sacred teacher, if you truly want to know. She maintained her glare and said, you're a healthy man, why do you speak so slowly like an old woman? He didn't become angry and calmly retorted, you're a healthy woman, why do you speak in such a brutish manner like an erroneous reincarnation? Bullshit. She postured aggressively with both hands on her waist and shouted, who says a woman can't be brutish? Li Qia smiled and said, you're right. Who says a man can't be calm with his words? You. She couldn't come up with a fast response. Arguing wasn't her forte. Her tongue was clearly not as sharp as Li Qia. You think I won't beat the crap out of you? She instantly punched at his face. Boom. It didn't make contact, something blocked it. Bang. Before she could reach, an invisible hand slammed her down on the deck. People were startled after seeing the takedown. This guy was too devilish, but more shockingly, he was so domineering, to go as far as fighting against Wu Fengyin. That's more like it. If you're so capable, release me and we'll fight for real. She was unconvinced of the submission. Li Qia glanced at her and insipidly said, since you do not bear ill will, I won't trouble you. Think before you act next time, or I'll kill you and strip you naked before throwing you down the ocean. Having said that, he recalled his thought and turned to leave. She shouted back in fury, we won't know who'll be doing the stripping just yet. Stay and fight if you dare. I'll strip you clean. Everyone became silly after hearing this. A girl, no matter how bold she might be, would never utter such words. Alas, Feng wasn't reserved at all. 1. He's saying that she reincarnated into the wrong sex, that she was a man in her previous life. This statement isn't as jarring in Chinese at all, just a witty remark. Chapter 1864, Jilin Princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Feng. This wasn't her first time seeing Feng's aggressiveness. Li Qie ignored her and continued leaving. However, Feng was not ready to end this and shouted, "Smelly brat, tell me already, what the hell is that item in your palace?" She followed right behind him while others steered clear of these two. They couldn't afford to provoke either one. Feng was walking shoulder to shoulder with him now and asked, "You better tell me about the item or I'll really beat you up." Her brutish manner was really letting down her kingdom-toppling face. Citadel Lord Wu, try your best to ask the young noble calmly, don't be rash. I'm sure if you humble your tone, there will be a better result. The princess reminded Feng. Though Feng was very powerful and famous in Pure, the princess knew that she was not worth mentioning in front of Li Qie. Just hurry and tell me about the thing in your palace already. Feng didn't give up. A bit keen, but why should I tell you? A girl needs to be gentle, watch it or no one will want to marry a rough girl like you. Feng turned red from anger and glared at him, "Smelly brat, don't think so highly of yourself. There's nothing special about ugly men. I'm surely stronger than all of you. There's nothing special about men, but where did women come from without men? Did you come out of a rock? That's why there's no need for you to put us down since you will still need a man in the future." Feng was caught off guard again. As for the princess, she wanted to laugh from the banter but it would be appropriate so she tried hard to hold it back. "You're really asking for it." Feng resorted to violence again after words failed her. "You're not my match. I can annihilate you with the tip of my finger," Li Qie said leisurely. She nearly vomited blood from anger and retorted, "Don't be complacent, it's just that I had no hostility earlier so I didn't use merit laws or you wouldn't have been able to suppress me. That's why I spared you, but even if you were prepared with an imperial armament, would only need one hand to crush you," Li Qie asserted. She surprisingly managed to stay calm this time. "I'll let this go if you tell me what's in your palace. Looks like you are very interested." Li Qie smiled and said, "There must be something in there. I saw your pillar of life. A regular pillar of life can't withstand that much lightning, unless it belongs to Emperor." She stared intensely, as if wanting to strip him naked. Others couldn't see what was going on but she found some clues. Alas, she couldn't figure it out entirely, which was why she became so curious. "Why should I tell you? What's in it for me?" Li Qie said leisurely. She raised her voice, "What do you want? Just name the price and keep it reasonable, I'll say yes." Li Qie looked her up and down a bit and she responded by saying, "Wait, that perverted look, don't tell me you lusting after my beautiful self." He responded with a calm stare, "Beautiful indeed but too brutish like a tigress. No, a she-man would be more appropriate in this situation. Such vulgarity isn't to my liking. You. Take a look in the mirror first, I don't like you either." She angrily glared. "That's a relief. Being liked by you is really a type of disaster. If we were to say that it is a blessing to be liked by Menjing, then it is so much bad luck to be liked by you. I'm sure no man would wish that for themselves. You want to die?" A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she clenched her fists. One could hear them cracking and imagine the power within. Li Qie continued walking leisurely and ignored her ferocious pose. "Fine, I won't argue with you anymore." She suddenly revealed a smile that proved her kingdom-toppling beauty. Anyone would be swayed by her current charm. "I've made my decision. I'm formally announcing my intention of marrying you," she boldly declared. Jilin princess was stunned. Though she had seen women chasing after men, this was her first time seeing such a blatant method. If she wasn't aware of Feng Ying's personality beforehand, her jaws would have dropped to the ground already. Marrying me? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. You can't marry me just because you're from the citadel. Plus, I'm not interested either. Feng Ying didn't mind at all and copied Li Qiye's leisure manner and speech. No problem. I'm persistent enough. Since you called me a tigress, no, a she-man, then I want to keep you down under my shadow forever. The princess was very amused at Feng Ying copying Li Qiye's demeanor. She was wondering how this woman became the citadel lord. Did she just beat everyone who was unconvinced to take the position? Otherwise, it was really a miracle for someone like her to take charge in that sect. Don't dream about marrying me. You would need to learn how to be gentle and feminine first. Li Qiye said. At this time, they have returned to their place. Li Qiye entered the room and closed the door behind him. What's the point? I'll just force you. Wait a minute, you still haven't told me about the thing in your palace. After he closed the door, she finally remembered the main focus. But there was no response. Li Qiye inside the room ignored her. Open the door now or I'll break your house. She said aggressively with an oppressive aura. Citadel Lord, please calm down. Let's have a talk if you have any displeasure. The princess hurriedly consoled her. She was worried for Feng Ying, not Li Qiye. It took a lot of effort for her to appease Feng Ying. The woman was too curious about the thing inside Li Qiye's palace because it was able to absorb lightning. She simply wanted to figure it out. Of course, the princess couldn't answer this problem either. In her mind, this wasn't a big deal for someone of Li Qiye's level. Despite her impatient nature, Feng Ying was very patient when it comes to satisfying her curiosity. Thus, she wanted to stay at Li Qiye's place. However, the princess was afraid of her death if she were to anger Li Qiye. This was why she tried her best to get Feng Ying to leave. Eternal continued forward. Li Qiye had no interest, so he rarely showed his face and spent the majority of the time cultivating. The princess didn't leave either and kept him company. Who are the passengers this time? After finishing his daily meditation, Li Qiye came out with a slight grimace and asked. I'm not sure, there are more than 10,000 passengers right now from all over the places. Minor characters and big shots alike. The princess said. There's something ominous on the ship. Earlier during his meditation, his powerful awareness suddenly felt something. It was mighty enough that nothing happening on the ship could hide from his sense. Ominous? What kind? The princess became startled. For something to be considered ominous by Li Qiye meant that it was extraordinary and horrifying. It's very strong. Someone is hiding its presence beneath the deck. Li Qiye said. One might be a reference to Sun Wukong. Chapter 1865. It was truly horrifying thinking that there was something so powerful hiding inside the ship. The princess quietly asked, should we secretly take a look? Just let it be. Li Qiye said flatly, I don't care if it's evil or not as long as it doesn't mess with me. If it's foolish enough, I'll end it. The princess heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Staying by Li Qiye's side was safer than anything else. As long as he was around, even a more terrorizing event wasn't worth mentioning. We're about to reach Hope Corner, would you like to leave the ship for a look, young noble? She asked. Hope has been excavated completely long ago. Anything good there is gone now, the ones left must be ominous stuff that even emperors don't want to deal with in order to avoid a disaster. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. The princess quietly nodded and didn't say anything else. On the second day, Eternal anchored far outside of Hope. From the distance, Hope looked like a vast continent filled with chaos energy. Alas, this place engulfed in energy didn't have a sliver of life. It was devoid of any tree, not even a blade of wild grass could be found. There were mountains everywhere that looked like sleeping dragons. Thus, the terrain was certainly impressive enough outside of not having any vegetation. It was a land of black, fertile yet lifeless. Hope Corner was the first stop of exploration grounds, the place found first in this area. No one knows if this was the truth, but the majority of cultivators did indeed start in this place. Emperors weren't included in this group. There was a very simple reason for its popularity: safety. It had been excavated in while, so there was no danger to speak of. It was considered the safest location of exploration grounds. At the same time, there were naturally places left pristine despite the effort of the mass. Occasionally, someone would find a treasure or dig out something interesting. This also added to its popularity at the entry location for exploration grounds. Moreover, those who only came to sightseeing found this place the best. It was cheap and safe. This could become a nice conversational topic in the future, not to mention finding some items if they were lucky enough. Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at Hope Corner. Please exit the ship if you wish. We will be stopping here for 5 days. Those who are going to other areas, remember to come back on time. We will definitely leave in 5 days without delay. The captain announced. People rapidly left after hearing the announcement. Even for those whose final destination wasn't here, they still wanted to take a look, especially the first-timers at exploration grounds. In a short time, half of the passengers left the ship, causing it to be quieter. They quickly excavated the place and left holes on the ground. Others opened mountains while some chose to go deeper into the abysses. There's no adventure here. One first-timer became disappointed at Hope Corner. Even if there are dangerous places here, they're not meant for juniors like us. His senior replied, "This is the entry area, many experts including high gods and emperors have been here. Anything usable had been found already." Were there treasures in this place? A different disciple instantly asked. Once, many treasures. In fact, a few high gods became rich because of this place. Rumor has it that a grand emperor from the War Monarch clan found the remains of an immortal in this place. This eventually became their defining treasure. The remains of an immortal? Really now? The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. The senior gently shook his head, not too sure since no outsiders have seen it. Rumor has it that some emperors had taken a look after the clan got it. But the exact details remained a well-kept secret by the clan. Then let's start digging, maybe we can find the same thing. This disciple became eager after hearing the old tale. Less daydreaming now. The senior slapped the disciple's back of the head and scolded, "This place has really been squeezed dry already. It wouldn't be your turn to find the remains of an immortal. Just go look around, leave it up to fate." The scolding didn't diminish the disciple's excitement. He continued to dig everywhere, to no avail, of course. Treasure Hunt Guidebook, 3,000 Chaos Stones for 1, personally compiled by World Emperor. Come, do not miss it, this treasure hunt guidebook is worth it. The newcomers found that there were cultivators selling in this place. Even though excavation grounds wasn't suitable for cultivation, many cultivators still came here for business. It was very convenient, they just needed to set up a shop and start shouting. There were many stores including treasure guides, shovels, and regional specialties. Hope's unique laying stone, only one in every 300 years. This is the most special souvenir in Hope. Gift it to your senior, junior, or lover. The best choice on your journey. There was all kind of shops here. Many merchants came early just to start advertising. In fact, Eternal wasn't the only ship here. There were many others docking in this place. Of course, it was still the largest. Even though Hope wasn't suitable for habitation, it was still exciting enough. More than 10,000 people visited each day, creating quite a crowded environment. This was the closest place to Outer Realm City. For many cultivators that didn't have the means to go farther, visiting Hope was good enough, cheap, safe, and didn't require too much time. Wuxia didn't care for any of this. In the next 2 days, who knows if the princess' advice was successful or that Wu Fengying had gone to Hope, but she didn't come to bother Wuxia. 4 days flew by during this stay, but something unexpected happened on the 5th. Buzz. A virtually inaudible noise came about, prompting Wuxia to open his eyes and stopped meditating. He got up and left the room. Young noble, did something happen? This surprised the princess. There's a problem. Wuxia gazed towards Hope with a serious expression. A problem? She took a deep breath and followed his gaze. A problem, coming from Wuxia, meant that the situation was quite serious because of his level. Ordinary things weren't alert him at all. At this moment, Hope was still as lively as before. Not good, run. In this split second, several people fled with amazing speed. It was apparent that they were top Dao Celestials. What's going on? The cultivators nearby were startled because of the fleeing experts. Only one kind expert shouted, "Run for your life. A disaster is coming." Having said that, he got on his ship and escaped with urgency. This reaction stunned the crowd. They didn't take the warning seriously. Only a few experienced and careful cultivators immediately left. Be alert, activate the barrier. The veteran captain of Eternal told his crew, summon the passengers back, something strange is happening. Clank, clank, clank. The bell of Eternal echoed across the sky. After hearing it, the passengers from Eternal immediately left. Others lingered around out of curiosity. Chapter 1866, Rumble. Hope Corner suddenly trembled with a loud blast. An immense tsunami came from the depth. It was as red as blood and towered at an unbelievable height. This dazzling color rushed to the sky like a wailing devil. Run! In the depth of Hope, experts were soaring to the sky in order to escape this tsunami. However, it seemed to have a terrorizing sucking force. The blood from the fleeing experts actually shot out from their body and was absorbed by the wave. In the blink of an eye, an expert had his vitality completely drained with tiny holes all around his body. Only a dried-up body was left behind on the ground. Rumble. The tsunami suddenly detonated and became even larger than before. Ah! Screams emanated as one cultivator after another was drained completely, leaving behind only skin and bones. This tsunami was like the tongue of a terrible monster. Being licked by it would rob any existence of their life force and vitality. Run! All the cultivators were scared out of their mind and started to run while the tsunami rushed closer behind them. They ran for their lives and wished that they could have more legs in order to escape Hope even faster. Ah! More screams resounded. The majority of them couldn't escape this disaster. They were fast, but the tsunami was even faster. The only thing left behind after their scream was their withered corpse. Clank. The alarm from Eternal became more urgent. Those with quick reaction finally boarded the ship. Let's go. Many ships nearby realized the unfavorable situation and immediately fled. They didn't care whether their passengers were still stuck behind or not. Only a few like Eternal were holding strong and waited for their passengers. Rumble. The ship used an unbelievable speed to cross through Hope and aimed for the airspace above. Buzz. The entire ship became brilliant with a large imperial formation slowly rising. The tsunami attacked with a world-ending momentum and drowned out Eternal. Ah! Meanwhile, many ships couldn't escape far enough from the destructive tsunami. Many shattered instantly and the passengers became victims. An imperial power swept by from eternal towards tsunami. 6 supreme figures emerged around the ship. With their emergence, imperial auras suppressed the firmaments and calmed the universe. Many passengers immediately dropped to their knees. These were the wills of emperors, completely impossible to resist. Rumble. The overwhelming light of emperors could tear the world apart. Nothing could destroy this light. Boom. The ship simply trembled a bit since the tsunami failed to destroy it after the engulfing. The passengers became worried in this particular state. However, they looked up and saw the 6 majestic figures. This calmed them down since nothing was safer than the protection of emperors. The tsunami came and left quickly. It eventually receded back into the depth of hope. The place became calm again as if nothing has happened. The experts eventually calmed down and looked around. There weren't that many intact ships left in this place. The majority were annihilated by the tsunami. Without any protection, the experts on these ships suffered a terrible death. People from Eternal heaved a sigh of relief and realized that the emperors have protected them. However, the figures were concealing their appearance so no one could tell who they are. The crowd praised their fortune for picking Eternal. Any other ship and that would have been the end of them. In the beginning, they felt that this ship was expensive relative to the others. This certainly wasn't the case anymore. This was money worth spending for the safest ship in exploration grounds. Corpses were everywhere now to the horror of the spectators. The tsunami only took the vitality and left the flesh behind. Not too many actually managed to escape. 90% of those who were on Hope were killed. Eternal was the ship with the most survivors. Their palms became drenched with cold sweat while imaging their fate if it wasn't for Eternal. Just what was that thing, a wave of blood? An expert murmured, still as scared as before. People glanced at each other in confusion. The thing came and left too quickly so no one got a good look. Isn't Hope the safest area? Why did such a disaster occur? A cultivator found this unbelievable. I've been here more than 10 times, something like this had never happened before. Someone dug out an item deep under and this blood wave suddenly came out. A successful escapee revealed. An item? What kind? Everyone was startled after hearing this. I don't know. This escapee was very powerful but he was twitching on the deck and shook his head. I only heard someone said they found something before the blood wave came out. I immediately fled without looking back. The guy was completely pale and stricken with fear but no one would dare to laugh at him. This was an understandable reaction. A treasure? In exploration grounds, disasters and treasures come hand in hand. Discussions became heated right away. What is it? Wuxia saw what had transpired while standing on his peak. The princess curiously asked him. A legend without any written records but it was actually excavated just now. This is a stroke of fortune. He answered. But isn't this place fully explored by emperors? The conventional belief states that there is nothing worthwhile left here. She said. Wuxia smiled and said, that's also correct. However, don't forget that these broken areas in exploration grounds are leftovers from older epochs. These are spatial areas that still exist even after the most terrifying destruction during the end of an epoch. If they can survive such a disaster, can you imagine how powerful and precious these spatial areas are? Chapter 1867. For this particular thing, even emperors can't take it away? The princess inquired. Wuxia looked at Hope and smiled. It requires luck and nothing good will come if an emperor were to force the issue since it will incite karma. Plus, this is exploration grounds. Even emperors aren't capable of truly defeating everything here. Like I said, this is the remnant of an epoch, a broken piece from the river of time. Just imagine, the end of the world couldn't destroy it. That's why emperors can't forcefully seize it, or that they don't want to be stained by the associated karma. He looked back at the princess and continued, the heavenly execution is always looming above their head. The more powerful the emperor, the greater the risk, only inches away even. Being involved with more karma only exacerbate the situation. The execution, the princess shuddered after hearing about the unavoidable disaster. Even high gods suffered this fate as well. A grave topic indeed. Wuxia slowly went on, that's why when the emperors have more wills and power, they have even more reservation. It's too difficult dodging the execution once it has arrived. Even a 12-will emperor would turn to ashes. That's why the weaker emperors appear more, since they aren't at big of a risk compared to the reclusive top emperors. The princess agreed with this statement. World Emperor, Profound Emperor, or Immortal Monarch they normally never showed up. Not to mention their descendants or regular experts, even ordinary emperors would have a hard time meeting these top beings. The execution is not all bad. Wuxia chuckled, at the very least, emperors can hide in exploration grounds and live even longer. Traveling in the mundane world and basking in its karma would make it even harder for them to make it through the long years. I heard some emperors occasionally search around this place too. The princess asked. Not just occasionally, in fact, the emperors never rest about this. Exploration grounds is boundless with many pristine locations, untouched by men. It's because normal people don't see the emperors looking around. Of course, at their level, they would only look for high-level and tempting items. Are there really existences in this place that can kill emperors, even the ones with 10 wills and up? She pondered a bit before asking. In fact, she had heard of this legend before but was never certain of it. Emperors were known to be invincible, especially the ones with 10 wills and up. Nevertheless, there were still rumors of them being killed. She was very skeptical about these rumors and couldn't imagine this type of god-slaying existences. Yes, not few in number either. Wuxia revealed, this is why emperors, later on, are so selective with excavation. You might want someone else's treasure, but you're the treasure in someone else's eyes. Disturb someone's long slumber and a great price must be paid. What is more nutritious in this world than emperors? She felt a chill after seeing his gaze. Emperors were essentially food to someone else? This was a terrorizing thought. Just how frightening must an existence be to hunt emperors? Come, let's take a look. It's calm now, Wuxia said before flying towards Hope. She took a deep breath and followed right behind him. She softly said, will an emperor come after this big commotion? It was different at exploration grounds since the threat of heavenly execution was much lesser. A few emperors were walking in this place. So what? Wuxia leisurely commented, if it's something I want, it's already in my pocket. Death to those who want to interfere. This leisure comment instilled chills into listeners. Anyone else would think that Wuxia was arrogant and ignorant, not the princess. If Wuxia was so confident in slaying an emperor, then just what was his real identity? What kind of overlord was he? Judging by their progenitor's imperial decree, Wuxia's real identity must be far above him. Keep in mind that immortal monarch Jilin had 10 palaces and 8 wills. This was an above-average emperor even if he was not a match for someone like Nightfall. Nevertheless, he commanded enough respect among his peers. Thus, his reverence showed just how terrifying Wuxia's background was. It made the princess think that he was an emperor with 12 wills. However, this level of existence could be counted with one's fingers. There were only 4 left alive right now and she couldn't connect him to one of them. This only further increased her curiosity about him. As the two of them traveled around Hope, they saw more cultivators around now. The majority were the lucky survivors on Eternal. Others came after hearing the news. Even though it was a terrible disaster just now, many experts couldn't help entering again. The reason was very simple: treasures were always tempting. The experienced people here always knew that a supreme item would come out after a disaster. This was an amazing opportunity that could grant a lifetime of benefits. Because of this, despite knowing the danger looming in Hope, adventurers wanting to get rich still entered the place. It must be an immortal item or something, or such a terrible disaster wouldn't have happened. The story about the excavation from the fleeing survivor on Eternal had gotten out. It was really a big one, especially at a place like Hope. From the records, only one other disaster was on this level. That time, the War Monarch clan got their immortal remains. The item this time can't be inferior to that. A living fossil from the last generation revealed. That's a treasure capable of protecting a clan forever. People started to palpitate with excitement. War Monarch was a sect with 5 emperors. The immortal remains indeed became their defining treasure. Just imagine, they had every possible treasure but still considered this to be one of their best. It made all the lucky survivors have hopeful thoughts. If they were to get an immortal item of this level, it would be such an amazing fortune. Because of this temptation, people entered Hope for the second time. Prior to the disaster, the place was still lively with thousands of cultivators coming to sightseeing, trading, and treasure hunting. It was desolate now with a layer of dried corpses on the ground. There were only bones with skin left, the blood and energy have been drained. This truly scared the crowd and made them think that they have entered an ocean of corpse. Of course, this didn't deter them either. One could see figures crossing through the sky towards the depth of Hope. Jilin Princess took a deep breath after seeing the corpses. There were numerous, tiny holes on them. Their vitality was sucked out from these holes by a powerful force. Just what is this thing? Capable of draining people dry like this? Is it a blood-sucking existence? The princess felt a chill. Chapter 1868. Li Qie glanced at the scattered corpses and shook his head. It's not a living being, just an ancient ceremony that had been excavated again. When an old ceremony like this appeared, it required a sacrifice. A sacrifice? The princess had an ominous feeling. This wasn't a good word at all, a life offering? Nothing to be surprised about. Li Qie smiled. Not to mention the untraceable epochs, even in our own, so many sacrifices have happened among the long years. For certain powerful people, others were mere ants. 1 million or 10 millions are only a number, virtually the same thing. Li Qie's nonchalant words made her feel even more anxious. She had also heard of these legends when she was younger, but it had a different significance when it came from Li Qie. It meant that certain old tales actually happened. A sacrifice on such an immense scale? She murmured. These evil events never stopped. It happened in the past and will again in the future. Perhaps you live in a generation for one too. Li Qie leisurely said. No one can stop it. Her heart sank and had to ask. Everyone knew that after reaching a particular level, a fight between cultivators was devastating. However, these fights normally took place in the sky. Plus, a sacrificial offering was different from a battle. Sacrificing so many living beings was such a cruel deed. For a few things, once it reaches a certain threshold, they are inevitable. When one finds it hard to stay alive themselves, there's no time to worry about others' business, let alone worrying about ants. For example, if you were to burn a forest, do you actually care about killing 1 or 10 million ants? Li Qie said emotionlessly. This made the princess think in silence and had a moment of self-reflection. But the ones being sacrificed are humans, just like us. I would definitely take it seriously. She eventually said after a long lull. Because you are not standing at the apex. If you are an ant, you will care for the welfare of ants, not wanting to burn them to death. If you are a human right now, you won't care about these ants. Right. The princess had to admit this logic. Even though these words were cruel, one still had to accept it. If she were to burn a forest, she wouldn't care about these tiny creatures. She would care about humans because she was also one. At the very top, these supreme existences only saw other cultivators as ants. They wouldn't give a damn about the number of death. Sacrificing millions is only child's play. At the end of an epoch, lives are not worth a single coin. Mortals, cultivators, and even emperors, under the grand momentum, all are insignificant. At that time, even 1,000,000,000,000 is not a big deal. He stared straight at her and continued, for their own survival, someone could sacrifice the heaven and earth along with all the existences inside. Both the 9 worlds and the 13 continents are only nutrients for them to live longer, it is only another method for them to employ. That can't be, the princess shuddered mentally before softly asking, how could someone even accomplish such a task? That's impossible. Li Qie chuckled, nothing is impossible. Look at the cruelties of exploration grounds. They are the broken pieces of epochs. What I described earlier had happened in these past epochs, and not just once. Existences have sacrificed the entire world before. She was overwhelmed by this revelation. Sacrificing an entire world and all living beings? That is too cruel. This was all she could muster. As a cultivator, especially an imperial successor, she naturally understood the merciless nature of the Tao. Death was an ordinary occurrence. Sect destruction happened on a daily basis in the 13 continents. However, this was the law of the jungle between cultivators. She didn't dare to think about treating the world as a sacrifice. The Tao is merciless, only the heart has emotions. Li Qie slowly said, remember, there is no savior in this world, don't count on one. In order to jump out of this world, you need to make yourself stronger. The princess contemplated before looking at him with a great earnest, young noble, what will you do if this epoch is about to collapse? Her earnest expression made him smile, you can be more direct than that. Your question is, whether I will sacrifice the world if the epoch is nearing an end? Such frankness made it difficult for the princess. Nevertheless, her stare remained strong. Don't worry, I won't sacrifice this world. The only thing I will do is to fight on. Death is not scary to me since it is also a kind of release. I don't need to live on like a coward, no need to sacrifice the world. Li Qie answered. The princess found solace in this answer because perhaps the guy was possible of this task. This was someone even her progenitor respected. But it also worried her. What did this supreme existence experience to consider death as relief? She felt a tough weight in her mind. No need to be excited. Li Qie amusingly said, even if I don't do it, someone else will. She blurted out, I don't think anyone in the world can do such a thing. Plus, World Emperor and the others will protect their own races. She had her reasons. If anyone in the world was capable of this task, it should be someone among the apex emperors. World Emperor, Profound Emperor, and Immortal Monarch Yi could probably do this by working together. But she found this impossible, for this wasn't in their nature. These emperors have started wars before, only for the survival and prosperity of their race. In other words, these emperors fought and protected their kind, how could they sacrifice their people? You're not at the level to see the ever-looming darkness. Even ordinary emperors can't. Li Qie shook his head, certain things are beyond the control of Geezer Qian as well, even if he wants to protect his race. Why? She wasn't quite a frog under the well, but she couldn't possibly imagine something troubling World Emperor outside of the heavenly execution. You might not be eligible to know even after winning the throne. Once you reach a particular level or join the heavenly authority, you will understand a little more. Of course, even the emperors from your clan couldn't join it. Li Qie said. Heavenly authority. The princess gasped. This was the strongest organization in the 13 continents. It was rumored to be the oldest organization of the Heaveners. The form it took remained unknown. The ancestors in the clan told her that even ordinary Grand Emperors from the Heaven race couldn't join this organization. Only Grand Emperors with 10 wills and up were eligible. This organization was the symbol of the Heaven race. All of their members would want to join after reaching a certain power level. This was also the highest symbol of authority in the 13 continents, the strongest group available. It was more terrifying than any existing imperial lineage. Chapter 1869. Heavenly authority was powerful beyond imagination despite its few members. Even its date of inception was completely unknown. Rumor has it that it was much older than any imperial lineage. The world didn't know which emperor was part of it, but one thing was certain: the person currently in charge was the renowned world emperor. Heavenly authority, unstoppable across the myriad ages. The princess regained her wits and said softly. This title commanded immense respect. Ordinary emperors would change their expression upon hearing it, while young cultivators became full of reverence. No such thing. If the Heaveners have their heavenly authority, then our 100 races have Heaven's Ender. Heaven's Ender of the 100 races. The princess was moved by this name with a flashing glimmer in her eyes. All the immortal emperors there are 7 ranked and up. Legends aren't always accurate. Wuxia gently shook his head, but, if the immoral emperors from this group come out, heavenly authority must tread carefully as well. There was a phrase in the 13 continents: Heaveners' authority versus the 100 Enders. Many people in future generations believed that these were the 2 strongest opposing organizations around. Of course, there was no way to verify this claim. According to the tales, Heaven's Ender was started by immortal Emperor Ba Zhen. After many generations, other supreme emperors rumored to be 7th ranked and up from the 9 worlds joined in. This, contrary to heavenly authority, Heaven's Ender kept a low profile. People believed that immortal Emperor Hao Hai was the current leader. Young noble, how strong is Heaven's Ender? Which organization is stronger? The princess was filled with curiosity. Even though her progenitor, immortal monarch Jilin, had 8 wills, he still didn't join Heaven's Ender. It looked as if this organization only took in emperors from the 9 worlds. A junior like her wasn't privy to the exact details. Hard to say. Wuxia's eyes became profound. Heavenly authority had been established long ago, and its true significance is not something you understand. Of course, Heaven's Ender daring to have this name shows that it is no slouch either. Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen is the first emperor of the demons. The fact that he even dared to create an organization with this name should make its true power obvious. Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen used to be an 8 truths bamboo that eventually found the Tao. He was the progenitor of mysterious bamboo mountain back in the 9 worlds. After reaching the 10th, he spent a long time cultivating before establishing Heaven's Ender. The princess could see that. Heavenly authority was well respected and feared. If immortal Emperor Ba Zhen's group didn't have sufficient power, they wouldn't dare to take that name. It was clearly directed at heavenly authority. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed long ago across the long years. Its existence was the best proof of its strength. I also heard about the Purewood Alliance. The princess had one more question. Let's go. Wuxia smiled and didn't address her question. If you keep on asking, others are going to take the treasure. The princess finally realized that their speed had slowed down. The experts in the back have passed them now. Wuxia quickened his pace, so the princess had no choice but to hurry up and forget about the Purewood Alliance for now. The 2 of them reached the depth of hope in a short time. Many cultivators were already waiting in this place. However, they didn't dare to get close and simply watched from the distance. Some hovered in the sky, others chose the peaks nearby, more preferred their vessels. The princess stood on top of a mound with Wuxia and took a deep breath after seeing the scene ahead. It was a sea of bones as far as the eyes can see, a white expanse due to the number of skeletons. This was once a place full of towering mountains, deep valleys, and surging rivers. However, all were buried under bones now. Just how many skeletons were here? Some were as large as a mountain while others were as little as a baby. Moreover, there weren't only humanoids. There was a corpse of a serpent spanning for 100 miles, an ape skeleton as big as a peak, and a reptile remains the size of a fist. Anyone would shudder before this endless sight of white. Among this vastness was a massive monument that pierced the clouds, seemingly capable of penetrating the sky. It was completely black and seemed to be formed naturally just like an onyx jade. There were runes carved all over the monument. They were ancient and impossible to understand, not even by knowledgeable cultivators. But upon careful inspection, these runes also appeared to be a natural creation from the Grand Tao and the heaven and earth. They were dark gold in shade with the occasional flashes that could instill fear into the heart of masters. This monument was built on top of an ancient altar made from an unknown gray material. It was quite coarse with many gaps as if it was created in a hurry. The experts here were in awe of this scene as well. This isn't my first time here, but these skeletons were definitely not around back then. An old cultivator gasped with astonishment. I think they came out of the earth. One passenger from Eternal said, I heard someone dug out an item and this place came out. He must have touched something forbidden. In a short time, the crowd exchanged glances. Though people didn't know what the monument was, they could tell that it was ominous due to the sea of bones. Citadel Lord Wu's group is also here. The princess quietly said after seeing some familiar faces. Both Wu Fengying and Qin Bailey were coming. They each occupied a peak and stared intensely at this monument. As members of imperial lineages, they were insightful enough to know how priceless it is and wanted to seize it. Incredible. Wuxia was fixated on it as well and perused the runes on the monument. The tablet from Icy Feather Palace is nothing compared to this one. The palace from the Mortal Emperor world also had an amazing tablet, found by Immortal Emperor Bingyu. She named it Heaven Cutting Tablet. Wuxia had naturally seen it before, so he could tell the big gap between the two items. What is it? The princess asked. An extremely ancient altar. Wuxia couldn't avert his gaze at all from the altar above. This altar was even more interesting compared to the monument to him. The majority of the crow was drawn in by the monument due to its size, material, and more importantly, the Grand Tao runes containing profound truths. However, Wuxia only cared about the unadorned altar as if there was a marvelous secret within. Altar? The princess shuddered, the type for a sacrificial ceremony? Wuxia gently shook his head, not quite. This thing already had this form upon inception. As for what people use it for, that's not up to it. Like a sword, if one uses it for rampant murder, then it is an ominous weapon. If it is used to save lives, then it is a divine artifact. This item is neutral, only the user determine its nature. He paused for a bit before concluding, it can be used for sacrifice or for praying. Chapter 1870. The princess agreed with Wuxia's statement and stared solemnly at the gigantic monument. This place was covered with skeletons clearly from an ancient age. However, there were still some recently deceased corpses here, the ones with only skin left. While everyone was fixated on the amazing monument, a powerful old man commented, "This is an amazing altar, one could refine gods and devils with it." This was an influential character. Many cultivators nearby nodded and agreed with this perspective. Should we do it? If we can bring this altar back, it might become our sex-defining treasure. A young expert couldn't help wanting to try and push forward. No rush, wait and see. His senior stopped this hot-blooded youth and shook his head. This monument is sinister. Earlier, River Dragon King wanted to try, that's his withered corpse right there. He pointed at a pile of bones. There were dried-up remains there wearing a dragon robe, clearly a king when he was alive. Even the River Dragon King died? The youth took a deep breath because he had heard about the king's legends growing up. In fact, many experts tried to obtain this monument for themselves and faced the same miserable consequence. Just like that, the second wave had to be prudent in order to avoid having their vitality drained. I doubt anything will happen now. One expert lost his patience. This was a white-haired old man with a purple dragon robe. The embroidered dragon had 5 raised claws, looking quite majestic. The old man's eyes were brimming with radiance with violet pupils. Violet Cloud King wants to take action now. Someone murmured, recognizing the old man's identity. He's a master from the devil race with incredible imperial arts. Looks like he's here with imperial weapons too. Another person commented after seeing the bold man. This particular king was relatively famous in Pure. He came from an imperial lineage of the devil race and was quite powerful himself. The change of color in his pupils was an identifying factor. Members of the devil race had a unique characteristic. Normally, their pupils had a dark blue color. After reaching a certain power level, they would turn violet. The darker the shade, the more powerful. There was another rumor that people with the bestowment bloodline would have golden pupils. This king took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the altar. He had released his vitality, resulting in a deafening explosion. This vitality turned into a violet energy before transforming again into a roaring dragon. It coiled around his body and protected him. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering if he could actually be successful. Buzz, a series of quiet buzzing came about. As he inched closer, his vitality started to lose control. Strings of blood flew out of his body as if a powerful force was sucking him dry. Stabilize. The king roared and became resplendent with an imperial aura. He had activated the art of a grand emperor, creating continuous dragon cries. Boundless imperial symbols of many layers appeared on the dragon coiling around him. Boom! It was trying to stabilizing the situation and stopped his vitality from being drained. Sure enough, the sucking process actually stopped. It seemed that his peerless imperial art was effective. The crowd praised him after seeing this and thought to themselves, that's an imperial art for you, possessing magnificent power. Buzz. While the king himself heaved a sigh of relief, his vitality suddenly erupted like a storm with strings of blood shooting out. Earlier, it was a slow process like a silkworm weaving its silk. Now, it resembled a blood-sucking force. In just a second, his body dried up with wrinkles everywhere. He became several decades older in appearance after losing half of his vitality. Activate. The once confident old man was finally scared. He roared and used more imperial arts in order to escape, but he found that it was useless. There was a matchless sucking force pulling him forward. Again. The aghast old man took out an imperial item of the prenatal violet force level. Boom! It turned into an armor, intending on stabilizing his vitality. Blood still shot out of the armor just like before. This Grand Emperor's armor was useless like a net trying to stop water from flowing through. No! The king became horrified, but it was too late. Ah! All of his blood was drained at a rate much quicker than before. This suction force was terrorizing and took all of his blood as if his body was a sieve. One would think that something had pierced countless holes in his body. Only skin and bones were left of the king. All of his blood started flowing from the altar down the gaps to the monument. With a buzz, all the blood suddenly disappeared without a trace as if it had been devoured by the monument. Even an imperial artifact couldn't protect him to the horror of the crowd. The mass began to weigh themselves, thinking whether they were stronger than River Dragon King. Even if they were stronger, they didn't have an imperial weapon anyway. The princess composed herself after watching this scene. It's too strong, he couldn't even fight back with an imperial weapon. It has nothing to do with strength. Li Qie shook his head. It's due to a disparity in power between him and the imperial artifact. This nullified its effectiveness. If he were to use his own Dao weapon, it would have been better. Before this altar, one needs a delicate balance between the defensive artifact and their own power in order to protect the vitality using the true fate. What kind of logic is that? She asked. You need to ask the person who created it and what they wanted to do. Li Qie chuckled in response. The mass became silent after seeing the death of River Dragon King. It was suicidal to attempt anything after this clear example. How amusing. Someone suddenly broke the silence. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck a mental chord like a heavy piece of metal. An old man wearing a gray robe was standing on a peak. When he opened his eyes, everyone felt time passing by faster. He looked imposing enough to suppress an entire domain. High God Shengguan. Someone shouted with reverence. Another cultivator from the same generation became envious and said, Shengguan too has finally crossed through that boundary after waiting for one generation to become a high god. He was from the previous generation with decent talents. It took him this long period, but he still managed to overcome the Dao celestial realm to become a high god with one totem. The high god is about to try. Someone cried out. In the eyes of the spectators, Shengguan too was still a high god despite having only one totem. He was still much stronger than someone at the Dao celestial realm. They wanted to see whether he could do something to this stone monument. Shengguan Tu's eyes lit up to become as bright and scorching as a sun. There was no doubt that he was very interested in this monument. Chapter 1871, Time to try this. Shengguan Tu indeed wanted to give it a shot. After all, this monument was an incredible treasure, but he also wanted to test his abilities. Buzz. He flashed forward with an incredible speed, going from the top of the peak to the front of the tablet. With just one step, he broke through the boundary of space. As a high god, he was able to break the shackles of space, allowing him to shorten the gap. Many were amazed to see this. Even those from the same generation as him were in awe. That's a high god for you, not something they could compare to. Just this swift escape from the spatial shackle was impressive enough. ZZZ. A terrorizing draining power instantly appeared in the form of multiple blood strings flying out. It's coming. A cultivator worriedly shouted as strings of blood came out of the high god. Humph. The high god snorted. With a loud detonation, he recalled his vitality. It was as if he had lost everything, even the blood in his body was shrinking. The bloody strands that were outside his body instantly got recalled back to him. This scene was unbelievable, yet he was able to do it to the astonishment of the crowd. A high god is still marvelous even with just one totem. The crowd was startled to see the stabilization. They were envious and lost in admiration. This was the gap between a master and a high god. It was an uncrossable bridge. After the stabilization, Shengguan Tu didn't dare to linger around. Though he wasn't sure what the altar was, he knew that it was very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, he used a technique and had a skyblotting palm above, wishing to uproot the monument and take it away. However, this great palm clutched it, but the monument didn't move at all. Activate. Shengguan Tu didn't give up and roared. His vitality erupted once again with a totem appearing. This was a majestic grand Dao in the form of a divine serpent. It could swallow everything allow and turn the power of the heaven and earth into its own. Rumble. With loud explosions, Shengguan Tu's body became even larger than this monument. He grabbed it with both hands like a giant. Boom! The monument finally shook a bit with this new effort. Is he about to do it? Everyone's eyes widened at this sight. Even the towering monument looked like a tiny grass inside his hands. People felt that he would have zero problems pulling it out. Up! He roared again, his totem became resplendent as a divine power erupted. He was an untouchable high god right now. If the earth had a handle, he could even lift it up. Rumble! The monument shook several more times as he exerted more effort. He's about to do it. A high god is really too amazing, looks like this tablet is his for the taking now. His peers said with admiration. Buzz! Contrary to the crowd's expectation, the yellow runes covering the monument suddenly lit up. One could hear more buzzing noises. Golden rays emanating from the runes caused a break. The high god's vitality immediately rushed out of his body. Rumble! In this split second, he lost control of his vitality completely. All of it rushed for the monument. No! The aghast high god screamed as he slammed his totem down. He wanted to go all out to break the monument with his totem in order to stop his vitality from escaping. Just imagine the power of an attacking totem, it resembled a planet slamming down on hope. All the spectators here became horrified. Boom! The monument was still unharmed but cracks appeared on the divine totem. In the next second, an even more powerful wave of devouring power swept by and swallowed his vitality in whole despite the magnificent amount since it belonged to a high god. No! Shangguan too screamed miserably and became a dried corpse. After losing all of his vitality, his true fate was next. His skin and bones fell down to the ground, issuing a loud bang. Meanwhile, the runes on the monument were still emitting a faint luster. It looked like a monster that hasn't gotten full just yet, despite devouring the majestic vitality of Shangguan Tu just now. Everyone here was horrified with the swift death of a high god. In the end, Shangguan Tu failed to obtain it and even gave up his life. They found themselves having zero chance if a high god still wasn't enough. Suddenly, a figure took another step towards the monument in the same spatial-breaking manner. This figure was just as fast as Shangguan Tuesday. A righteous violet aura filled the space in front of the monument. Qin Bailey. A person who recognizes the figure shouted. This was indeed Qin Bailey. He took advantage of Shangguan Tu keeping the monument occupied and made his mode. Even someone as powerful as him still got his vitality drained without exception. Slash! He shouted and slashed down with his arm like a heavenly sword. This cut could sever the yin-yang and reincarnation cycles on top of all the powers in this world. The blood strings leaving his body were instantly severed. One side came back to him while the other was devoured by the monument. After taking his blood, the runes became brighter as if they have undergone a tiny change. Buzz! Qin Bailey took action again. He waved his arm and disturbed time itself along with the runes. He then used both hands to create the myriad laws and calculate the karmic consequences. In a short time, all the runes were being drawn out by him. Boom! They lit up and jumped as if they had their own consciousness. They then turned into a spinning maelstrom with increasing speed as if wanting to leave the monument. Rumble! The monument was also shaking in the process and slowly rose from the ground. There seemed to be a great buoyancy force at work here that was raising the monument. Is he doing it? The spectators were startled to see the monument slowly separating from the altar. Chapter 1872, Rumble. The runic maelstrom spun increasingly faster like a torrential torrent as the monument floated upward. Amazing, that's a genius for you. He had seen through the mysteries of these runes. Both young experts and older masters were in awe. That's why he is on the same level as Jin Gu in terms of fame. Even if he won't be an emperor, he'll be an incredible high god. Another big shot was convinced by his skills. Li Chia chuckled after seeing this. He's really talented indeed, to see this particular clue in such a short time. Unfortunately, still a frog under the well, only seeing a little spot. Nevertheless, it's impressive enough that he'll be able to survive. This still isn't enough? The princess thought that Qin Bailey was going to do it, so she was surprised. No. Li Chia shook his head. This item has an amazing origin, it's not that simple. Moreover, the main focus isn't the monument, he hasn't seen the whole picture just yet, only a tiny part. The princess was caught off guard because her solution was similar to Bailey's. She was also an amazing genius. During this event, she was focusing on the runes and felt that understanding them was the path in solving this problem. She realized that she was also going in the wrong direction after hearing Li Chia. As the monument was rising from the altar, everyone thought that Qin Bailey was going to be successful. Boom! The altar slightly quaked. Next, a blood-red light filled the sky and rays shot out from the coarse gaps on the altar. Not good. Qin Bailey was aghast. He turned and tried to run, but it was too late. Buzz! In a split second, these bloody rays seemed to have pierced something. Qin Bailey also lost control of his vitality to an incredible draining force. Boom! Before everyone could react, his body exploded with an unimaginable power. The blast made all of hope tremble. The massive vitality turned into a faint mist of blood. A ray crossed through the sky, his true fate. At the crucial moment, Bailey was decisive enough to detonate his entire vitality, allowing his true fate to escape. This was similar to a cicada shedding its carapace. If he had held on to his body, his end would have been the same as Shangguan Tu's. In the end, not only would he lose his vitality, his true fate would be gone as well. He dared to give up his body. As long as the true fate was still around, everything was possible. He could rise up once more. But losing the true fate meant becoming nothingness. The altar drained all of the remaining vitality. The blood flowed through the gaps and slowly disappeared. Everyone was creeped out by this scene. Qin Bailey was a famous genius. His talents and power were both unquestionable. Some said that he was already a god. People even believed that he had a good chance of becoming an ancient god. But now, he abandoned his body just to stay alive. No one expected this particular outcome. Qin Bailey's comprehension, power, and reaction time are all better than Shangguan Tuesday. People were still convinced by his abilities despite the failure. Shangguan Tu was a high god, but he didn't even have the chance to run. Qin Bailey, on the other hand, understood a few mysteries of the monument on top of running away with his life. Shangguan Tu was no match for him despite being an experienced high god. Only someone even stronger can do this. A cultivator murmured. No one around was stronger than Shangguan Tu or Qin Bailey. The experts here exchanged glances. Even though they wanted the monument, none was capable enough of taking it for their own. After seeing a lack of impetus from the crowd, Li Chia came out and smiled. If no one can take it, then I'll go ahead. I'm sure no one will object to this. The princess smiled beautifully after hearing this. She knew that his polite comment was only for fun. As long as he made up his mind about possessing the monument, it was suicidal to try and go against him. Even emperors couldn't contend against this fella. The experts here didn't dare to say anything since they have heard of his fame as fiercest. He was already notorious enough after killing the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. Everyone knew that this brat was truly devilish. Even though his cultivation appeared to be shallow, he was ferocious and didn't give a damn about anyone. This was a guy who dared to kill gods and devils if they were to stand in his way. No one wanted to provoke this brat, unless they were strong enough and had a better backing than the Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord. Humph. A snort of derision sounded after his declaration. It came from Citadel Lord Wu. She gave him the side eye and said, "You think you can take this tablet? Stop dreaming." The spectators thought that this was about time. Both sides were fierce enough. Moreover, Wu Fengying had the monstrous dragon citadel behind her. This was definitely going to be a good show with these two clashing. Li Qiye didn't become angry and smiled back. "If you have a better idea, I'm all ears, and if you think you can take this monument, then I'll be more than happy to let you give it a shot first. If you can actually get it, I'll give up." Such politeness surprised the princess. This wasn't his style at all. Of course, she underestimated the difficulty in obtaining this monument. It was related to a cultivation system from a different epoch. It was profound and ancient, not something a junior could understand. Even ordinary emperors couldn't grasp this. That's why it was so impressive for Qin Bailey to notice the clue. It wasn't unreasonable for people to call him a genius at all. Just his comprehension alone was enough to propel him into a greater height compared to his peers in the 13 continents. "Humph, none of your business whether I can take it down or not. Don't tell me you think you can." Wu Fengying retorted. "That's right." Li Qiye calmly responded, "It's already in my pocket, I can take it whenever I want." Fengying didn't expect this confident response. He was very polite earlier, but after just 2 or 3 sentences, he immediately revealed his sharp, domineering attitude. "That's too arrogant, in his pocket already? How many people can do this?" Even Shengguan too had fallen in this place, and a great genius like Qin Bailey almost lost his life. Unless he is a high god with 10 totems and up, there's no way for him to take it so easily. A cultivator sneered after hearing the confident fella. Chapter 1873. Both Qin Bailey and Shengguan Tu have failed, yet Li Qiye was taking it so lightly. People felt that he was being boastful. "Humph, anyone can talk big." Wu Fengying stared coldly at him. Li Qiye smiled and replied, "Is that so? If I take it down, what are you going to do?" She aggressively replied, "I'll wait for you to take it down, then pry it from your fingers with my blade. I'm afraid you're not up to the task." Li Qiye gently shook his head with a smirk. "Take it down then and see whether I can grab it from you or not." She was warming up, looking as if she was about to take down anyone in her way. Some in the crowd became afraid after seeing her violent appearance, because many impure have been victimized by her before. Even sect masters from imperial lineages were beaten, left with swollen faces. It didn't matter to her who the opponent might be. It was fight first, talk later. Of course, some people were gloating on others' pain. The fierce Li Qiye has finally met his match after meeting this brutal girl. Li Qiye only smiled and headed for the towering monument instead. Everyone held their breath at this scene, completely fixated on each of his actions. They wanted to see if this notorious and unfathomable fella could actually do it. Back at Eternal, many saw him swallowing lightning bolts despite his shallow cultivation. At this point, they no longer cared about his cultivation and felt that a few devilish means of him could make up for the lack of power. Buzz. The runes slightly moved as Li Qiye got closer. A devouring force instantly came out and engulfed Li Qiye. In the blink of an eye, it was omnipresent, not allowing anyone to escape without leaving all of their vitality behind. Li Qiye smiled and casually pointed forward against this approaching offense. Bah! Space fluctuated like rising waves and made the power collapse into ashes. The force seemed to be the storm, while Li Qiye was able to pinpoint the eye of the storm, destroying it right away. What is going on? No one knew what was going on or how Li Qiye made the devouring force disappear. It was different from Shengguan Tuesday. He collapsed his own vitality in order to stabilize while Qin Bailey severed his connection with karma and yin-yang. This was a way to stop the devouring force from absorbing his vitality. The young ones couldn't see through these two's methods, but the more experienced characters were able to see some clues. But now, Li Qia's method left everyone perplexed. Even imperial sect masters were lost all the same. A high god like Shengguan too couldn't withstand the bite of that force, yet Li Qia took care of it with a single finger. It was simply impossible unless the guy was an emperor with 12 wills. But this guy ahead was definitely not an apex emperor. What kind of monstrous magic is this? Someone murmured and didn't believe in their own eyes. Li Qia had arrived onto the ancient altar before the stunned crowd. He circled around once before entering. "Come!" Li Qia shouted and created a mudra with both hands that kept on changing with an unbelievable rate. In the blink of an eye, these mudra seals flew forward and dazzled the crowd. No one got a good look at them. Boom! The altar quaked and poured out a golden light like a tsunami. It's not blood. People were surprised to see this because it was different from Qin Bai's attempt. More golden strings came out of the coarse gaps on the altar and eventually washed the large monument. At this time, an unbelievable matter occurred. The golden runes that seemed to have formed naturally on the monument were actually peeling out. Finally, the flood-like golden rays brought these runes towards Li Qia. He opened his palms and sucked them in like a black hole. It didn't take more than a blink before Li Qia took in all the runes. Buzz! Li Qia opened his palms and saw the flowing runes. Their yellow shade was turning lighter and changed into an ocean of runes. They were deriving and changing themselves as if wanting to create a new world. Again! Li Qia shouted. The runes began to rotate with a faster speed and immediately became a yellow maelstrom. Rumble. Loud explosions continuously resounded. The large monument shook once before starting to fly upward. However, the altar was following it this time. It was the thing raising the monument. People finally realized that the altar and the monument were one. Just taking the monument alone was impossible. The princess understood Li Qia's comment about Qin Bailey being a frog under the well, only seeing one part of the overall picture. Boom! The two entities have finally left the ground while still issuing deafening rumbles. They actually shrank smaller until they became just a golden glow. This glow jumped into the maelstrom inside Li Qia's palm and caused wavy ripples. The maelstrom finally calmed down and all the runes appeared again in his palm. They were still flowing just like before, but now, there were new runes joining them. Outside of the grand world created earlier, there were gigantic celestials in the sky now. Inside this grand world, the altar and monument were floating in the center. Despite their minuscule size now, they were still relatively monstrous in this new world, capable of stabilizing the universe. Li Qia gently sighed after taking a look at this world in his palm. Strong indeed, but not to the level I expected, still not a paragon artifact. There was a reason why he could take in these two items so quickly. He had already grasped their profundities and Tao composition because he had researched the merit law system of this particular epoch from the tablet found by immortal Emperor Bingyu. In fact, he guided her into obtaining that artifact. That tablet and this monument had the same origin. However, the tablet of the Emperor was more of a small-scaled imitation or a broken piece. Chapter 1874. After grasping this epoch's cultivation system and more experiments, Li Qia was able to control many weapons and artifacts from this period. Because of this, immortal Emperor Bingyu was able to use the heaven-cutting tablet. Otherwise, it was easier said than done to use something from a different temporal period. Alas, he was a bit disappointed after taking in the two things so easily. From a certain perspective, the heaven-cutting tablet was only an imitation, yet it possessed a wondrous power. This made him very hopeful about the altar and monument, even viewing them as potential paragon artifacts. However, this was too optimistic of an opinion. There was still a big gap before it reached that level due to many other limitations. Nevertheless, he didn't become dejected, because if it was really a paragon artifact, the other emperors hiding in exploration grounds would have definitely joined in. Buzz. Wuxia closed his palms and the runes disappeared as well. The crowd was stunned before this scene. Wuxia had finally done it with such ease. This seemed so trivial to him, like lifting his hand. Wu Fengying's mouth was agape. She didn't look like a proper maiden at all. Of course, she never had this appearance in the first place. In her opinion, even if he was devilish enough to seize the monument and altar, it should have taken some effort and sweat. But the lack of difficulty was completely outside of her imagination. The only one who took this well was the Jilin princess. In her mind, Wuxia could do whatever and it wouldn't shock her. What could actually trouble an overlord like him? After closing his palm, Wuxia looked at Wu Fengying and slightly smirked. "Do you still want to rob me now?" The crowd turned to look at Fengying. At this moment, they were still afraid of Wuxia due to his devilish capabilities. It didn't matter whether he was strong or not. In their eyes, he was a demon spawn that couldn't be gauged with common sense. Thus, they wanted to get far away from a monster like him in order to avoid trouble. "I'm not afraid of you." Fengying regained her composure with a glint in her eyes. Rays rushed out like the opening of a world. "Then get ready, don't be suppressed so quick like last time." Wuxia teased. "Stop your bullshit." This supreme woman was very vulgar with speech. Boom. Her vitality erupted, but it didn't leave her body. On the other hand, it continued to roar within, making others wonder if there was a gigantic dragon hiding inside. Her figure was slender and charming, but people could only view her as a raging dragon with a world-destroying power. Bang! She finally released it all out with a terrible force. The mountains nearby collapsed instantly. She wasn't messing around any longer, this was going all out with one move. "Smelly brat, accept your death." Her pretty eyes widened with focus and a phoenix flew out. Screech! The bird spread its gargantuan wings before landing down. Its beak was aiming at Wuxia like a divine sword. There was no need to doubt its power. Its sharpness could peck through all things. Even a divine shield would be penetrated like a piece of paper. Wuxia didn't bother batting an eye against the diving phoenix. He simply had a thought. Boom! An invisible prison trapped the bird. Screech! The phoenix dashed upward and opened its mouth to spew out its flame. The ground instantly melted along. The mountains nearby also burned down in a short time. This scene was too terrifying, especially the heatwave assaulting everyone. The experts quickly retreated to a safe distance. Just the tiniest spark of this flame could incinerate someone to ashes. Is this a real phoenix? Someone couldn't help but ask. The bird was clearly derived from laws since it came out of her eyes, but this question was still brought up. It looked so real, especially its awe-inspiring fire. Rumor has it that it is a secret art from the Dragon Citadel. His senior responded. The fire was stopped 3 feet above Wuxia's head and couldn't inch forward. It flowed through him and assaulted the ground instead. There seemed to be an invisible wall protecting him. As the fire poured down, it looked as if he was undergoing rebirth via fire. It was a wondrous scene. Looks like you have mastered your Dragon Citadel's Phoenix Eyes art, but you are merely showing your slight skills before an expert by using it against my will. Wuxia shook his head with amusement. Having said that, he had another thought. The fire-spewing bird was grabbed by an invisible hand. Screech! Next, it was crushed to death and instantly dispersed. Wu Fengying took several steps back with a pale complexion because this creature contained the power of her will. Thus, he had crushed her will and grievously injured her despite a lack of visible, external signs. If this is all you can do, not to mention stealing my treasure, you can't even touch a hair of mine. Li Qiye commented. I'll chop off your hand and take it. Fengying shouted and a dragon cry resounded. Clank. She took out a pike. This pike wasn't large and looked even more on the decorative side. The pole was as white as jade, same with the tip. White jade seemed to be its main material. Nevertheless, it was still sharp with a snow-white glint. People couldn't help but shudder after seeing the tip because they could feel it already thrusting through their neck. Smelly brat, I'll teach you a lesson today. She pointed her pike at him. This resulted in a sharp thrust crossing through the world. Boom! Even this ferocious attack was instantly blocked by Li Qiye's mental defense. Li Qiye was slightly surprised while looking at the pike and said slowly, looks like your citadel's treasury actually has some good stuff. This pike is polished from a mature true dragon spine, crafted by the method of an immortal emperor. Your progenitor, immortal Emperor Kan Long, must have killed a mature dragon and took its spine back then. I see, a true dragon back then went crazy and disappeared for some reasons. Looks like the emperor killed it. Li Qiye rubbed his chin and said. Killing a true dragon. A mature one at that. Older experts' heart skipped a beat. They understood the significance and power of this best. However, immortal Emperor Kan Long was able to kill one. Just how strong was this emperor? That's the progenitor of the Dragon Citadel for you. Ordinary emperors can't compare to his power. Someone murmured. Chapter 1875. Wu Fengying had an immense aura with the weapon in her hand just like a goddess of war. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes, resulting in a stately and awe-inspiring appearance. The pike in her hand could pierce through the sky, her immense vitality could crush all enemies. More importantly, her tyrannical temperament resembled a raging dragon. She looked untouchable and domineering. This temperament was quite unsuitable on a woman but not her. It seemed like a perfect fit. She was a supreme beauty but no one cared about that right now. She had escaped that particular boundary, everyone only thought about the incoming battle. Smelly brat, take this. She let out a battle cry. Buzz. She thrust through space straight for his throat. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't follow the speed of this attack. However, Li Qiye stood there unmoving. A series of collapsing noises came next. The pike was inches away from him but in the next split second, there was an unreachable distance between the two. Distance couldn't judge this separation. It was the difference between spatial spheres. The two of them were in separate planes now. Spatial displacement, a technique from the space scripture. This allowed him to create this great gap between the two. Break. Her pike let out a dragon roar. More explosions occurred as she broke through multiple planes in order to reach his throat again. Alas, each time she made it through one plane, he was already in a different one. Many became dazzled at the pike's failure to connect. Space manipulation. A top Dao celestial murmured, he is a master at this art, able to separate in the blink of an eye. Even though the pike looked so close, it might have been several planes away. There's no injuring him unless she could break space itself. Dragon soaring the myriad worlds. She crazily roared and her pike turned into a true dragon. It leaped into the sky and jumped out of this world. It crossed through many spatial planes and gave chase while baring its fangs. But right when it was about to catch him, the gap instantly widened. Dragon soaring the myriad worlds. She didn't give up and frantically channeled her vitality. This allowed her to cross through space after Li Qiye with her pike. This scene was very bizarre. The two of them didn't seem to be moving at all, the only thing happening was Wu Fengying's battle cry. The ignorant spectator would think that one of them was crazy, only the real experts could see what was really going on. Even though they didn't appear to be taking a single step, they kept on crossing through the spatial spheres. The weak couldn't detect these changes. Fengying made it through many spheres but still failed to reach Li Qia's current one. Her extreme speed seemed to be futile. Even if you muster all your strength, you still won't touch a hair of mine. If this is all you can do, go back home and suck on your mother's teats, don't run around showing off such meager abilities. Li Qia shook his head while standing in a different spatial realm. With the space scripture, Li Qia could easily control space. It was simple for him to cross through these dimensional spheres. Bullshit. Smelly brat, all you can do is run. I dare you to stay for one round with me. Wu Fengying maintained her rude speech. Of course, she had never been a proper lady before. Her choice of words made others have some strange thoughts. Li Qia didn't tease her about it and said, I've been standing right here, what is this about running? The fact that you can't catch me shows your weakness. How can you think about fighting me directly when you can't even catch up? You. Her face turned red from anger after hearing this, but she took a deep breath and calmed down. Buzz. Cold glints shot out from her eyes. They were blinding and penetrating, nearly taking physical form. She stared intensely at him as if wanting to see a weak spot. She finally took action in the next second. She wasn't as fast this time, only slowly raising her pike. It seemed to weigh countless pounds at this moment. The entire place became suffocating. Though she hasn't destroyed this spatial dimension just yet, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. Everyone had trouble breathing. Buzz. She did a circle with her pike and rendered a large area nearby as possible targets. After the radius was chosen, the space inside suddenly became stagnated. People had a hard time taking half a step forward, let alone fly. You're not too dumb. Li Qia smiled and said, you realize that by suppressing the main dimension, I won't be able to jump through another one. Break. Before Li Qia could finish, Wu Fengying had already unleashed another thrust straight for his throat with incredible swiftness. Boom. One could finally hear the sound of space breaking after the pike had reached Li Qia's throat. It was simply too fast. Even the strongest Dao Celestials felt fear. The attack was strong enough to pierce any throat. It clearly wasn't aiming for them, but everyone still felt a prick by their neck, causing them to uncontrollably shudder. Alas, it still couldn't reach Li Qia's throat as if there was an invisible hand stopping it. She couldn't break through his mental barrier. Bang! The invisible hand flicked and her pike was blown back. She was forced to take several steps back as well. He stopped using spatial manipulation. If she wanted to play for real, he'll just use his supreme will to stop her. Brat, come again for another bout. She wasn't afraid at all after being pushed back. In fact, she became even fiercer due to her love for battle. This was quite a rare breed of woman, a beauty who loves fighting. A bit interesting. Li Qia couldn't help but smile. However, you don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. I shall let you witness true invincibility today. Get ready so that this won't leave an indelible demon in your heart later. Bring it, I ain't afraid of you. She aggressively bit back. Is that so? Li Qia revealed an amused grin. Then don't piss in your pants or you'll be throwing away your Dragon Citadel's reputation. You're the one who will piss in your pants. She barked back. Let's begin. He ignored her with a slight chuckle. Despite her unbridled speech, she wasn't one to underestimate the enemy since she wasn't dumb enough to do that. Thus, with a lasting dragon roar, the pike in her hand turned into a true dragon in a defensive posture next to her. She was serious, ready to take on Li Qia's attack. Chapter 1876. The crowd was palpitating with excitement. All eyes were on Wuxia, waiting to see what heaven-defying attack this devilish man would use. In fact, even Wu Fengying was full of anticipation as well about his method. Crack! 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 A series of bone-cracking noises appeared, resulting in a bizarre scene. There were bones as far as the eyes can see in this place. After Wuxia's single thought, one bone flew out from each skeleton. Among the sea of bones, there were skeletons of flood dragons spanning for 100 miles, an ape skeleton as big as a mountain, rare remains of a strange and rare bird. Wuxia only took one bone from each. For example, he took the spine of the flood dragon, the smart bone in the skull of the ape, and the sharp talon of the rare bird. These were very powerful existences when they were alive, but their bones have lost all divinity after the long years. However, many didn't know that these bones were carefully chosen. They were the true bones from these creatures when they were alive and only existed back in their respective epoch. The similar creatures in this era didn't have these unique bones. Alas, they were only useless bones at this moment after losing their divinity. Click. Clack. The sound of bones coming together appeared. They were flying together and assembling at an unbelievable pace. The spectators' jaw dropped to the ground. This scene was ghastly and unbelievable. They were confused about his intention. In a short period, these bones finally finished coming together. A gigantic skeletal sword appeared in the sky. This might be the largest skeletal sword anyone had ever seen, made from smaller pieces coming together. Pluff! With a quick thought, Wuxia ignited the sword on fire. This was an extremely ancient form of true fire. It was burning the sword in order to refine it. Clank! After the heating process, the sword reappeared before the spectators. It was much smaller this time, at least relative to its initial size. However, it was a complete longsword now, no longer looking like an amalgamation of bones. It didn't emit a frightening presence, only a dark glow. Ah! Anyone who saw this faint glow vomited blood as if their heart had just been pierced. No, this is an evil weapon. The aghast crowd quickly retreated to a safe distance. They stared at the sword again and got a cold sweat. Everyone understood that it hasn't unleashed its power just yet. Alas, this faint glow alone could grievously wound weaker cultivators and slightly injure the stronger ones. Just imagine, once this sword actually exuded its real power, how frightening would it be? Is that a high heaven scroll? People couldn't help but shudder despite maintaining a safe distance. Some started to wonder about its origin. However, this thought was quickly dispelled because the sword was made from bones coming together. Everyone didn't know why the result would be so terrifying. Wu Fengying knew her stuff. She had seen imperial weapons and even heaven-punishing weapons. Nevertheless, this sword still instilled fear into her. She couldn't tell what it was, but intuition was telling her that this thing was scarier than anything she had seen before. Die! Her dragon pike erupted with a star-destroying attack. With loud detonations, all the stars exploded. Multiple images of her weapon aimed fatally towards him, wishing to turn him into a sieve. Each image carried an incomparable sharpness. Just one could pierce through the earth or flip over the ocean. Clank! However, the skeletal sword easily repelled this attack. Keep in mind that even a top Dao celestial with an imperial weapon wouldn't dare to think about stopping the myriad pikes successfully. With the sword in his hand, Wuxia let out a quiet sigh and said, "The paragon artifact of an epoch." The skeletal sword suddenly trembled a bit. Just this slight vibration blew Fengying flying for several thousand miles. Once she stabilized her stance, blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. There was no doubt that a simple vibration of the sword had wounded her. Everyone gasped in response. They compared themselves to her and found that they were completely inferior. Even a top Dao celestial wouldn't dare to boast about being stronger. Thus, it didn't matter how strong Li Qie was, this showed the terrorizing aspect of this skeletal sword. "You're not my match." Li Qie gently shook his head, "Not to mention robbing me. If I cut down with this sword, you will be annihilated. It's not too late to give up." Wu Fengying was unconvinced and shouted, "Fuck you, come, I'm not afraid." This woman was very stubborn on top of being violent. She wasn't one to accept defeat. "Someone of your cultivation can barely qualify to be a bed warmer made for me, but you're not gentle at all. I have zero interest." Li Qie teased. The crowd was speechless. Fengying was the master of the Dragon Citadel, the main successor of a lineage with 4 emperors. Li Qie said she could only barely be his bed warmer. This was a ludicrously arrogant statement. "I doubt you can handle it. Defeat me and I'll be your bed warmer," she retorted without any semblance of feminine bashfulness. Her frankness could cause men to blush. "Not interested, but I can still show you how vast this world is. You won't be able to keep your dragon pike." Li Qie shook his head. "Die." She poured all of her vitality into her weapon. She herself disappeared while a true dragon jumped up. This was the real thing, not an illusion. A draconic aura came sweeping by to the horror of the crowd. "She has completely activated the spirit of the pike. This attack is the same as the ultimate attack of an imperial weapon." An old man murmured after understanding the power of this strike. The sky vault shattered. This was the only way for a true dragon to leap up this high. It shattered the stars before lunging for Li Qie. This attack was perfect, consisting of offense and defense together. There were virtually no flaws to speak of. However, Li Qie only casually swung his sword without analyzing the opponent's attack. Clank! The myriad ages could go down from this slash. Even the river of time would turn to ashes. Nothing could stop this sword. It was an unending attack. There was no technique included, this was only the pure power of the weapon. Boom! The sword slashed the dragon, resulting in a blinding explosion. The shockwaves immediately shattered the space nearby. Everything became ashes. After a miserable cry echoing across the world, the true dragon's body completely crumbled. Chapter 1877, Boom! The dragon wailed and crumbled. It seemed that time had come to a still. One could only see Wu Fengying being blown away while her dragon pike shattered into countless pieces. The pieces were pushed out with her and scattered everywhere. Oof! She spat out a mouthful of blood, painting a beautiful scene of red in space. Everyone became horrified. The spectators still dropped to the ground, being suppressed by this terrible power despite being far enough away. The masters here took a deep breath as a chill emanated across their body. They retreated even more since this skeletal sword was too much to take. Remember that the dragon pike came from immortal Emperor Qianlong. It was even made from the spine of a mature true dragon. Just this alone should indicate its power. However, it was so easily annihilated into countless pieces, not able to take a single blow. True bones of the myriad ages, just like the legends. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get it. Li Qie commented with emotion while looking at his sword. No one knew this particular name, but there was another way to address it, an epic paragon artifact. Most people weren't aware of these titles until they reached a particular level. Of course, this skeletal sword wasn't true bones or a paragon artifact. It was only a creation of his supreme will. True bones was the ultimate result from sacrificing countless creatures in an epoch. Li Qie used his one-thought creation to craft this sword from the bones around here. It was only an imitation in a loose sense. Nevertheless, it was still mighty enough because it was copying a paragon artifact. Crash! Wu Fengying finally got up after much struggling. She was in a sorry state, seriously injured with blood all over her armor. Her legs were weak, complexion paled. There was no doubt that this casual strike had severely damaged her, or she would have recovered already, given her cultivation. You have lost. Li Qiye insipidly stared at her. This was a trivial victory for him. True bones in his hand could strike terror in the heart of the enemies, despite being an imitation. Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude made everyone tremble. The ones kneeling on the ground couldn't get up at all. They stared in awe at the skeletal sword in his hand. It didn't matter who they might be, any existence would feel dread before it. They didn't know the background of this sword, but its terrorizing aura told the tales. Bullshit. As long as I'm alive, I can still fight. Despite her tattered appearance, she was still as domineering and fearless as ever, like a tiger leaving the mountain. Her injuries didn't diminish her will to fight, never backing down against anyone. Dragon Citadel Lord, it is not too late to back down now. The princess raised her voice at Fengying out of concern. She knew full well that even if Fengying had other heaven-defying means, they were meaningless before Li Qiye. In fact, she wasn't his match even after becoming an emperor. Once Li Qiye had the urge to kill, she would be powerless to stop him. The Jilin clan had an amicable relationship with the Dragon Citadel, so the princess didn't want to see a meaningless death. Let's go again. Fengying wouldn't wield since this was part of her nature. She shouted and floated to the air again with the same confidence as before. The princess gently sighed. There was no way of persuading Fengying out of this battle. Looks like you still haven't given up. Very well, use whatever you want. Li Qiye shook his head. Activate. A mantra flew out of Fengying's mouth while she performed a mudra. In the blink of an eye, the power of the myriad worlds gathered in this place for her usage. Boom! The sky turned dark. It looked like a time-worn god-fiend was crawling from the depth of hell. A terrifying evil energy ravaged the world and suppressed all the dimensions here. This god-fiend had been slumbering for a long time, now it has awakened to grasp the universe once more. Rumble. A destructive storm began at her position. Thick lightning bolts descended all around her. She looked like a walking calamity right now, engulfing and tearing apart everything standing in her way. Buzz. She fully opened her eyes. They were as red as blood, no longer the pretty phoenix eyes like before. This was a monstrous pair of blood eyes, devouring the soul of all those who gaze at them. She was still the same person with no change in appearance. Alas, those who stared at her felt as if she had turned into a giant. Her immensity could detonate the entire sky. Even the planets nearby were tiny in comparison. People had to lift their head just to look at her and suddenly felt the urge to prostrate before this magnificent being. It was the same thing as worshipping a supreme god. Behind her seemed to be a pair of black wings blotting out all light from the 3,000 worlds. Only an encroaching darkness was left behind to the horror of the crowd. Is she letting a supreme devil king take over? A sect master turned pale and murmured. Keep in mind that most imperial techniques were righteous in nature. This form of her didn't resemble these imperial techniques. The princess was surprised to see this transformation as well. She had never heard of the Citadel possessing a nefarious art like this. Fiendish manifestation. Li Qiye was surprised. Immortal Emperor Can Long and the others are indeed exceptional, actually able to derive this art into existence once more. This is an ancient art not from our epoch, a main vision technique of that cultivation system. You have actually cultivated it, not bad, no wonder why you were able to become the Citadel Lord. No one had heard of this technique before, not even the disciples from the Dragon Citadel. This was one of the top techniques during a lost epoch. After finding this merit law, immortal Emperor Qianlong's group spent many generations to derive its ultimate form. Now, Wu Fengying was able to successfully cultivate it. You know this merit law? Fengying was also astonished. No one should know of this technique outside of their sect's ancestors. But it's too late now, you have enraged me. This won't end until blood is spilled. She roared oppressively. No, it's too late for you. You don't know what weapon you are facing. Li Qiye smiled and slowly raised his skeletal sword. Die. Fengying didn't waste words and unleashed a dual palm strike. The world suddenly became tiny in comparison. Rumble. Stars in the near vicinity exploded with ease. This resembled an attack from a supreme fiend, enough to annihilate an entire world. Chapter 1878, 1 Strike to destroy the era, 2 to end eternity itself. The world trembled before her cataclysmic strike. This top merit law from the lost epoch completely overshadowed the current imperial laws. The spectators in the far horizon were stunned by this dual palm strike. This is far beyond the Tao celestial realm, capable of decapitating gods and devils. An old royal lord became blanched and quietly commented. Li Qiye didn't give this strike the time of day. All of this was trivial in his eyes. Clank. The faint glow of the skeletal sword intensified a bit with a nether light. Li Qiye immediately slashed forward at the dual palm strike. Boom! The dual palm strike managed to block the slash despite being pushed to the side. Fengying staggered several steps backward as well. However, she was actually unharmed this time around. Keep in mind that in order to survive the previous slash, she lost her dragon pike completely. But now, she was able to withstand the slash with her bare hands. Her physical prowess was something else right now, virtually impervious to all weapons. Taste another one. Li Qiye smiled freely and swung his sword again. Clank. The sword shadow swept over across countless light years. Break. She closed her black wings behind her like a gate sealing the myriad ages. Boom. The engulfing wings failed to stop the peerless slash and got severed. The slash made contact on her body. Blood splashed all over and her armor was cut open. In this moment of life and death, she slammed her palms together and grabbed the sword, causing a deafening metallic vibration. Rumble. Even the fabric of space and time was trembling. She was actually gaining ground and pushing the sword upward despite its immense weight. As long as my transformation remains, I am indestructible. She fiercely declared with an intense glare like a goddess of war. The blood on her body only painted an even more brutal and moving picture. No one in this world is indestructible outside of the villainous heaven. Plus, you simply don't know this sword. I am slaying a chicken using a butcher's blade. Behold its real power. Li Qiye chuckled in response. With that, the sword instantly pushed open her grip. Her palms could squeeze a galaxy to bits, but the sword only vibrated a bit and broke free from her clutch. Boom! Li Qiye's will erupted and the sword exuded more light than before. Its rays illuminated the entire world. Each ray resembled a galaxy itself. The overwhelming radiance resembled many angelic wings spreading. The apex power of an epoch instantly erupted. Gods, devils, or any other power were instantly crushed. What is this weapon? The spectators could no longer stand straight after the skeletal sword revealed its true power. Their hair was standing on end from fear. There was no way for them to resist this power because they were even tinier than ants in comparison. The sword acted as the center of an epoch at this moment. All paled before its might. Her devil form struggled to withstand the opening of these bright wings as she tumbled backward. Young noble, please show mercy. The astonished princess still beseech him for Fengying's sake. Time to end this. Li Qiye glanced at her and unleashed another brilliant attack with his sword. Break! Wu Fengying roared and a majestic figure of a god-fiend came out. It was large beyond measurement, just one stomp could shatter the void. It could be said that it was the 3,000 worlds itself. It was only a reflection, but this didn't diminish its terror and power. Alas, it couldn't stop the blazing skeletal sword. It was another casual swing hitting the god-fiend. Boom! The monstrous figure was like a fly getting hit by a swatter and immediately turned to ashes. After the figure got annihilated, Wu Fengying was slammed down like a meteor hitting the ground. A huge crater with cracks emanating from the center was the result. The bloodied woman didn't have a chance to regain her composure since everything darkened before her. This was Li Qiye already showing mercy by only knocking her unconscious. Otherwise, it didn't matter how strong she was. Just one slash was enough to split her into two halves, so he only swung his sword at the figure instead of slashing downward. Clank! Li Qiye casually pointed forward and chain-like laws sealed her completely. Be a good girl and stay home. Li Qiye opened his palm and created a spatial passage to expel her back to Eternal, locking her in her own room. If he wanted to kill, it wouldn't have been enough even if she had 100 lives. Of course, he wasn't showing mercy out of a love for talents either. She simply didn't have any malicious before her action, she was only a hot-headed and competitive brat in his eyes. After expelling her, Li Qiye looked at the skeletal sword and gently sighed, true bones of the ages, a paragon artifact with many sad tales. With that, he released and let the sword fly to the sky. He then recalled his will and the bones making up the sword started falling apart. It became a rain of bones returning to their original position. He had no intention of taking this kind of sword with him because it wasn't the real thing. It wouldn't have been of much use taking it away from this place. Hope regained serenity after all the bones peeled out. It was as if such a sword had never appeared in this world. The terrifying aura earlier dissipated without a trace as well. This allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. That monstrous weapon was no longer around. Let's go. Li Qiye smiled and told the princess. The princess calmed down and quickly followed. After he left, the crowd also regained their sanity. Everyone knew that Li Qiye had gotten a treasure, but no one dared to have any ideas about it. This brat was too devilish, provoking him was suicidal. A person asked right away, what kind of weapon was that sword? No one could answer this question, so the crowd just glanced at each other in confusion. Let's research it a bit. A big shot jumped into the pile of bones and picked up the pieces that were part of the sword. After careful consideration, they found that these bones had no sign of divinity. This perplexed them even more. These broken bones came together to create such a powerful sword? How unbelievable. Some didn't give up and even bought these bones back, then assembled the pieces together just like Li Qiye's imitation earlier. Alas, it was only a broken skeletal sword unlike earlier. They couldn't understand why the same bones in the same assembly couldn't produce the same result. Chapter 1879. Of course, the issues weren't the bones or the sword form. The thing they were lacking was Li Qiye's supreme will and knowledge of the one-thought creation from the scripture. Who had seen a paragon artifact like this in this world? Even if they had the power to do so, they wouldn't be able to duplicate this particular one. Young noble, what is a paragon artifact? The princess quietly asked along the way. She was full of curiosity because the sword left a deep impression on her. Wanting to learn is always good. Li Qiye looked back at her. The princess smiled like a young girl with a coquettish yet pleasant look. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and stared towards the horizon before explaining, a paragon artifact is only a general name, nothing too specific. If one must elaborate, then they are the ultimate weapons of an epoch, according to the emperors. These artifacts must be far above imperial Dao weapons? The princess got the point. Way above. Wuxia chuckled and said, only one or two would come out in an epoch. How could an ordinary imperial Dao weapon compare to it? What about a true immortal armament? She thought about the strongest type of Dao weapon. That's hard to say. Wuxia smiled and said, there are only 5 armaments in the world and 2 are missing. However, paragon artifacts are even rarer. Few have seen them and the 2 haven't clashed just yet. There's no good conclusion to be made of the stronger one. The princess agreed. There were too few true immortal armaments in this world, not to mention immortal Emperor Min Ren's and 6 Dao kings were missing. The others belonged to people such as World Emperor and Pure Wood Divine Emperor. Tell me more about True Bones. She asked curiously after hearing him repeated this name previously. True Bones does not belong to our epoch. It is much more ancient. Wuxia said, it's a ferocious weapon. Back in its epoch along the river of time, someone refined the true bones of the strongest existences into this weapon, trillions and trillions of bones. Its power is immense, just one slash could destroy the world. The princess shuddered and could imagine the number of bones required to create this terrifying weapon. How much carnage and sad tales were necessary? Do we have a paragon artifact in our epoch? She asked softly. Who knows? Wuxia glanced at her in response. A long time ago, immortal Emperor Qizhen wished to fight at the end of the world, so she has been incubating a weapon, wishing to turn it into the most powerful of them all. Then, she started the 6th expedition. I believe that her weapon had reached full maturity, but whether it qualifies as a paragon artifact or not is unknown. I haven't seen it in person, so I do not know of its capabilities. He gently sighed after saying this. Immortal Emperor Qizhen didn't start her expedition on a whim. She wanted to do so since a long time ago, but she wasn't strong enough yet back then. He was certain that she had prepared well before the trip, especially with this particular weapon. The princess was surprised to hear this because this was the first time she heard this particular rumor about the 6th expedition. At this moment, she knew that outside of true immortal armaments, heaven-punishing weapons, and high heaven scrolls, there were also things like paragon artifacts. She felt a chill after recalling the imitation of that skeletal sword. Just the fake was so strong already, what about the real thing? Though she hadn't seen a true immortal armament, there was also a sense of anticipation to witness a duel between one and a paragon artifact. It would be a life worth living. Wouldn't a duel between a paragon artifact and a true immortal armament be amazing? It might be the most impressive battle in history. The princess murmured. Wuxia chuckled in response, there's nothing worth being excited about. Why? She was surprised. One day, when you find out a paragon artifact has come into being and the user isn't me, be smart and run as far as possible to any safe haven in the world. Do not have any foolish thoughts about watching a fight. Run and run some more with all of your might, throw away your clan too, do not worry about them. Why? She was caught off guard. As the successor, she instinctively thought that her clan was the safest place. Any person in danger would feel that the safest location was their home. Because when that day comes, it's over for your clan too. Wuxia said flatly. How can that be? Our clan won't go down that easily even to powerful foes. She blurted out. Her response wasn't out of arrogance. Their clan still had 2 living immortal monarchs and had good ties with other imperial lineages of the 100 races. Their monarchs were good friends with other emperors as well. If a disaster truly descended one day on their clan, their 2 monarchs wouldn't sit idly by and watch. Moreover, they could ask for assistance from their peers. It wasn't to say that their clan would last forever, but in the princess' eyes, it wasn't that easy for anyone to end their clan. Your clan does have 2, but when that day really comes, even having 5 wouldn't do anything for protection. They wouldn't be able to protect themselves at that point. Wuxia answered while gazing at the horizon. The princess shuddered since this comment contained too much information. Will that day really come? She asked softly, and that means our epoch really has a paragon artifact too? Wuxia's eyes became profound. Who knows if someone has created one already in our epoch? But in the older epochs that might be ashes now, their artifacts are still left behind. Our world still have people with ancient paragon artifacts. The princess wasn't stupid, so she understood right away. Wuxia nodded, yes, and it's not just baseless rumors nor legends. People have just been covering these tracks along the river of time. What will happen when these artifacts appear? She questioned again. The end of the world. Wuxia commented, it will be a disaster and nothing will be left in the future. No more imperial lineages, no more 9 worlds and 13 continents. Impossible. The princess shouted, Immortal Emperor Yi is still around, and Mortal Reversion Ancient God, Profound Emperor, and even World Emperor. There are so many emperors left, as long as they are around, an even greater disaster shouldn't be a problem. Yes, Yi, Mortal Reversion, and even Geezer Qian are truly powerful. Wuxia smiled, but you will never know the real opponent, it is beyond your imagination. When that day comes, people and certain things will change. Chapter 1880. The princess' heart grew heavy after hearing this. She finally understood the phrase, ignorance is bliss. She has never thought about this issue in the past, but after finding out, she felt a never-dissipating darkness engulfing this world. Young noble, did you come into being because of this matter? Her eyes flashed brightly with a revelation. You want to stop the inevitable world destruction? Wuxia laughed in response and flicked her jade-like nose. That's quite funny. Am I wrong? She was quite confident in her speculation. After all, a supreme existence like him wouldn't travel the mundane world without a good reason. Girl, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Wuxia gently shook his head. I'm not that benevolent of a person. My travel isn't to break the situation as a savior. Then why did you come into being? The princess mustered enough courage to ask an inappropriate question, given her status as a junior. While gazing into her supreme beauty and a pair of eyes full of hope for the future, he answered softly, there's no savior in this world, at least I'm not one. A passenger is who I am. The princess didn't quite understand the statement and continued to stare at him. I'm not here to break the inevitable situation. I only want to fight at the end of the world. He gently sighed while meeting her gaze. The ultimate expedition. She trembled. This topic was too heavy, no one has ever returned from one. It started with the innovative Origin Heaven Emperor to the brilliant Deep South Divine Emperor, then came Immortal Emperor Fei, next was the astonishing Immortal Emperor Gu Chun and the determined Immortal Emperor Min Ren, last was Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen. None had returned from these expeditions, no news of triumph. Thus, she remained dazed after finding out that Wuxia came into being for the legendary Ultimate Expedition. It took a while before she could speak again. What about the end of the world? Why is that all the emperors want to embark on the expedition instead of caring about the world? It's complicated, not something for you to know. Wuxia elaborated. World destruction can be construed differently, depending on the perspective. It might not happen either. I call it world destruction from my personal perspective. The princess heaved a sigh of relief, but the next statement depressed her once more. Alas, it is the truth. Wuxia stroked her hair and said, if you to look forward to something, then start hoping that this type of world destruction won't happen in your lifetime. That's also a type of happiness. Who gives a damn about the calamity after they're already dead? But if it is the truth, then why don't the emperors do something about it? She asked. It's because you aren't privy to certain information, such as what the emperors have done and the secrets in the past. You might have the chance to find out after possessing 10 heavens' wills. Li Qiye revealed. Is the ultimate expedition even more important than breaking the looming threat? She didn't understand. She had heard of legends about the expedition, but its purpose remained unknown. The world destruction is only a branch on the expedition path. He looked at her and said, if you can win, then the myriad ages are mere ants. The so-called world destruction can't reach the apex. Just win the expedition and no need to worry about anything. This answer exceeded her imagination. Something even greater and more stress-inducing than world destruction? Just what the hell was the ultimate expedition then? She found the mystery running even deeper. Your goal is still to save the world then? The princess said, winning the expedition is one way to break the situation, to save the myriad beings. Once again, you think too highly of me. Li Qiye denied, I only want an answer by fighting at the end of the world. Saving everyone else isn't my responsibility. The princess became quiet because she had learned many incredible things tonight. She eventually asked again out of curiosity, who has the lingering paragon artifacts? Li Qiye answered, it's better for you not to know about this particular matter. After you become an immortal monarch with 10 wills and up, you can worry about this then. Anything less would only be cannon fodders. She took a deep breath after hearing this shocking statement. In the mind of others, an emperor was the lord of a generation. Even if there was a disparity between emperors, these beings were far above regular people. Other experts were simply insects in comparison. Thus, Li Qiye's statement was so unbelievable, but she still believed him. Alright, no need to think so much about this. Keep on cultivating and become stronger. You can worry about these matters then. He said. The princess found this reasonable. There were so many emperors left in this world, especially the top ones. Even if the sky were to fall down, they would uphold it first. The juniors didn't need to worry about it. She smiled and returned with him to Eternal. Back on the ship, she became worried about Wu Fengying's wounds and said, young noble, I'll go check on Citadel Lord Wu and see if she's better. Li Qiye didn't care too much and sigh, go, tell that brat to be a good girl and stop provoking me. Even if she has no ill intent, I'll still kill her. I'll definitely persuade her. The princess smiled wryly. It wasn't easy to convince someone as stubborn and competitive like Fengying, but maybe she had learned her lesson this time around. The crowd changed their expression after seeing Li Qiye. Some were even afraid of him enough to stay away. His story had spread throughout the ship. It was suicidal to mess with this devilish young man. Brotherly, congratulation. Before he went back to his place, someone cupped his fist towards him. Your newly found treasure is truly worth celebrating. This was no other than Tame Dragon Child, the guy who could put up a good talk yet flees before a battle. Li Qiye gave him a quick glance before losing interest. However, Tame Dragon didn't mind his attitude and shamelessly followed him with a bright smile while pouring on the compliments. Brotherly, you are untouchable with such an amazing method, your amazing style has won me over as a fan full of admiration. Li Qiye stopped and gave him a cold stare. State your business. Tame Dragon rubbed his palms and said, everyone is envious of your peerless treasure, such a joyous occasion, you think I won't throw you off the ship? Li Qiye said coldly. No, Tame Dragon quickly waved his hands anxiously. Brotherly, please don't misunderstand. This little brother only wants to do business with you. The guy smiled and continued, I'm somewhat of a businessman, a trader of sorts of high-level goods. I don't mingle in ordinary items, so I have a few customers who are all grand characters. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.